Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we're gonna get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Never to be seen again. Well, Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this Saturday evening. Lot to talk about, but first some shout-outs, and I better put on some sunglasses. And a hat. There we go, now we're ready for the stream. Hermeteorologist Mr. Spock, Schmegly123 in the YouTube chat. Rich PA, close forth. Niazraki, also here. Boku. Glitchmaster. Bob Carmody, HBX. Big Jerry. Young Chris, Earth Homie, Specs Don. Frizzla. And that's it. Good to see you beautiful people here. Got a lot to talk about tonight. But, first, we're just going to go straight to the White House Correspondents' dinner. We'll get back to the show. We'll have a regular show after that. But, yeah. Sorry we haven't had many streams this week. It's been rough. Your old pal StreamLord being demonetized. Feel rather demoralized. More than anything. This was a display at the Hilton Ballroom Hotel. The Hepburn, Connecticut 19, whatever it is. The famous place where they do these dinners. Last night, a strange visual.
This building is the Washington Hilton Hotel. You'll soon be arriving here as the guest of honor at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. But the fact is, you, the President of the United States, are right now engaged in a massive cover-up of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. To date, your administration has only released about half the Epstein files. Of those that have been published, hundreds of pages have been blacked out entirely, and the names of many powerful men have been redacted, including, in some cases, your own name. Where you have been named, the files are damning. In one email from 2011, Epstein wrote to his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, expressing surprise that you hadn't yet been publicly accused of complicity in his activities. Epstein emailed Maxwell saying, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." Maxwell replied saying, "I've been thinking about that." In an email from Epstein to author Michael Wolff, Epstein said of you, President Trump, quote, "Of course he knew about the girls." You recently admitted on Air Force One that you were aware young women were being recruited from Mar-a-Lago by Epstein. When you were asked whether one of them was the well-known Epstein victim, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, you replied,
"I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her."
2 years after Virginia was recruited from your club, you told New York Magazine that you thought Epstein was a terrific guy. You said, quote, "He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do. And many of them are on the younger side." One release file shows you flew on Epstein's private jet, dubbed the Lolita Express, at least 8 times. Then, you lied about it, like you've lied about so many aspects of your relationship with Epstein. The fact is, Mr. President, you knew. Release the files, end the cover-up, now.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Ah, yes, Bob. I decided to make you a mod. I've been saying I need an extra mod, and since you mentioned that you would be fine with being a mod, and you were the first person... there was no mods here, is what I was saying. There's no mods in the chat. You were here. We're about to do something, live news situation. I don't know. It could go anyway. Who knows what's going to happen. Anyways, to the red carpet. Is it a red carpet for the White House Correspondents' dinner? Or is it a different color carpet? The green carpet? Nope, it's red. Peter Ducey is such an unlikable guy. He's like, his job is to be like a public face and to like interact with other human beings all the time. But you can tell he's like struggling immediately with this situation, with this interaction.
Peter Ducey, this is a catch. These losers from USA Today are so jealous. Okay, you don't have to. Oh, good. This is a great shot.
I would look at the look on Peter's face. I don't know if everybody could hear that, but what's his name? I can't think of Triumph, the insult comic dog, just said that Peter Ducey was a catch. I would maybe pay actual Earth dollars to see insult. See Triumph, the insult dog, hump the leg of Peter Ducey. That would be very, very much entertaining. Can we see that, actually? I think that is something everybody wants to see. He's struggling so much with this. Look at him. Oh, God. Poor Peter. Poor Peter, cornered by a puppet. Cornered by a puppet. What is a man to do when he's cornered by a puppet? Definitely not whatever Peter was just doing. By acting like more of a human being would be my immediate reaction would be just be a normal human being and look less awkward. Look less like you have no riz at all. Try to pretend like you have riz right now. Oh, God. What is happening? Is this new? Since when do we have full color guard at the White House Correspondents' dinner? It's been a little while since I watched one of these things. But since when do we do this? Is this a thing? Is this the fucking thing that we do? Is this what we're doing now?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of the White House Correspondents Association from CBS News, Weijia Zhang.
One president.
Welcome. Welcome to the 2026 White House Correspondents' Dinner. Thank you to the President's own Marine Corps Band, led by Drum Major Master Gunnery Sergeant Stephen Williams and vocalist Master Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Benier.
Everyone, please clap.
Good evening to everyone.
Zero applause.
President Trump, Madam First Lady, on behalf
Oh
of the
my
White
God.
House Correspondents Association,
This is
thank
such
you
a
for
joke.
being here. It is meaningful that you're with us tonight.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
And White
sir.
House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, thank you for everything you
Where
and your
is
team
my,
does to work with us every day, whether you like it or not. I'm biased, but covering the White House is
Here
the
it is.
best
I will say thank you very much. I
assignment in
love
all
you,
of
sir.
journalism. We have the privilege of covering the biggest story
Barry
in
Weiss
the
couldn't
world
make it. No,
every
apparently
single
not.
day. The speed is exhilarating, demanding, and it offers
Barry couldn't make
critical
it, so they
public
brought
service.
in
Strong journalism benefits the
her number
entire
two.
country. Tonight, we will
Weijia.
celebrate the exceptional work you have done and toast a group of promising students who want to follow your lead. Of course, at the heart of both of those things is the importance of the First Amendment. I want to take a moment to recognize some important people who helped.
For everybody who doesn't know, Weijia Zhang, the woman speaking right now, is CBS's senior White House correspondent, which is why she's leading this right now.
It is an honor and a
She's
privilege.
leading.
Thank you to my advisor
talking
in
about
this
it right
role,
now.
Kelly O'Donnell of NBC News. And to the other past WHC presidents who have helped me navigate challenges.
I love how we can have the White House Correspondents' Dinner this year. We couldn't have it last year. But now that the whole U.S. media apparatus is bought by Larry Ellison and Trump's cronies, now we can have the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Now it's fine. They're all on the payroll. Look, it's Tony Two Cuts.
And
He's my
thanks to the
favorite.
mentors and other friends.
I love the fact he
who
did
have
it
kept me
twice.
balanced
It's
this year
weird.
and always.
It's
And of
weird, but I
course,
like
to my
it.
family. In a world full of chaos, you are my calm, and I love you. We have a big night ahead, and we're going to get started now. So enjoy your dinner, and we'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Weijia. Great job. Great job, Weijia. We've done it, everybody. Everybody's so free. Freedom. Freedom to say whatever
And now
I say is okay to
the
say.
White House Correspondents' Dinner will
Freedom!
and this should last about an hour and 15 minutes. And after that, the program begins.
Oh, for the love
We'll
of God.
show you the room from time to time throughout the evening until the program begins. But we're pleased now to be joined by Karen Bohan, who is a former editor-in-chief of USA Today, Reuters White House correspondent.
Oh, God. Former editor for USA Today. No, thank you, CSP. No, thank you, C-SPAN. What? No. How about no? How about not? How about not that? Former editor for USA Today. Can we get the most... Can we get the most, like, corporatist, centrist point of view on... C-SPAN says, challenge men. Have you heard of the USA Today before? Ah, slurp it up. Have we mentioned we love business? Was she a mentalist? She may have. I don't know her background. I don't know her background. She may be a mentalist. She could be like a Dan Brown type. Dan Brown? What's his name? Darren Brown. Darren. Whatever. Dan Brown's the novelist. Clearly Dan Brown is the Da Vinci Code guy. Look, I'm not perfect. Stephen Miller is creeping about. Why is there a bunch of people dressed like nutcrackers? Right? Like, why are all these guys back here dressed like nutcrackers? I'm not the only one that sees it, right? It's got a whole, just a cadre of dudes in crew cuts and nutcracker outfits for some reason. I think they might be the band, but they're very much hard to hear. The noise of all the hobnobbing and schmoozing going on, it's making it difficult to hear the music. Yeah, they're definitely the band. Oh, the music is so patriotic. It fills me with a great sense of dismay. This is why they canceled the talks? Shut up. This isn't why they canceled the talks. It's funny to think of it like that, though. Did somebody actually say this is why they were canceled? Because we're gonna get to that later, but that's not my current understanding of things. If that were in fact the case, it would be mind-boggling. Oh no, the nutcrackers are gone. Why have all of the nutcrackers left? Oh me, Ouija. Where are they going? Well, Mr. President, they're leaving because they think you smell gross and nasty. Oh, that's weird. That's really weird. It's really weird, Ouija. Oh, God. Where are the jokes? I mean, are we gonna get some comedians up here to tell jokes, or what? I see Vance. I see JD over here, and I see. I'm trying to think of who this guy is. Who the fuck is this guy? Is that Dana Bash? Hard to tell. I think that's Flotus. Everybody best.
Be best.
That's got to be Flotus, sitting as far away from the president as she possibly can. In fact, now that I'm looking across the screen, it would seem the Flotus and the POTUS are sitting as far away from each other as anyone else. In fact, more so than I think any other two individuals at these tables, they are the furthest away apart. Whatever. You get what I'm saying. Like, it's noticeable. Just look. They are like... They're both so far away from each other. And yet, this is probably the closest they've been in weeks. Seriously though, are we gonna get some comedy or what? We're gonna get some jokes? Or are jokes illegal now? I come to this country on the Epstein jet in rather circuitous manner. Everybody saying it. Everybody saying I come over on the Epstein plane. Yes, it's untrue. I definitely never do. Everybody saying it is wrong. I come over on the Luke Brunel plane. Different. Same but different. Jean-Luc Brunel, the different guy. He said the next speaker is in an hour. They're gonna sit here and do nothing for an hour. Unacceptable. Ouija. Look, I'm loving it. CBS is way better now that you guys are in charge. Is that... God, we need better... How do they not have better cameras for this? These people have the best cameras on the planet. They have access to the best cameras on the planet. And yet we're stuck with not being able to see the facial expressions on the people at the tables. Or even who they are. I'd settle for that. Oz Perlman? Wait. What? Oz the Mentalist. Oh God. He's gonna be this main speaker? A mentalist? Why? I don't understand. A magician? That's the worst kind of performer. They couldn't get anybody better. They got a magician? Oh, wow.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Oh, God, it's a disaster. That is a disaster. Seriously, though, they couldn't get anybody. They got a musician. I mean, a magician. I would have taken a musician, actually, over a magician. Really? Really? This is the best we can come up with? Oh, God. It's not good. It's not a good situation. What is happening? What is happening? Why is everybody freaking out? What in the shit just happened? I just missed it. Wait, hold on. Hold the fucking... What in the hell just happened? Everything was fine. And then it wasn't fine. Was that a gun? Did you hear a gun? That sounds like a gun. Holy shit. Holy shit. They turned the music louder? They just turned the music up just now? They just turned the music up. They just turned the music up. This is not, oh my god. Holy fucking shit. Holy shit. What is going on? This dude is just pointing a fucking... He's got multiple people just pointing assault rifles out into the crowd right now. Holy fuck. What in the actual fuck is going on? What in the fuck? Holy shit. What just happened? What in the hell just happened? I didn't expect there to be actual breaking news coming out of the White House Correspondents' dinner tonight. I was actually expecting this to be a rather lighthearted beginning to the stream. I was thinking this would be a more easy-going. Did somebody get... What is happening? They're rushing people out of here. Holy fuck. What is happening?
This is ridiculous!
One deranged lunatic screaming USA in the background. Screaming USA, USA during an active shooter situation is such a fucking demented life choice.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh no, Bob. This is too soon, but I can't not do it. Oh, it just stopped. The stream just stopped. Oh my god, the White House Correspondents' dinner just suddenly ended. Holy fuck. This is not what we were expecting.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over
What
the
the
Epstein
fuck?
files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning.
Hold on. Hold on. Is C-SPAN still up? It is. It's still live.
And we're going to put the numbers up on the screen very briefly, and I'll read them out loud as well. So if you want to call in, talk to us about what is happening, 202 is the area code, 748-8001 for Republicans, 748-8000 for Democrats, 748-8002 for Independents. Karen Bohan, you mentioned that you were at the Hilton earlier, meeting with colleagues and got into the venue. What was the security for you to get through the perimeter? Because it's not just a hotel, they set up a perimeter now, don't they?
They set up a perimeter, they were checking tickets, and you were only supposed to be allowed in if you were a guest.
And if somebody got a ticket, a protester got a ticket, then they could make it in at least to the hotel, correct?
Yeah.
Could they make it into the ballroom? Because we're talking magnetometers. And we have somebody
Columbia
on the phone
_9505
now who works
just
for
cheered
the
100
Washington
bits.
Hilton.
Yeah, the shooter thing seemed staged. Trump even looked unfazed when it happened. Sorry, but I'm not buying this. And then the shouting USA, USA, yeah. Sounds staged to me.
Damn, people on Twitch thinks this is a staged event. They're not talking about the dinner. Columbia Rican with the bits.
It has been removed from the room. I'm not exactly sure what happened. All we heard was yelling and being Secret Service, and yes, I'm okay. Thank you. And then Secret Service running on tables, and luckily I have C-SPAN employees near me, just reassuring me that we're all okay. But yeah, President Trump obviously has been removed from the room.
Hey, Malika, were you close? This is Peter. Were you close enough to see the Secret Service take Mr. and Mrs. Trump out?
I was close enough, but I was under the table, so I did not see it firsthand.
Really? What made you? Was there a noise? Were there loud noises? Did it sound like shots?
I did not hear any shots. You just heard yelling and just commotion, like someone yelling through the room, or maybe someone came in.
If you're just tuning in, we heard the shots here. All you have to do is go back. We heard those shots. We listened to them multiple times. It sounded, I mean, it sounded like gunshots.
And other people were getting under the table as well, so it seems like
Jesus Christ.
The common thing that was recommended to do.
Hey, Malika, how far from the stage are you right now? From the head table?
Maybe a couple yards. I'm very close to. I'm maybe 2 tables away from the stage.
And
I was very close.
Has the stage been emptied? Or is everybody that was at the head table, including Weijia Zhang of CBS, have you all?
The entire stage is empty. Yes, everyone from the stage is gone.
Okay, it was weird. Malika, we were sitting here. I mean, here with Karen Bohan and Mike Dubke.
I want him to call into the control room and done on the air from this room.
I'm doing that right now.
Yeah. Malika.
I want John.
Yes. Hi.
To do a phoner.
Okay, we have John here who could also.
Is John McCardle there? Great. Let me talk to John.
He's here, right here.
Thanks, Malika.
Okay.
Hey, John, it's Peter. You're on the air. And how close were you to the stage when this occurred,
Peter,
wose this event was?
Peter, we're about 4 tables back from the stage, and there's just a lot of confusion about what's going on. So I'll give you the sequence of events. Everybody's having their salad. Boom, 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 boom was what I heard.
And John, did they sound like shots, or was it just loud noises?
The back of the room. At that point,
John, you with us? Darn, I can imagine all the self-service going on there. Karen Bohan, what'd you hear in that conversation? We'll hopefully get John back.
So obviously, the guests in that room were very afraid. It's unclear, what the loud noises were. But as I was saying, Peter, there was a breach of security to some degree, because I did see some protesters.
And did that?
Now, for those of you who are just tuning in, we were watching a different stream. I think C-SPAN was in the middle of they were having some conversation with a couple of journalists, not watching the live stream at the time, I don't think. But at some point, while dinner was just beginning, a number, half a dozen loud noises, bangs came ringing out. It was unclear from where. It sounded like it was from outside of the theater, from the ballroom. At least it's just especially considering the sound. It sounded like gunshots, though. We went back, we re-listened to them multiple times. Distinct. It was distinct. Once again, I wasn't expecting breaking news to come out of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I thought it was going to be rather uneventful, probably some unfunny jokes told. Things like that. But not this.
And to get through. So again, all of this.
And John McArdle, who's at the dinner, and everybody is saying there were loud sounds. So not confirmed to be shots, but loud sounds, and that initiated this, what happened here. Hopefully at some point we'll be able to re-rack where we were in the tape and be able to look at exactly the sequence of events. Again, Oz Perlman was talking with Mr. and Mrs. Trump at the head table. They were having, some kind of a, whether it was a trick or not that he was doing, I don't know. And then all of a sudden, all hell broke loose. And I think we all saw the Secret Service running across those front tables.
Yeah. And I almost didn't notice the sound of the shots until I saw this like herd of Secret Service dudes in black suits just come bum rushing down the center of the aisle, I guess, or really the middle of the room. I think they even tackled the guy. I don't know who it was. They must have been at least important in the eyes of the Secret Service or something. Hold on. I'm going to switch the streams. Actually, you know what? No, I'm just going to keep this going while I try and switch the streams, just so everybody knows. It can just, so we can be as up to date on this shit as we can.
Magnetometers.
And now we have some folks coming back.
I'm going to try for
whether or not
different.
those are
I noticed people said there was CNN
chairs.
stream.
All right. I can't tell if those are Secret Service or if they're journalists.
Did they have the volume
and this
off
is only
right
a speculation on my part that they're holding everyone in the room until they
CNN's
can make
off.
a decision as
CNN
to whether
stream
or not
is
they've
done. I don't know whether
control of the situation or not. So that none of this seems, after these major events, this.
And we will try to get John McArdle at the dinner back on the line, or somebody from C-SPAN to hopefully give us an update. The fact that everybody's still in the room says quite a bit, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Champagne bottle. It would have had to been 6 successively. That just doesn't make sense.
We're going to walk us through the sequence of events. Go.
Yeah, Peter. We were sitting here having dinner. They were serving a salad, and suddenly, boom, 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 boom. 4 is what I heard from the back of the room. Everybody immediately just trying to figure out what's going on. When I look back to the front of the room, the Secret Service and the long guns and the military. Stage, president off the stage, the vice president's off the stage. Everybody's still trying to figure out what's going on. It seemed to me it came over my back left shoulder into the exit that's to the back of the room. At that point, all the cabinet secretaries start to get hustled out of the room. Various groups of Secret Service are shouting out for cabinet secretaries, asking them to raise their hands or at least calling out to them. I don't know if they're saying raise their hands. They're then sort of climbing through the tables and chairs. Most people are down beneath their seats, and they're pulling out individual cabinet secretaries and hustling them out of the room. Other dignitaries besides cabinet secretaries were hustled out as well. It was more like state delegations as well. But at this point, it's everybody just kind of trying to figure out what's going on. I don't want to add to the mix. I've heard different things about what could have happened outside. Haven't seen anything myself. It's all what people are saying. I don't know if you are.
All right, and we will take this as gossip and conjecture. Is somebody speaking at the podium? Not yet. Somebody's up there, though. John, what are you hearing as conjecture? This is conjecture.
Yeah, I mean, that there.
Unfortunately, John, you're cutting out. Once we find that one location and we get you back on the phone, don't move. You with us? Yeah, I can imagine all the cells. We'll get a better connection with John and we'll continue our conversation. So you've got 2,000 journalists in this room, all hearing things, conjecturing. Mike Dubke, does anything, I mean, what's your initial gut on what just happened here?
Well, depending on, I mean, again, it's all speculation, and it all revolves around the loud noises. I think if you were in a room and there were actual shots, that would have been a very distinctive noise. It could have been something outside of the room. He sounds, if what John was saying about the exit, it could have been somebody stopped before they got to the room. The interesting thing, I think, for your viewers on all of this is each one of the cabinet secretaries has their own security detail, as well as the Secret Service that's
them to
there.
raise their hand.
Well, but they're all in the room as well, I would imagine. And so, I mean, they generally have 2, 3, maybe 4 people that are with them, each cabinet secretary. So you had a lot of security in this room, given the number of cabinet secretaries that came to this event.
And they're still up there on the stage. Can't tell if they're about to make an announcement. It looks like some attendees are back up there, so whether they're going to seat or not, I don't know. But in the meantime, this was maybe 15 minutes ago, and we're going to show you a replay of what happened, and here we go. Karen Bohan, former editor-in-chief of USA Today. When you watch that, what do you see?
So you see people on the head table taken by surprise, and the president whisked out of there very, very quickly.
Did you hear those 4 loud noises?
Yeah.
I heard those too, didn't you? But
Yeah.
the president and Weijia Zhang didn't seem to have a quick reaction to them.
Well, I mean, you've been in a room with hundreds of people and the conversations that are happening,
right.
and you're having a personal conversation, most likely trying to lean in and hear the person speaking to you. And you know, your microphones are picking up noises. Again, it sounded distant, at least from the microphones, but that is not surprising that they wouldn't have heard a thing.
Well, hey, Greta Bronner of C-SPAN is at the dinner, and she is on the line. First of all, Greta, what we're seeing on the scene right now is that all the attendees are filing out. Is that correct?
Yes, and I just left myself, actually, so I was able to talk to you because there's not cell service down in the ballroom area. So I left the building. I'm standing outside. There is a large police presence outside. The attendees are filing out, and you know, it's unclear what's going to happen next. The lobby of the Hilton is where the action happened before the ballroom. I'm not sure if it was unclear what was happening in the ballroom itself. You know, it sort of obviously caught everyone by surprise as we were sitting there and the dinner was getting underway.
Greta, did you see the president and Mrs. Trump being hustled off?
I did not. It happened so quickly. I was talking to folks at our table. I heard a clattering of what sounded like plates, turned around, and the vice president, the president, the first lady were gone. That's how quickly it happened.
Okay. All right. So you're standing outside the Hilton now. You're on Mass Ave or Connecticut Avenue? Or close by Connecticut Avenue, which is where the hotel is?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
Is the dinner over?
It's hard to know at this point. When I exited the ballroom, I turned around to law enforcement to go try to find a different way out. And he said to me, "You cannot come back in this way." So once I had left the ballroom, if anyone leaves the ballroom, you're not getting back in. I believe he said to me, "This is a crime scene. You are not coming back in this way." Back through the metal detectors to get into the ballroom.
Okay. He used the term crime scene.
I believe.
Okay.
So.
Illegal. Stay on the line.
It was a rush to get out.
Okay. Oh, but it looks like everybody was in there, stayed in there for a while.
Yes, and it
The
was
mentalist really
as
failed on this one. Oh God, it is true. Where was the mentalist on this one? The fuck?
President, First Lady, and the Vice President were rushed out. There was another wave of law enforcement that came in after them. They escorted out the Health and Human Services Secretary, RFK Jr. Then I, next to our table, saw the Secretary of State escorted out, Marco Rubio, the Small Business Administrator.
When you
Kelly
say
Loeffler,
escorted
was
out,
one
I
people
mean, are we talking about, pardon me, covering the protectee or just walking them out?
walking them out with law enforcement surrounding them. For RFK Jr., he had more law enforcement around him, escorting him out. They had their weapons were revealed at that point. The Secretary of State had less of people around him, and he was.
Hey, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Dais where the president had been, and they went back through that room when they were brought out. We also had the Small Business Administrator close to our table, and she was also. There were law enforcement surrounding her as well.
Hey,
Kelly
Greg.
Now, this is quite a situation here we have on our hands unexpectedly. What just happened? Like, what the hell just happened? We were just, minding our business, watching the White House Correspondents Dinner. All of a sudden, it got an active shooter situation. Where's Cash App? Yes, where is Cash App? Good question. All right. It feels to me like the Correspondence Center is kind of canceled this year. A little different than last year. We didn't have it just because Trump didn't want to have it. Now we're having it because the active shooter situation happened. As soon as Cash wakes up, he's on it. It's 9 p.m. It's 9 p.m. Indeed. He's a young man. He should be awake. He should already be awake. But I get what you're saying. He's been having a weird time over there at the FBI. Is anybody else live covering this right now? There's not a lot of people covering this right now. I'm gonna look for like articles, see what we got.
Greta, I think we lost Greta. Let's. Thank you very much.
We lost
they
Greta.
Are back. No, they're back up at the dais, but looks like they're doing some technical. Yeah, they're doing some technical work here. Hey, Karen Bohan, who is our guest here, and not doing the program that we had predicted that we would be doing this evening. We appreciate your rolling with us. When something like this, as a
Trump rushed off stage at White House Correspondents' Dinner. Updated 5 minutes ago by Anita Iyer. Agents draw their guns after long bangs were heard during the White House Correspondents' Dinner at the Washington Hilton in Washington, D.C. on April 25th, 2026. President Trump is attending the annual gala of the political press for the first time while in office. President Trump was swiftly escorted off the stage by Secret Service at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington, D.C. on Saturday. Vice President J.D. Vance and members of Trump's cabinet who were also in attendance were also rushed out. A source told CNN that Trump is safe. According to an administration official, cabinet members are okay as well. This is a breaking story and it will be updated. Not a lot of information on this situation. Who was it? What happened?
McCardle, I don't.
I mean, for all we know, like some Secret Service member just lost their shit and started shooting at a puppy or something. Kristi Noem, Kristi Noem could have seen a puppy and she started blasting.
Just a few minutes ago, probably about 10 minutes at this point, they were trying to get all the reporters to leave out of the door behind, and many of the reporters did. But as that was happening, one of the members of the White House Correspondents Association came out and said that the dinner is going to continue. And then you heard Wei Zhang saying that everybody obviously wants more information. She'll have some more information, but they're getting a signal now that it seems like the program is going to continue, Peter.
John, you're still in the ballroom, correct?
I am.
How
Peter.
full is it at this point?
It's still pretty cool, Peter. I would say the part of the room that emptied out was part of the room that was closest to that entrance that they opened and was telling everybody to leave. So all those tables are empty behind me. But if you switch this camera around, everybody is still at the tables to the center and on the left side of the ball.
How much, not damage or destruction, but how much did the Secret Service leaping over those tables disrupt the setup?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that, Peter. They were coming through, knocking chairs out of the way. John, they weren't real concerned about tables or glasses, obviously. But there was a decent amount of tables and chairs that had been flipped. I only saw one person who was being carried out who seemed to have some sort of leg issue. I don't know if that happened with the Secret Service member leaping over them or leaping on them. But one person was injured leaving, and they were escorted out by a Secret Service member with a gun.
Terrific. Hey, CNN is reporting that a shooter is in custody at the Correspondents' Dinner. Greta, have you seen any activity outside? You mentioned a large police presence.
Yes, there are several police cars. There's law enforcement outside of the exit that several of us went through. I'm here with Jonathan Allen, NBC political producer, and he just told me that he's leaving. He does not plan to come back. Jonathan Allen, can you just tell us what
Not
you
going to do
saw
it.
when
Wouldn't
you
be
were in the
prudent at
ballroom?
this juncture.
Sure. I didn't see a lot. What I heard was a couple of percussions that sounded like gunshots. If anybody's heard a gunshot before, pretty clear. However,
I love how 2 seconds ago they were telling us this is an active crime scene, but now we're going to do the White House Correspondents' Dinner anyways.
Basically swarmed with law enforcement officers.
So we're going to do the White House Correspondents' Dinner in an active crime scene, I guess. That's what it sounds like. It is an active crime scene, but we are going to have dinner. We're not going to let that stop us from having dinner.
For a while, he had been spirited
Not
out by
gonna do
big
it.
security, and then they had to go back and get her. Obviously, a very mortifying moment for everyone in the room, but very difficult to see what happened, in large part because it appears to have happened outside of the ballroom that everybody was in. And Greta, I'm going to give it back to you.
Peter, as you just heard from Jonathan Allen, from his perspective of what happened when this all went down this evening, numerous people have been filing out and don't appear that they are going to go back in. We heard from Wobegon that they will proceed tonight. However, folks have left and they don't intend to come back. So we'll see what the attendance looks like if indeed they continue with tonight's program.
Greta, thank you. Stay on the line. Mike Dubke, you called it, it sounds like, when you talked about the measuring of the teleprompter and the seal, because it sounds like the president may be coming back.
I am going to be highly surprised if the president comes back, but, you know, just as he performed in Butler, you know, this president seizes a moment, but that seal being still there and the measurement, I mean, that is very typical of getting ready for a presidential address and a speech. But generally, you know, you'd see, and it was interesting, you watched, the president was taken out and then the cabinet secretaries, and then there is a hierarchy in Washington when it comes to emergencies such as this. And you also heard, you know, the service protects the principles, and sometimes spouses get left behind, and it's a terrible, terrible thing that happened. But you know, the security performed the way they needed to.
And Greta, we will continue to check in with you if you find anything else outside of the Washington Hilton. But let's check in with John McCardle. John is still in the ballroom. John, you're on the phone with us, correct?
I can hear you.
All right.
So,
what do you got for us?
Peter,
John.
Peter, so we've turned our camera around 180 degrees. Before you were looking at me towards the emptier side of the room.
John has some really bad sound.
Most of the room, most of the reporters and the folks here are still waiting around the folks sitting in the door when the Secret Service initially came.
1,000 reporters, nobody with a decent microphone.
John, just keep your head still because you break up every time you turn your head. So just look at the camera, okay, and just talk to us.
John, stop moving, you son of a bitch.
The stage, obviously, so this side of the stage from what you're, as you said, they haven't taken the president's plaque off the podium. And there's been some movement on stage. There's been no movement, I'll say, at the dinner tables. There has been some of the wait staff that has come out and removed the salad course. I don't know if that means they're going to continue serving with the course, but if they're doing that, it's maybe a sign that they plan to continue with the dinner. And we're just watching what happens here.
Okay. Karen Bohan
keeps moving his head. Keep watching.
Listening to all of this, I mean, what would you
be
doing
help
as a
it.
journalist right
You
now?
cannot help it.
Caught in that room, or would you have gone to the bureau, gone out of the room?
So I would have stayed in the room because, you know, in the room is where you're going to get.
Okay, this conversation's gone way off the rails. Now we're asking the former USA Today editor-in-chief what she would have done had she been in the room. I'd rather not. I would rather not. But, alright, I guess we're still waiting to see.
Columbia _9505 just shared 100 bits. Look how the narrative is starting to be shaped. And everyone is still looking like nothing didn't even happen. Get ready on who they're gonna blame for this. Let's see the upcoming news conference from Crash Patel.
Yes, let's see the upcoming news conference from Crash Patel. Thank you, CR, for the biddies over on Twitch. We're an hour into the stream, by the way, and we still got a hell of a lot of other things to talk about tonight once the Correspondents dinner's over. So if you want to ensure that we get the whole stream, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Unfortunately, very, 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 very unfortunately, due to the fact we were demonetized this week for inauthenticity. I'm not hardworking enough. Low effort and inauthentic. That's what they call me. Low inauthentic StreamLord. Low low effort and very inauthentic StreamLord. That's what they all call me. Everybody's saying it. So low effort. So very low effort and inauthentic. Ah, it's terrible. Just awful. So you can no longer super chat. You can no longer super sticker. You can no longer have sweet, sweet galactic emotes as a result of your memberships. Because you don't have a membership, you can't have one. You can't give memberships to people. I don't earn ad revenue anymore on YouTube. I'm just some guy. An inauthentic and low effort guy, as they say. So stream 8 hours a night. It's just low effort, you know? I get it. 8 hours? Oh, God. Should be 10. Should be 12. Should be 15 hours. Even though YouTube doesn't allow streams longer than 12 hours for most creators, it should be 13 hours. Which is not enough effort. Everybody's saying it. And, of course, inauthentic. I never give people my real opinions on things. Just fake and inauthentic opinions. I don't believe in this stuff. I just do it for... just do it for poverty wages every year. That's how inauthentic I am. I could be doing clickbait. I could have been doing AI clickbait that whole time. I've seen people's earnings on this shit. I could have been making bank being an inauthentic douchebag. A real one. But no. Apparently streaming all night giving my opinions is low effort and inauthentic. I don't know how that works. But since you can't contribute on YouTube, you can contribute on other places. Cash App or PayPal, for instance. And hey, YouTube won't take a 30% cut of that money. I don't know if you knew this, but YouTube split revenue, ad revenue 50-50 with most creators. And all donations 70-30. Right? So the money that you're trying to give directly to the creators, they're taking 30% of that. You could just go directly to the source. Of course, we also have Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Got Throne. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon.
I've seen.
So yeah, in theory, we're starting the goal, but we don't have a goal timer. Twitch doesn't do timers on the goals. And so I'm just starting now. 3 hours till midnight, 12:15 Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to reset the goals on Twitch. I guess it's technically this. So when is this dinner going to get started?
The media, and when they did not
just remove the president, but you know, presidents don't want to be seen as being in hiding at a moment like this.
You know, one interesting addition to this that I might give is that my guess is the Secret Service feels that they are comfortable knowing what the incident was and what happened. Because if there still was a threat within the building, there is no way, I don't care if the president said I'm going back, they would not allow that. So again, I am slightly surprised The seal was a giveaway, but with this president, this is part of his and this is part of his persona. And then to your point, no president wants to seem like they are hiding.
All right. So Mike Dubke, Karen Bohan, he's got this speech. The speech has been written. The speech has been loaded into the teleprompter. It's got jokes. It's maybe got zingers. Is that the speech that's going to be delivered tonight?
Parts of it. He is furiously, I think, figuring out what his ad libs are to this. I think he's probably thinking all of that through. Again, there's a president that speaks off the cuff.
I'll be right back.
I think you're going to hear a lot. You're going to hear a lot more straight out of the mouth of Donald Trump than maybe you would have the canned jokes that he had prepared for the evening.
Greta Bronner is outside the Washington Hilton Hotel on Connecticut Avenue in D.C. Greta, what do you got for us?
Peter, I tried walking one direction after I had exited the building. I was told by law enforcement he was not allowed to allow anyone back that direction, which is toward the front of the Hilton. And he said, I'm not allowed to let you back in. And so I said, so if you leave, you're not going back in. And he said, I don't know, ma'am. I've just been told you cannot come this way. And as I said earlier, I've talked to many of the attendees who are standing outside. They were told to get out. Once the people had been ducking under tables and they came up, they said, you're safe now, you need to leave. And they escorted people out of the ballroom. And so many of the attendees are not planning to go back in.
Well, we understand Fox is reporting, and our suspicions are that the president is returning to the Washington Hilton.
I heard that. I heard CNN is reporting the same. I can just tell you what I'm seeing from the outside. The helicopter that was circling seems to have left. The police force, though, is still here. I mean, there are ambulances and there are fire trucks and there are police vans, police cars.
Are you in a position, Greta, to see the motorcade coming up Connecticut?
I am not.
Okay. All right.
I'm heading toward Connecticut right now, but
Okay.
I've been on the backside of the Washington Hilton.
And the White House is now confirming that the president is coming back to the Washington Hilton. So there will be some type of a program this evening. John McCardle in the ballroom. John, you got an update for us?
Peter, I'm hearing what you're hearing. Actually, what I had heard from some of the folks in the room is that the president didn't actually leave, that he does want to come back, and that he's still somewhere in a secure area. Here, again, that's part of what's happening in the room. I'm also joined by Jasmine Wright. C-SPAN viewers know Jasmine well. Jasmine, do you want to talk about what you know at this point and what you've heard?
So what we know is that we were seated on the upper rim of the ball, and we heard a succession of pops. It sounded like
You love coming to my live? I'm glad to hear that, Coffee Galaxy. That makes me glad. Wait, I know her. Oh my god, the audio is so bad.
Secret Service moved to remove Jeff from the room, and then we saw them try to basically climb over the space.
Right.
It's so to see the room. The thing is, we're seeing some on the ground, really questioning what was happening.
It's worse than an AM radio call-in.
And they said they actually didn't hear calls. And so it was a lot of confusion. I talked to one administrator.
It's worse audio than a libertarian majority report caller.
Sounds of running.
John, hold that microphone closer to Jasmine.
But you saw the Secret Service agents climbing under the table, trying to remove the captain of the...
She used to be a spokesperson for the Biden White House, right? What's her name? Why can't I think of it right now?
This isn't worth it.
What's her name? Does the Hilton have concrete ceilings? I don't know. I couldn't say.
But it both felt like it happened so quickly, and also it took a lot of time.
Have you gotten any information more than we've heard from Wei Zhejiang about this continuing? What we know was the announcement saying this will continue in some way.
Did
and
they
we've also
shoot
also
John's
heard that the
AirPods?
president wants to come back.
No, but I think that's where they're getting all the audio from. Can you hear it? Like it's. I think. I don't think that this microphone is doing anything. I think they're getting all of the sound from his AirPods, his first gen AirPods. By the way, my God.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. This is not fair. GSL gets punished for working hard. And then you have a low-effort scam artist president who gets away with everything. Only useless people in this world are allowed to fail upwards.
Oh, seriously, Columbia Rican, you're 100% right. But look at his. He's got first gen. Why does this have first gen AirPods? First off, do they still make those? But I'm like 100% positive that this microphone is not where they're getting the audio from, which is why it keeps cutting out. Because it's trying to cut out the ambient sounds, so it registers her voice as being ambient sounds until it realizes that that's actually the only real discernible wavelength.
Whether or not he does come back, because it's conservative, they believe that he wants to come back because it's without his third assassination attempt, and this would be a moment for him to be president, show a very vote against his power. The question is whether or not he's back in the room.
John McCardle.
It would be on day, whether or not.
You know, I don't mean to make a joke at this point, but Greta, I know you don't have comfortable shoes on.
I do not. I do not. But yeah, it's the law enforcement is still here. I misspoke before. The helicopter is still circling around the Hilton.
Well, it looks like Sean Duffy is back in the ballroom. We see Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy there back in the ballroom. Greta, it also sounds like the president never left the Hilton, is what we're also being told. Whether we not confirmed, but we're being told that as well.
The president's just hiding in the basement.
So, sounds like Greta's out of range as well. Now, Mike Dubke, you've referenced this a couple of times, but how do you think the president's reacting, especially after what happened in Butler? Is he ticked off? Is he defiant? You know, what do you think his
I think his demeanor,
emotion is?
Well, I think his demeanor is around the three words he said: fight, fight, fight. I think that's his demeanor, and he's going to have the same demeanor at
fight
for this event as well.
Oh my God, the C-SPAN coverage is so bad. His demeanor is fight, fight, fight. He's right. That's all I think about is fighting. All right, I'm going to see if MS Now has got better coverage than C-SPAN. Because it's bad. It's bad. He's fight, fight, fight. Really? I think this guy might literally be the guy who used to... I haven't seen him for a while. And it's maybe because he has like a respectable job now where he gets to wear a suit on C-SPAN. Maybe this is him. But do you all remember the dude who used to hang out outside of Trump's golf course so that every time Trump would leave the golf course or show up, and he would show up and leave the golf course a lot. So he was there all the time. He would say, "Keep fighting!" Like every goddamn time. I think that might be him. Finally got a job. Oh! Keep fighting, Mr. President. Oh, that would be great. If Trump comes out with a goddamn ear bandage on, I'm gonna lose it. Shrapnel. It was shrapnel. It was delayed shrapnel. I didn't even notice the shots. But
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could have your attention, please be seated. The program will resume. Dinner service will begin momentarily. We appreciate your patience. Please take your seats. The program will begin. Wisha Zhang will be at the podium shortly. Dinner service will begin momentarily.
by the way, I will say this again. Because I see people asking about it. Yes, we are completely demonetized on YouTube, even after all of our many years of work on this platform. For being low effort and inauthentic. You know, how sitting here 8 hours a night, 5 days a week, working on that show 4 hours a day beforehand or more. Basically 12 hours a day, 60 hours a week. That's low effort, everybody. Me giving my commentary, my thoughts and criticisms. That's inauthentic. I'm inauthentic, and that's why I'm not allowed to have money. That's why YouTube's taken $700 from me this month. I will never see it, apparently. I have appealed. They've turned me down. They know how difficult it is, but I'm clearly a low effort, inauthentic douchebag, according to them. So you're going to have to contribute on Cash App or PayPal. By becoming a member on Patreon or over on Twitch. Jeffy Bezos is laughing. By the way, anybody who takes issue with the fact that we've been demonetized could go onto our post on YouTube, comment over there, like over there, or maybe take it up on X, tweet at YouTube. Something like that. I guess you could write them a strongly worded letter. Send it in the mail, physical mail. Oh, John's back. The sound sounds a little better. When is this thing gonna start?
It seems like the president has to say something. I think they're going to go for the full program, awards, and all the media and oaths. I don't think so. I think they want to do something. This is a celebration of the First Amendment. This is, the freedom of the press and the freedom of the press not being intimidated by what's happening. Somebody wants to violence. That is now the priority. I guess that's the common folks from the White House Correspondents Association.
Is this guy live streaming right now up there? He is. He's up there live streaming this right now. So many ghouls at this fucking event. This event is mostly ghouls. It's like 80 to 90% ghouls in here.
100 bits. Hey GSL, I just posted a tweet in which Carolyn Levitt said that Trump was gonna turn up the heat and there was gonna be shots fired before the dinner happened. I know it was a phrase she was saying, but she was accurate. It's starting to sound more and more of a false flag.
Is it on Twitter? I'll check that.
Tell them to come to me. Yeah, Peter, I know you've talked about the presidential seal on the podium. There was a staff member who just came up and took it off. Look now, I don't know if it shot correctly. But the presidential seal is no longer on the podium. Perhaps a sign that the president may not be coming back out. And he said in that True Social post that, of course, you'll let law enforcement make a final decision. Maybe that means they made the decision that they're back out. But literally, just about 15 seconds ago, somebody came up, took that seal off the podium. Again, they made the announcement that the reporters in the room will sit down. Nobody really is. But they promised that the program will continue in some way, but maybe it's going to continue now without President Trump.
This is a room full of reporters, so I know you've already seen the president's tweet. My apologies, his post on Truth Social. And law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol. And he wanted to emphasize that nobody was hurt. He and the First Lady, the cabinet, everybody's safe.
This is so dumb. They just got done telling us that this was going this is gonna happen. Now they're telling us it's not gonna happen. First they said it's a crime scene. You can't come back in. And then they said, actually, we're gonna do the dinner, fuck it. And then and then this. And now it's off again. But here's the president's tweet. His truth on Tweet Social. Law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises, consistent with protocol, which we will do
immediately, if not sooner.
I will be giving a press conference in 30 minutes from the White House press briefing room. The First Lady, plus the Vice President, and all cabinet members are in perfect condition. Perfect condition, everybody's saying. We will be speaking to you in a half an hour. I have spoken with all the representatives in charge of the event, and we will be rescheduling within 30 days. President Donald J. Trump. Okay. I mean, First Lady, the Vice President, and all cabinet members, perfect condition. I mean, yes, if you're counting perfect condition as the same condition as they were in before the shooting, but I wouldn't have called that perfect condition. I mean, Melania's mostly plastic at this point. But I guess now we have a White House briefing in 30, a very serious White House briefing in 30 minutes. Less than 30 minutes from now, because that was like 5 minutes ago. Everybody's in perfect condition. Very perfect condition. The best condition, everybody's saying. Okay, well, I'm trying to figure out what do I do now. I thought this was gonna take a little while. It's already taken an hour and a half, a little bit more. But in the wake of this sort of situation, I do feel like maybe it would be best to wait for Trump to speak and then we can focus on some other shit. Oh, God, I hate that. I hate that for us. Yeah. That could take hours. That could take hours. God. But I'm just... am I the only one worrying about what he's gonna say now? He's like... Another shooting in his proximity. Oh, God. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be now, huh? Iranian leftists. Antifa IRGC members are trying to kill me. They're coming after me and starting martial law right now. Like, what is this meeting? What is this fucking press briefing gonna be? Seriously, what's it gonna be? That's what I want to know. Okay, yeah, all right, I'll look at this. What is this? I can't hear.
to rumble, is he not?
He is ready to rumble.
Uh-huh.
I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit.
That's weird. Caroline Levitt in an exclusive Fox News interview saying that there would be shots fired at the White House Correspondents' Dinner? Very strange. Very, very strange. What does it mean? What does it mean? Oh, God. Did she have foreknowledge of this horrifying situation which we've just seen unfold before our very eyes? What does Caroline Levitt know? Does she know things? Let's find out. Caroline carries the demon child. She's, yeah, I mean, that child is, if it's not going to be born a demon, she'll certainly raise it to be a demon. Like, I actually feel bad for that kid. I really do. Just like I'm just thinking about it just sounds terrible. To have to be, to have that woman as your mother, that seems bad. Seems like a bad. When is Caroline going on maternity leave? I have been wondering that for a while now. I think people have heard me wonder that out loud a couple of times. When is Caroline going on maternity? It's a great question. I mean, she's of the party of conservative values, traditional motherhood, families, whatever you call it, trad wives. Why is she still working? I support her. Such a modern woman, that Caroline. She's not going to be told by a man what to do, you know? Sure, she will venerate and deify men, but she's not going to just, you know, let that stop her. She's not going to let traditional values get in the way of her deifying a great, beautiful man.
Cyclone Cheeto. Cyclone Cheeto. Cyclone Cheeto.
But can you imagine being her kid? It's gonna suck. It's gonna be like Catholic schools, probably, or something like that.
Going to mark a big
Maybe like Jesuit. Oh,
change in security for this dinner
Forever
and
and ever, amen,
forever.
right?
It's gonna be a rough time.
Yeah, I mean this hotel is what, maybe a mile and a half from the White House.
All right, we're just gonna watch this for now until the president comes out with his speech.
In this ballroom.
His
Richard
address.
Nixon, the whole gang, all the way through. They've all been in this ballroom. And
The whole gang.
That's a lot.
The whole gang.
Well, so the WHCA dinner hasn't always been at this location.
All right, we're going over here.
No, since
Just a change of scenery.
It dates back to the 1980s, the early 1980s. Okay. There were other hotels in town. The Capitol Hilton, which is closer to the White House.
At 16th and K?
At 16th and K, yeah. which used to be, I believe it was the Statler Hotel.
Right.
And the reason that this dinner is at the Hilton, the Washington Hilton, is because the ballroom is so large. And, you know, if you wanted to have a dinner this size, no other hotel can accommodate it.
And wasn't this ballroom designed for this type of event, with a security event on top of that?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
and the fact that both the president and the vice president, the Speaker of the House, were all in
the same
room.
Yeah.
Yeah, et cetera, et cetera. and
When
all
you
the
think
other
about the
leaders.
level of vulnerability there.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
No,
One more time,
what?
check in
The
with our
level of
colleague,
British.
Arnold.
Wendy is
John?
melting in front of our eyes. What was that, Wendy?
et cetera, et cetera.
When you think about the level of vulnerability there.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Okay. Okay. You're having a hard time. Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to step out of the vehicle. Keep your eye... Keep your eye on me. Can you touch your fingers to your nose, please?
Illegal.
Yep. I am shocked that a USA Today, a former USA Today editor-in-chief would struggle in a improvisational situation. It's incredible. She just starts breaking down in front of him. She's like, "Yeah, let's move it along." It's like, "Yeah, you know what? Let's talk about something else." Oh god. Can we talk about the business news? I'm sure she can get down on that. Alright, I'm trying to find the other stream right now. I can't watch them implode on C-SPAN right now. It's too much. She was at the bar with Cash. It's probably true. Probably true.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
We've had everybody. Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming. I haven't had anybody saying anything bad about me.
Hassan is now being blamed by his opponents for what happened at the dinner on Twitter. Yeah, shut up. Shut up. Who is blaming Hassan for what happened here? That is unhinged. That's unhinged. In what way is Hassan connected? We know nothing about what's happened. Aside from the dinner was canceled for some reason and a crime occurred. Unknown crime. And it's Hassan's fault? What did Hassan do? You thought it was Hassan's fault too? Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Unbelievable.
If there is any members of Congress in attendance, can you please come to the center stage? Thank you. Again, any members of Congress, please come to the center stage. Thank you very much.
Well, I can't find the live feed. Like, nobody even has a waiting for vid yet. I'm looking for him. It'd be easier if I go on my phone. Nothing. These guys are killing me. Even the White House doesn't have a live feed up. Why? Why you guys suck at your job so bad? And yet I'm the low effort one.
All right, Mo, he's coming back.
I'm the low effort one. We can't even get a thumbnail up for the Trump. Is that Mini Driver? Who is that? Am I wrong? Does she not look like Mini Driver? Who is Hassan? Yes, good question. Who is Hassan? Nobody knows. Just some guy. Can't even get a goddamn live stream on here.
I think they're still having trouble hearing you.
This is a strange evening. I would say this is probably the last thing I expected to happen tonight. A lot of ways that I thought this could all play out, but active shooter scenario, I'd say wasn't even on the list. Not like the bottom of the list. It didn't even make the list. Oh, everyone's leaving. It's true. Nobody's coming. Everyone's leaving. Mark Zuckerberg left. Bill Gates left. Jeffy Bezos left. Everybody's leaving. That's what everybody's saying. Yeah, the dinner's over. Just so everybody knows, we're waiting for the president to make a speech. He just tweeted on Truth, so I'll put it up so nobody is confused why we're staring at this dinner that's clearly over. Just so everybody knows what we're waiting for. The press tried to kill me. Very nasty press. The fake news media. They tried to kill the president. It's very illegal. So many ads. Truth Social Funds? Wait, what? The Truth Social American Icons ETF? What are you talking about? No. How is that a thing? How is that a thing? Well, I'll read it once more for everybody. This is Trump at 9:36 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 24 minutes ago. Law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises, consistent with protocol, which we will do immediately. I will be giving a press conference in 30 minutes. From the White House press briefing room, the First Lady, plus the Vice President, and all of the cabinet members are in perfect condition. We will be speaking to you in a half an hour. I've spoken with all the representatives in charge of the event, and we will be rescheduling it within 30 days. President Donald J. Trump. So 4 minutes from now, I guess? 5 minutes from now? Like 5-ish minutes from now, Trump is supposed to give a briefing from the White House, so we're waiting on that. See what the hell he has to say. I assume it's going to be related to this. One would assume. And so, in lieu of the actual White House press conference, press correspondents dinner, we'll be listening to Cyclone Cheeto give another one of his long-winded press briefings, I assume. Which will be equally as good, I assume. If not better. Equally as good, if not much better. Everybody's saying it. You mean about an hour from now? Let's hope not, although I do anticipate that 5 minutes being sort of a soft 5. A very, very soft and placid 5. And don't quote me on this is the president. Okay, he's the one who said 30 minutes. Okay, we're just going by what he said. All right? I know that you're thinking to yourself, that's not fair. We all know he lies constantly. Look, listen, look. Need you to stop that. Oh yeah, no, I assumed, I'm just riffing right now because we don't have a hell of a lot else to do. And I agree. I 100% agree. Trump will, in fact, make us all wait. But I'm just going by what he said. 30 minutes.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So sometime between now and 2 or 3 weeks from now, you will get a statement from the president. It's basically a guarantee. Keep a lookout for a new Band-Aid. Yeah. People have been saying this. She's gonna come out with a new bandage. It was shrapnel. It was lobster shrapnel. I was hit by a shard of a buttered lobster shell as I was leaving. Shards were flying everywhere. It was like the Matrix. It was like the Matrix. The wizard was flying by me. Whizzing by my ears. I couldn't believe it. Secret Service, they saved me. It was beautiful. He's gonna come out looking like a doctor, and by a doctor, I mean Jesus, glowing, having healed himself from the wounds from the buttered lobster shells. Wow, wow, wow. Make Isengard great again. Are we taking bets now on what outfits Trump's going to come out in? Military fatigues, doctor's outfit. Seeing a lot of interesting guesses right now. I think he either comes out dressed as Dr. Jesus with a bandage on his ear, or dressed as like one of the, what do you call it, like the Balrog, I forget what we call him. The not the Balrog, the other one. The other one. God damn it. Nazguls. The Nazgul. Like Trump just comes dressed out like one of these guys. You know, just saying. Yeah, right. Balrog's the big. Sorry. Look. Listen. Listen, look. I knew I'd made a mistake. When I said it, I was like, that's the wrong one. But it's been a while since I've read those books. I can't say I've watched the movies in quite some time. Aw. Aw. No. Aw.
I just want to say the fact that there was a mentalist there who we've never had before, and it was because, according to the people that were interviewed early, the president doesn't take jokes very well. And so obviously, you know, when they planned this, they knew what kind of temperament he had. And I just think this this whole scenario looks a little bit like it just doesn't ring true to me. I mean, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist or crazy person, but I just feel like the protocols were off. The president wasn't immediately evacuated. The seal was left. The correspondents were left. And the president was the one that first made the response on his social media post about wanting to continue, wanting to give his speech, wanting to, and just none of this seems
so. What
normal.
Draw this to a conclusion. What do you mean it doesn't seem normal? Just you get one statement now.
Okay, if
I
this
think
was
she was
the
being pretty clear.
plan to have this be interrupted in some dramatic fashion to draw our attention by this mentalist in agreement with the president or the White House, I think that's really awful.
All right, Holly in Zionsville, Indiana, as she says, a Midwestern normal mother. What do you think about her thought process?
The way that this all
Just a normal mother from Indiana who's like, this looks staged. I mean, she didn't say it exactly like that. I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist or a crazy person, but this all looks kind of staged. That's basically what she just said. She's like, it might have been a false flag.
But through the years, the entertainment has changed at the White House, at this Correspondents' dinner. I think we're used to the over-the-top comedians of the past several years, but that didn't always used to be the case, is my understanding.
Well, so also the
All right, hold on. The president should be speaking already, so I'm going to try and... I mean... He said 30 minutes. It's been now 30... It's been 37 minutes. Look at those sequins. Holy shit. That's a lot of sequins. Good God. They're still clearing out the Hilton Hotel over here.
Genuine concern. I walked out into the lobby here of the Washington Hilton, and I saw a colleague of mine from another news network, and she was crying. And I just grabbed her and I hugged her, and she said, "Why is this happening? Why is this happening here? And why is this all too common?" And there was a lot of emotion like that, I can tell you, as people continue to stream out of the hotel here.
I think a lot of people are asking that question tonight, and after so many shootings in this country, why is this happening? Why is this happening here? Why is it happening so often? And in this case, in this room full of so many leaders of this country, I also want to go over to ABC News Live Prime anchor Lindsay Davis, who was also in the room, but also happened to be leaving with the FBI Director, Kash Patel. Lindsay, I understand you got to speak to the director as you were leaving. Can you tell me what he said to you?
Well, I just followed him out and went with the entourage of security that was surrounding him. And as soon as we got outside of the building, he was just making a number of calls, seemingly trying to get someone on the phone. I asked one of the security people around him, just, do you have a sense of what has transpired in there? I videotaped it, and he responded just saying, no, we don't. Now, at the same time, I don't know that he would feel that he was at liberty to tell me whether they knew or not. I did have a chance to speak to the head of ABC News' security tonight, and he was suggesting that the issue is, in a typical scenario like this, you would have everyone have to go through metal detectors just to get into the hotel. He said that there should have been layers of security, and it shouldn't have just been that you had to go through the security in order to or the metal detectors in order to enter the ballroom. But certainly, as you witnessed for yourself, just quite a chaotic scene. As I recorded with the FBI Director, Kash Patel, just to my right was Senator Fetterman from Pennsylvania, who, again, he and his security team just seemed really unsure. I think that a lot of people were just whisked out of there, certainly the dignitaries and officials, without any clarity at the time as far as what happened. But to reiterate what Jay was saying, a lot of tears, a lot of people crying, a lot of people just so uncertain and just dismayed at where we are in our country today.
And Lindsay, what do you make of this happening, the very first White House Correspondents' dinner that President Trump is attending as president?
You know, I think that there was an expectation that there would be such tight security. I think that
Honestly, though, it is interesting. Trump has refused to go to one of these things. The one that he does show up at, it gets interrupted suddenly by some gunman, supposed gunman showing up.
Is possible, but I think that you still never anticipate something like this.
And Lindsay, we're hearing from some of our country's leaders who were there. House Majority Whip Steve Scalise says he's incredibly grateful for the brave members of law enforcement who acted quickly to protect all of us attending tonight's White House Correspondents' Dinner. This is an event meant to bring people together. Violence has no place in our country. This from a man who himself was shot, Lindsay.
Right. And
obviously not tonight. I just want to make that clear. Not shot tonight, but who has had a history of political violence firsthand.
Has been a victim himself, of course, Diane. And I think that we do have to applaud, as we all witnessed, there were some it would appear to be barricades inside the back of the ballroom that knocked over as...
What were you applauding? I don't think we have, just so you ever know, you don't have to applaud, Chad. I know she said we have to, but it's actually not required.
There were certainly armed guards
it's a free
that were
country.
there were different members from the all different walks of life of law enforcement and the Secret Service, of course. And I do think that we do have to commend those who just rushed to make sure that everyone...
Oh, we have to commend them. We have to applaud them. We have to commend them.
One gentleman who was...
Oh, God. It's our duty. It's our
room,
civic
again,
duty
to
to applaud and commend these great heroes who protected the ballroom. Oh, it's so protected now.
Knocked him over or whatever. But in this case, we are all safe and do have to commend those officers for that outcome.
Absolutely. And Lindsay, it's worth mentioning as you're talking about sort of the chaotic scene, how tight that room is. These are tables that are so close together. The shot most people are seeing is from the center aisle, but that's about the only place in the room where you can walk through comfortably. Just to get between tables, you kind of have to shimmy yourself. This is a packed room.
I think that's a really good point to make, Diane, because I have been in past years, and there was a gentleman sitting to my right.
They're live on Truth Social or Twitter Social. No, actual Twitter. I mean, Zitter. I mean, why can't... You know, we were fine when Twitter... Things were fine when Twitter was just Twitter. It wasn't perfect. But it was... Hold on. Why do we have to go on Elon Musk's goddamn social media company to be able to know what's happening at the White House? Can anybody explain that to me, please? While I'm getting this video up, what's going on? Why does a billionaire make money every time that the White House says anything? I mean, that is where we're at now, right? It's either Trump or it's Elon. New post notification from the White House from 1 minute ago. President Trump delivers remarks. Live. Oh, it's live. Oh, it's very serious. Oh, it hasn't begun yet. I see.
Who had just said before we heard these gunshots, he just...
Then as you were leaving.
So I saw right before I left, they had just escorted out Robert F. Kennedy Jr., of course, Health HHS Secretary, pardon me. And at that point, I kind of went through a door where they were. The security for FBI Director Kash Patel was exiting. We went kind of through a kitchen area, a back area that they were allowing people to exit at that time. There were still people who were not under the table still at that point, but really kind of ducking, still down by the tables, just unsure of what was happening. I think that there was just a lot of uncertainty, even when the shots were first, fired inside the actual ballroom. It really wasn't clear exactly that that's what happened. It almost sounded like if you had a bunch of china on a table and somebody started pounding the table, and then you heard the vibration of the glass and the plates on the table. And so there initially was just a lot of confusion. And I think that it wasn't really until you saw the various law enforcement officers clearly running toward the stage and evacuating the president, first lady, and vice president, that it was clear this really was something that was serious. And at that point, you saw a number of people getting under the tables, ducking down by the tables. But as I walked out, just to see if I could get some kind of statement or comment from the FBI director, it seemed by and large that it was going to continue, that people were still, just waiting, that there was, the thought was that this was just a pause in the event and perhaps the president was coming back, just a lot of uncertainty.
And Lindsay, I'm looking at the messages coming in from lawmakers. House Majority Whip Steve Scalise saying violence has no place in our country. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries saying this violence and chaos in America must end. Governor Gavin Newsom saying violence is never acceptable. This is now at least the third incidence of political violence either directed at or in the vicinity of President Trump.
I think that we are just at such an unusual time. I mean, many people would say, it's a watershed moment. I think that the first time there was the attempt on his life.
So it's not even clear what happened. Was there gunshots? Was it literally anything else? I guess we don't actually know. All we did, we heard some loud noises.
Inside that room, just concerned, because even when I was outside standing right next to Kash Patel,
Did they move the White House correspondent? Everyone just walked down Pennsylvania Avenue over here. Catelyn's still in her dinner gown.
In that moment. And who can say exactly what those tears were
Peter
for?
Ducey still
but it
looking
just
douchey.
seemed to me,
Oh,
to be
God.
beyond the scope
What a-
of, are we
what
gonna
a
be
weird
inside the
fucking
ballroom
night.
Because now we're outside on the sidewalk, but just a concern for the state of America.
Oh, God.
I think there's also an element of, if this event with so many leaders, so much security can be put at this level of risk, that sort of adds to another level of fear.
I think that when you're thinking about, certainly the World Cup that's about to be
It's
held
like
here,
it's
this summer, and
if this is on purpose, it's like the president hijacked.
we're not able to
If this
even
is
ensure
if
that
this is a false flag, Trump just hijacked the entire White House press correspondence dinner.
in this country,
Brought him over to the White House to give him a speech on something. He's gonna. Oh God, what is he gonna say right now? Are they all gonna get arrested? Are we gonna watch the whole White House? Like, or are they gonna arrest them?
and political turmoil.
This is it. This is the beginning, coming after the fake news media.
Joining us,
Thank you for
quick recap.
showing
The
up
president was
right to jail
evacuated from
right
the
away.
White House Correspondents' dinner tonight after shots fired just outside the ballroom, outside of the magnetometers where you pass through security in order to enter the event. The president sent out a social media post saying that the suspect was apprehended, and now we are awaiting a press conference, a briefing at the White House from the president. He is back at the White House safely, along with the First Lady. He has said everyone in the cabinet is safe, and as far as we've heard, no one actually attending the dinner was injured. But as you can imagine, tensions are very high, fears are very high over what happened, and now a lot of questions are being asked as to how this happened and what exactly went down. We expect to hear from the president shortly, but what we saw in the room was the evening had just gotten started not long before this happened. The White House Association president had spoken. The Mentalist, Oz the Mentalist, who was set to host the event, was on the stage kind of talking to the president and the first lady, I think getting ready to host the night, when all of a sudden there was a loud bang from outside the room, and security officials just came rushing in.
I too like how men were tromping over tables. They were basically doing like Miami Vice style hood slides over tables and just like tackling journalists to get at
some of the Secret Service, as you can see in that video, in tactical gear with long guns on the
control.
stage, pointing out at the audience. And what
But why
looked like
didn't
a
the
lot of chaos
mentalist
from our perspective, trying to figure out
see
what
this coming?
was happening?
That's what I'd like to
And
know.
then after what seemed like a lull, people started getting up from the tables, and we heard someone shout, "If you are not security, get down." And everybody got back under the tables again. And I want to explain, this is a very tight room. In order to get past most of the tables, you kind of have to tilt your body to the side. There are a lot
We
of
need
people
the
in this
we
room,
need the ball.
and
Oh my god. Oh my god. Emily just broke. Oh, what if this is a false flag? What if he comes out and is like, this is why we need the Epstein ballroom so badly. I've been saying it to everybody. Sure, it costs $500 million, but then you don't have this happening. Oh my god.
But this was the first time he's there in office.
That would be
and
deranged.
I want to go over to ABC's Jay
That
O'Brien,
would be fucking
who's
deranged.
outside of the Washington Hilton where this all went down. Jay was inside the room when it happened, along with myself and many of our other colleagues, and now is outside where there's still a very large law enforcement presence. Jay, what are you seeing there now?
Ballroom still, Diane. More people continue to stream out. I just spoke with a witness who was in the ladies' room, right on the edge of the ballroom. You have to go up a flight of stairs. It's on its own little concourse. And she said she heard some of those shots very clearly. She counted at least 5 shots, but again, unclear if they were. She heard pops.
For 4,000 years, they
what
wanted
she
it.
believes to
For
be
10
gunshots, and she
10,000
counted them
years,
as 5.
actually.
Again, very
Everybody's
much
been
unclear.
saying it.
But as you can see, there's still. In fact, actually, they're allowing us
The
a little bit
Greeks,
closer to the venue.
they were
Diane,
saying
but they are starting
the
to
White
evacuate
House
people
needs
away,
its own ballroom.
from the hotel. I'm going to walk a little closer to the Washington Hilton and see what we can see. Every single dignitary appears to have left. We saw the Attorney General, the FBI Director,
It's actually
et cetera,
written in
get
Plato's
their
Republic.
motorcades, speed away. And they've cleared the ballroom of journalists. But they appear to be now starting to take down parts of the perimeter, allowing people to get a little bit closer. I can see, and I'll get closer to show you, emergency vehicles continuing to go in. I did see, as I was leaving, Secret Service, what looked like crime scene technicians, people who process scenes, taking photographs, et cetera, who were
Antifa
there,
mentalist,
and
yep.
walking in.
Yep.
As well as other
the-
officials with the
he's
Secret
gonna
Service
come
and
out and
law
say the
enforcement
mentalist.
there, to observe
The
the scene.
mentalist was actually Antifa. He
Jay,
tried to
thank you.
infiltrate the
And
White
again,
House
we are just
correspondent
now
dinner.
waiting a briefing there from the
He was
White House.
taken down
You're seeing on the
beautifully and
screen is the White
perfectly
House briefing room. We're
by
expecting
Secret
the
Service.
president to come out at
But this
any
is clearly
moment
why we
after
need the
he
Epstein
was
ballroom more than
evacuated
ever.
from the
talking
White
about
House
Jeffrey
Correspondents'
Epstein.
dinner. The president
This guy's been
says
talked
there was a
about for
shooting
years.
outside. What we're hearing is that it happened outside of the magnetometers. In order to attend this event, you have to go through security. And so there are magnetometers a little bit outside of the area where the ballroom is. And apparently this shooting happened in that area. The president says that the shooter has been apprehended. We're still waiting to hear more inside the room. We just
Ohm's law is very skeptical. Do you really think this was kind of upset? Come on,
and we
people,
could
get
see the
outside.
president getting rushed off the stage, the
yes,
president,
people
the
spelled
first lady, everybody else up there with
Get
him.
outside
And then,
more.
of course,
You're right.
there are
We should get outside more.
once the
We're
president,
joking about
and the
something
First Lady were cleared
that
out,
we have
then saw
zero
security
details on.
officials running over to ensure that they were safe, getting them out of the room. And now, of course, a lot of questions being asked as to how this happened so close to where the president and this event were taking place. We were just talking to Jay O'Brien, who's outside the room, who's outside the hotel now. Jay, I know you're outside now. Talk to me about what you saw and heard inside, because you were not too far from where these shots were fired. Jay, can you tell me what you heard and
Diane,
saw
it's
inside
still
the room?
chaotic here. Yeah, so we were at a table in the middle section of the room. So the way the White House Correspondents' Center is constructed is there's kind of an upper mezzanine-ish level of tables at one level, and then you go down into this well that's closer to the stage. That's where we were seated, and we were towards the perimeter and towards the edge. And so we heard several pops. It's very much unclear how many or exactly what they were. Then everyone shouted, "Get down." We yelled, "Down, down, down," and we grabbed the folks at our table who were with us, and a number of folks got under the table. But there was this mass confusion in the room, Diane, of people not really knowing what exactly was going on. In fact, some people were poking their heads up, and we would say, "Get your head down, get down." Then security personnel for various dignitaries rushed in. Obviously, the Secret Service rushed in first. They got the president off the stage. And then what you saw were Capitol Police and other protective details rush into the middle of the room where a number of those dignitaries were sitting. Like,
This is Oz Perlman. The guy who would have had the White House Correspondents' Center gone ahead. He would have tricked Trump in his perfect brain.
As Donald Trump is set to attend tonight's White House Correspondents' Dinner for the first time as president, the event is also shaking things up when it comes to the headliner. In lieu of a comedian, this year's dinner will feature mentalist Oz Perlman, who is known for his mind-reading tricks that have made him a viral sensation.
Really?
Perlman could give us a glimpse into what is on the mind of not only the journalists in the room, but maybe President Donald Trump himself. Joining us at the table, Oz Perlman, mentalist and New York Times bestselling author of Read Your Mind, Proven Habits for Success from the World's Greatest Mentalist. Hello, sir. Thank you very much.
I gotta say, just starting off here. If your name is Oz, lean into it, okay? Don't try and tell us it's pronounced Oz. Nobody wants that, okay? You landed, you've hit the name lottery, okay? It's a fun name, okay? And you're a mentalist, okay? It's perfect. Why? Why would you do that?
Well, thank you very much.
Just say Oz.
That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And
what is happening?
This was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful.
Looks so nervous.
A very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many of the platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent, and
I will say thank you very much. I love you,
all of
sir.
the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building, and I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and
oh my
it's
God, he did it.
more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons. but today's,
150,000 years.
A little bit different.
Oh
because
my
today
God, he's doing it.
We need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before.
Oh my God, he's
But
doing
everyone
it.
owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement. The law enforcement and working with the D.C. police, and we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to, and you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Conservatives, Liberals, and Progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly, rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help him. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California. And he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though.
He's a sick person who lives in an apartment.
Representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job with such a
Oh my God. So far, it's been, this is why we need the ballroom. He's a sick, sick person who lives in an apartment. A very nasty, sick person who lives in an apartment, as we all know. All the sick people are living in the apartments. All the perfectly stable people live in mansions.
Follow the rich white man.
Thank God we have Todd Blanche. Thank God we have Todd Blanche. He's going to help us.
That's an honor. If he chooses to nominate me, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and I go back to being the DAG, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and asks me to go do something else, I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But they It was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There's federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing.
You can see Cash Patel really wants to get ahead of him right now. Cash is like, oh, he really wants to say some classified stuff right
rest
now.
assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you, Dr. Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President.
Valhalla.
The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit.
I'm sorry. I have to pause. That pat on the back, that like reassuring fatherly pat on the back from Trump as Cash looked back. I have to go back. Where was it? Where was it? Oh my God.
Resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel.
I gotta go back.
Thanks
I gotta
to
go
our
back
interagency
and find it
partnership
later.
with the Department of Homeland Security.
I gotta go back and find it later. Bro, that like pat on the back from Trump while all these guys are dressed up in fucking tuxes right now. Like it's completing like the utterly like it's comical. It is comical, the level of like bro coded shit coming out of the White House at all times. We'll see you like Cash coming out like Cash's first and perhaps most famous press conference up to this date was him saying, "I'll see you in Valhalla, Charlie." Like, I mean, like these guys are fucking insane. But like Cash, like looking back at Trump like he's his daddy, as Trump gives him a little pat on the back, it just broke me inside.
Dead. Daddy can do no wrong.
Like it's like that, like juxtaposed with the fact that they're all wearing tuxes. By the way, has anybody noticed? Hard to tell, I feel like, on the screen here, but JD is wearing like a blue suit. It's like it's very dark. It's like an indigo, but it's blue. Everybody's wearing a black. He's wearing blue. I don't know what that is. Is that some sort
And
of
the
a secret
Metropolitan
signal?
Police Department, the FBI, was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene, to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty, because we have leadership here with the president and the vice president that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started. And we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Marlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chief. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule.
Beautiful job, Agent. This is such a great job.
And after that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it.
Really good job.
As you
It
mentioned,
would have been
all
great.
happened so quickly.
Yeah.
And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats.
This is
in
so
that
weird.
moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling.
I'm sorry. I can barely look at them. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a me problem. I'm just so used to the White House. You know, the Ministry of Truth in a particular way. Having the entire press corps in here in tuxes. Their tuxes and their gala gowns. The dinner dresses, all like it's very off-putting. Like I'm struggling with it. It looks really weird. I'm fine. This is perfectly fine. Everything's fine.
Unfortunately, you have experience with these sorts of threats. In that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It was. It's always shocking when something
It's a
like
perfect
this
question,
happens.
Ouija.
Happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact we were sitting right next to each other, First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. You know, I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But, so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew
Be best.
immediately what happened. She was saying, that's a bad noise. And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking, because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it, because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people, change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it.
I love how he's trying to retcon the situation. Look at Cash Patel. Look at these two boys. Like, oh, daddy. Whatever daddy says is
Daddy
true.
can do no wrong.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
We all literally just saw what happened. Trump is talking about this like he was whisked away within a fraction of a second. We didn't count it. We should go back and count how long it took. First off, for any Secret Service to even like be visibly doing anything different. And then for him to actually leave the stage, it must have taken like a half a minute, maybe longer. He was just sitting there chatting with Ouija. He's just chatting it up, just like he is right now. Just chatting. Ouija, did a very, very good job here. CBS has been doing a lot better now. A lot better. I'm not sure what it is. Much better.
And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said what. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most. You take a look at.
I study assassinations. What does that say about his mindset? He's studying assassinations. Like, that's why he's always tweeting, because he's like up late at night watching like history channel docs on like the assassinations of like Kennedy and Lincoln or like, oh my god. Oh god. He is demented. I am a professor of assassinology. Everybody is saying it.
I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most. You take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln. I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this, where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people
assassinate
that
the boring people.
Either whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Let's take a look at the names here, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that.
Look at the big ones.
We've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
Your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor
Well,
events?
but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. You know, he charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what did you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn literally by the time he was there. They were shooting.
That's right.
I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know, I'm not going to be, I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President Trump, and thank you for updating us on the
Thank you.
suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy, and you never know.
Oh,
He's very far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting
maybe at your table, who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, we've had no. There was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead,
Do you know
Caitlin.
any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California.
Yes, sir.
And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was he
looked pretty evil after he was shot.
A sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk.
Did you hear that? He said, I don't know, but he looked pretty evil when he was dead. I mean, I got to hear that one more time. Once he was down. He looked pretty evil once he was down. Once you saw him dead there, you're like, actually, that's an evil guy. He's like, what is the word? I can't think of it right now. Oh, God. Is it consequentialism? God damn it. I can't think of it right now. Look, he's clearly a bad guy. Why else is he laying there dead?
Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out of the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think.
Absolutely.
I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this?
It's because I'm very impactful.
Shooting.
Oh my God! He just keeps hammering on this. Like the only reason, it's because I'm just so incredibly impactful, just like Abraham Lincoln and Martin Luther King Jr. Very impactful guy. And that's why people hate me. Clearly. It's all the great impact that I am making. Oh, boy. Let me see. Oh, my God. This is taking up so much goddamn time tonight. This is ridiculous. Well, everybody, just a reminder. I know that you can't super chat or super sticker anymore. Nor can you start a galactic membership or gift them. But we still need to keep the lights on around here. As a result, I urge you to consider some of the other ways we have still available to you to contribute to the Galactic News Network. Things like Cash App, PayPal. We also have Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. We got Throne, and of course, the very best way to get the most paid benefits for your dollars, Patreon. Maybe now's the best time to become a patron. Truly. In this our most terrible moment.
This could have been linked to the war in Iran.
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. You, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening
Well, I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had a
Everybody knows about it.
Sniper on our side. Within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it, now, you know, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him.
His name was David.
Thank you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired, and if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and two people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was, so in a sense, you know, that was pretty amazing, the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot, as you know. They should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly.
So do you think about it? It's actually really a good job. What an answer. What an answer. Actually, look, you could. Some people are saying that it was a serious mistake. Other people, like me, are saying, actually, is it a mistake or is it really a great job? Because when you think about it, with all of the failure, they still managed to kill that guy. So, really, it's
he was
a
running
win.
full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight. But I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor? And has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been
It's
working
not my
with
profession.
My impression is
What
he
does
was
that mean?
a lone wolf.
What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? It's not my profession.
A what now?
Trump's answer to the question, has the guy said anything while in custody, is, that's not my profession. That right there. Not that's out of my purview, not or it's a little early for that. And I think there's so many answers he could have given. But he goes with, that's not my profession. That's not my job. That's not my career. My career is not knowing whether or not guys are making statements
Whack job.
in custody.
These are crazy people. And they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, you know, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know,
He
I
just,
think very shortly,
he
you're gonna
just
know
called for him to be locked up indefinitely. Oh, he really is a fucking dictator. Look, you lock him up for the statutory amount of time, 10, 15 years. Maybe that's not enough. Maybe you just leave him in there. If you let him out, he'll just come out and do it again. Instead, we'll have infinite jails. Do a crime. You'll probably just do that crime again. So, forever jail.
Right to jail, right away.
a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more. Yeah, please go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. You know, I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story. Race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. You take about the same. 10% of 1%,
Colombiarican
much less than
9505 just cheered 100 bits. I'm sorry for interrupting, but my gosh, Trump is so predictable. I literally called it. He's doing everything I said he will do. He's already spinning the narrative and also lied about what happened when it happened. The camera was on him the entire damn time. Uck.
What just happened? We just lost the feed.
But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%.
Oh. Thank you, Columbia for the bits. Are you the one who said that Trump was going to come out and say that the... I thought I said that. Well, I guess we were both right. Yeah. Ballroom. This is why we need the ballroom. Otherwise, crazy people. Otherwise, crazy guys. Crazy, evil guys. With lots of guns. Start running full speed. When you're trying to do a beautiful dinner done by Ouija, who was doing a great job, like I said. Great job, Ouija. But interrupted by a very nasty guy. Can't have that. Gotta spend $500 million.
And about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job.
It's a profession.
It's part of the job. It is.
Thinks of it as a profession.
I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happening.
Being president is not a profession.
Got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere.
Did you see Todd Blanche flinch when Trump said profession? I think he's literally going over in his head right now what that means. I too am struggling with that sentence. I don't think Cash is having as much of a problem with it. But being president is not a profession. It's either 4 or 8 years, maximum 8 years, minimum 4 years, usually 0 years. Most people who try to run for president do not become president. It's not a profession. It's one person. It's like one person at a time. It's not it's just by definition, it's just not a profession. You can't do it for life. Like maybe you could say Congress, right? Because you can be in Congress for life. But this is insane. This is more dictator talk. This is more deranged dictator talk from Grandpa.
I'm staying in the race.
The profession of president.
We're in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
what does that say about our country?
Too. You know, we're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country.
All the country.
Today, and they have numerous assassinations of political.
All of the other countries have the same problem. It's not really true, though. The United States is number 3 highest gun violence per... I don't think even based on population. I think it's just overall.
All over the world. You look at South America. In South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
At this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, you know, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I say to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. Did it in 1 year, and I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, you know, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your
I
leadership?
like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering, you know, it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you know, you read stories where they become basket cases. To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case. I take it really take it.
I'm not a
as it
basket
is.
case.
I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any other reason. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country. And she
I'm a
recognizes it
perfectly stable
better than
individual.
anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, "You are in a dangerous job," but that goes along with her too. I mean, it's dangerous for her too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise, and it was either a tray or a bullet. I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't. And again, we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to
This is
the names
ridiculous.
and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
First lady talked about how impactful this was. Can we hear from her about?
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Okay.
Huh?
One in the back,
Right.
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on?
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble.
Brainy whack
Say,
job.
Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We're the best people. Look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. It was very impressive the way they got him, because a lot of people would be looking and saying, you know, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing, and we really do. But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad you're okay.
Well, there you have it. Trump and the boys. out here in their black tie addressing a similarly suited press, talking about an apparent gunman outside the White House Correspondents' Dinner tonight. What a strange evening. Had a lot of weird shit in there. I'm not even sure which one to go after. A wacky genius. Sometimes you got like at the end there, he's talking about how the guy is a fucking genius, wacky genius. Sometimes you have wacky geniuses. Genius IQ, but a little disturbed.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to go back to Twitter lately. I mean, later. Okay. Well, we finally finished that portion of the stream, it would seem. I thought that was going to be a lot more fun. I also thought we were going to get comedy. Apparently we never would have even gotten comedy. Just a mentalist. But still, I feel robbed a little bit by this performance art, whatever we're calling this, thing we just witnessed. I feel like they've kind of derailed the stream a little bit. Got a lot of other stuff to talk about tonight. Okay. Yeah, we will be going back to Twitter, though, at some point later tonight. You may already know why. But we have so many other things to talk about before then. However, we have 1 hour left. Less than 1 hour on the Galactic content goal. It's ticking down very quickly. That sucked up a lot of time. I didn't see any new donations on Cash App or PayPal. We did get a few more bits. A few more biddies on Twitch. Unfortunately, all the biddies over on Twitch barely add up to a super chat. A little bit, maybe a little bit more, but still. Not much more. It's not great. Not great. We're in danger of the show ending suddenly. That'd be bad. Just to be clear, that'd be bad. All right, now to the rest of the show that I had planned for tonight. Honestly, I had a whole plan for tonight, and then I realized that the White House Correspondents' Dinner was actually happening, and that Trump was going to be there, and it stole 3 hours from me just now. 3 beautiful hours we all could have had talking about literally anything else. It wasn't even entertaining. That was at least the bare bones of I was like, okay, maybe at least we'll be like mildly entertained by this.
You're about to be value-tained.
You remembered on Patreon. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Neon's Rocky. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, we've had a number of people's memberships lapse this month. I fear because of the oil prices and Operation Epstein Fury. Or speaking of Operation Epstein Fury, let's talk about the Epstein files. And another piece of disturbing Jeffrey Epstein
Are you still talking
property.
about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy?
It's great, the Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years.
I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein.
This guy, this big...
It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And we like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great,
the Epstein hoax?
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the...
is unbelievable. That is unbelievable, people. Still talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Could be talking about literally anything else.
The Dow right now.
Exactly. You want to ask Pam about Jeffrey Epstein when you could be asking her about the Dow? You know how much she loves talking about the Dow. You're making her very sad. She's a very busy woman, and you want to talk to her about this? Very weird. Very, very weird. All right. Let's go here. NBC News from 5 days ago. To New Mexico. To a place called Zorro Ranch.
Jeffrey Epstein owned the largest property here in the state of New Mexico.
I was like, okay, these people are important, and they had named it Zorro Ranch.
So this is the ranch, what it looks like as the sun is setting. You can see it over the horizon there.
I've seen a lot of really bad things. I haven't seen anything to this extent.
That's the gate my sister went through, like to the gates of hell.
What happened here? How did it happen? Why did it happen?
I believe the first cover-up was in 2019 with me.
Some breaking news overnight.
Billionaire Jeffrey Epstein,
once connected with some of the most powerful figures in the world, was arrested late last night.
Decades before Jeffrey Epstein's name appeared everywhere, he quietly bought this New Mexico ranch in 1993, sold to him by the state's former governor, and renamed Zorro. Off a 2-lane road going the back way between Albuquerque and Santa Fe, right on the edge of the radio signal from AM station KIVA.
We're on the Rock of Talk, 420 here on the Kiva.
Eddie Aragon has been hosting his show here for 14 years.
We've been covering the Epstein stuff since inception. So naturally, a lot of people with concern were picking up the phone and calling me with various tips or ideas.
One of those tips, an unsigned email, came later that fall.
The big part of email that really impacted my decision to call the FBI is the fact that you had mention of 2 women buried in the hills outside Zorro Ranch. 2 younger girls where they had engaged and died in rough fetish sex. And so that was very definitely a red flag.
That's why he says he reported it immediately.
We went in and we itemized the various components of that email. That was it, and I never heard from the FBI again.
By that point, Epstein had been dead for months after his suicide behind bars. Following his arrest earlier that year, in July, investigations into his abuse ensnared his other properties, like in Manhattan, Florida, and the Caribbean. But in New Mexico, federal investigators...
Description is horrifying. If true, of course, it lines up with practically everything else we've heard about Jeffrey Epstein and what he gets up to. But to think that 2 girls were discarded like trash after dying during some sort of fucking depraved whatever orgy, I don't know what it was exactly, of course, but like, what the fuck?
The top FBI official, at this time, we don't have probable cause for a search.
Do you think the feds should have searched the ranch back in 19?
Absolutely.
Hector Balderas was the New Mexico Attorney General who had opened his own investigation into Epstein until the Southern District of New York asked his office to stand down.
As soon as we began investigating in the summer of 19, we were contacted by the New York DOJ, and they asked us to stop interviewing some of the survivors that we were both targeting. And that was for reasons that they didn't want to create duplicate testimony and potentially put at risk the case.
Did that seem reasonable to you?
On the front end, yes, that's very common. You pick who's got the bigger hammer and you work together.
What was unusual, he says, is how federal prosecutors then went dark instead of sharing information later that could have helped New Mexico bring state charges.
We assumed, with their reputation for being aggressive, that they were going to be aggressive and then share that evidence with us. It was a very simple 1-2 punch.
And that's happened before in other cases.
Absolutely.
But it didn't happen here.
It didn't happen here, and every lawmaker and investigator is asking the question, why would you enter his house in Manhattan or in Florida and not search here?
Balderas didn't know federal investigators determined they had no probable cause to search the ranch, and he had never heard, for example, about the unsubstantiated tip referencing buried bodies shared with the FBI, which is not commenting on that, nor is the DOJ. Balderas only discovered it all when the Justice Department started releasing its Epstein files last year.
It just remind me, who was president back in 2019? That's when this was happening. This guy reached out, or was reached out to by the Southern District of New York, part of the Attorney General's office, to, part of the, right? Like, to basically stand down because they were in the middle of an investigation. He acquiesces because, of course, it's the Southern District of New York. They wouldn't, do this for no good reason. Oh, right. It was President Trump who was president back in 2019. What else happened in 2019? I'm trying to remember who. Oh, that's right. Didn't Jeffrey Epstein also die in 2019? In mysterious circumstances. A lot of weird stuff happening back in 2019.
It is embarrassing and appalling. I believe the first cover-up was in 2019 with me.
The former Justice Department official who helped lead the DOJ's Epstein investigation at the time did not respond to our request for comment. And a current DOJ spokesperson says if new investigations uncover potential federal crimes, we stand ready to work closely with our law enforcement partners to prosecute.
You come up here and you look at it, the sun is setting now over these, 7,500 acres that Epstein used to own.
Zorro was massive, stretching for miles. Pictures from the Epstein files show women or girls on horseback, riding ATVs.
Let's all not forget what the Epstein files are. The Epstein files are what the government has had in their possession for, in some cases, decades. And the Southern District of New York, after telling New Mexico to stop investigating, did not have enough probable cause to investigate this place. Are you shitting me?
Give me a joke.
Ugh. Anyway, people are calling for justice in New Mexico, and the state government is doing what they can to try and make that happen. Many years now since Jeffrey Epstein has passed. But more and more is being learned about what has been alleged surrounding this place via the Epstein files. And it's all horrifying. Two donations over on one on Cash App, one on PayPal. I know who both of these are, but neither of you said your names. So, first one on Cash App with the message saying, for covering this hellscape, 15 bones, thank you very much. And on PayPal, another person who chose to remain anonymous and no message, $20 from them, thank you. And actually what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to turn the goal back on, but I'm going to switch it. I can't do a true galactic deficit. It's not like... I actually don't know what... I don't know how much money we're going to actually make this month. But... technically, it's what, $685. Technically, YouTube is taking $685 from me that I earned in April by doing what I'm doing right now. I'm going to add those donos from today, since they were all either on Patreon or Cash App and PayPal, to the galactic deficit, but it's not a real, it's a soft deficit, because I don't know what the actual deficit's going to... Do you get what I'm saying? Because I calculate the galactic deficit at the end of every month, usually. But right now, we know that we're at least behind by $685. But, like, I'll know how much I've actually earned from, like, Twitch at the end of the month. And then I'll be able to truly calculate it. Hopefully you all get what I'm saying. Well, that's great. We've made huge progress. Those donos plus the Twitch donos so far. God. I don't know the exact percentage, but I think we're close to like 80% of the way through the goal. Close to it. All right. Moving on from the Epstein files for now. Jesus. I'm very upset. I'm very upset that we're now 4 hours in and I haven't even really gotten started. Okay. I guess we'll do this as I had it planned. Quickly to this. This is supposed to be the week-ending report, which we didn't do yesterday because I was too upset. And... oh, God. Now we've got a lot to talk about. I haven't streamed all week. Not really. Haven't had a full real stream, it feels like, all week. It's very disturbing. Let's go to The Intercept, who spoke with Amy Goodman on Sunday.
Welcome to The Intercept Briefing. I'm Michaela Lacey, your host and a senior politics reporter at The Intercept. We're bringing you a very special episode today. If you know anything about independent media, you've likely heard of the famous show Democracy Now! And its intrepid and fearless host, Amy Goodman.
Radical leftist TV program called Democracy Now!
Not ask you again. That way you get arrested.
From Ground Zero from East Timor.
As we deplane in Haiti.
From Georgia's death row prison. We're in occupied Western Sahara.
We've walked across the border. We're in the middle of Trump Tower.
This is Democracy Now! The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
I'll be right back, everybody.
Democracy Now! Has opened the door for so many independent media outlets doing investigative reporting and asking tough questions, including The Intercept and many other outlets that we admire. Amy Goodman is a journalist who I have incredible respect and admiration for. And today I had the distinct pleasure of interviewing her about a documentary on her life's work. We're also joined by one of the filmmakers of the documentary, which is out now, Steal This Story, Please, which follows Amy's life and career in journalism and the building of the independent journalism Goliath that is Democracy Now! Amy Goodman, welcome to The Intercept Briefing.
Kayla, it's an honor to be here.
Tia Lesson, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having us.
Amy, as someone who has long covered U.S. wars and global conflicts, what do you make of how mainstream media is covering the U.S.-Israel war on Iran? Is it any different from how media covered the 2003 Iraq war, which is something that comes up a lot in the documentary?
Kayla, our motto is go to where the silence is. And that's what the rest of the media, I think, too often misses. When it came to 20 years ago, the U.S. invasion of Iraq, hearing the voices of everyday Iraqis, almost absent from the mainstream media. And today, as Israel and the United States attack Iran, hearing the voices of people in Iran and the Iranian diaspora. And I am particularly moved by those who stood up against the regime, those who were imprisoned against the regime, those thousands of people. Of course, there are thousands who've lost their lives, but those who survived, their fierce criticism of what the U.S. and Israel has been doing. And it's really important that we understand history, how the rest of the world sees us. I mean, in the case of Iran, 1953 would mean nothing to most people in the United States. Mm-hmm. But for the people of Iran, the seminal moment when their leader, their democratically elected leader, Mohammad Mossadegh, was overthrown by the U.S. and Britain, really ultimately for BP, at the time for British Petroleum. And that led to this series of events that led to the Shah and his secret police known as the Savak, which then led to the overthrow in the Iranian Revolution in 1979. Many of those who fought the Shah would then be imprisoned under the Ayatollah. And it's people who've been fighting for democracy who say, bombing their country, let me quote President Trump, to the Stone Ages will not further democracy in Iran. And that's what we so often don't hear, is the Iranian people.
Recently, when we saw all this coverage of the U.S. rescue mission.
Okay. I am back. Sorry for the delay. I had to pee. We've been going for many hours. I guess I could have just gone to break, but I didn't consider that. Mostly because I feel like I'm so far behind right now. So incredibly far behind. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that clip in here today. It was Amy. She's been on this interesting media tour lately with her Democracy Now! Documentary, which has been airing in theaters. I think it's been really interesting to hear her talk to people in this different style. We're so used to her being sort of like rushed for time, always trying to like get as much journalism out of every minute. But like when she like for these sit down interviews, you get like a different view of her, I feel like. All right. For some art appreciation. Al Jazeera.
Up to the altar, and with your Apple Pay, you can just tap on the machine, and a Holy Bible will drop out of the machine. The biggest faith in our culture is Christianity, and there's a lot of denominations within that Christianity. And when Trumpism, which is kind of a new thing that exists, it's not a political party and it's not a religious entity in and of itself, it's kind of its new breed of something. When it came into existence, it was very difficult to talk to the very believers of this stuff, and I thought it would be great because biblical prose is something millions of Americans are very familiar with. A lot of them have a relationship that is on the daily with these scriptures. So it has a particular prose, a particular tone. Our president has a completely different way of speaking. And I thought maybe if we read what he says in this type of verbiage, it would really start to sink into the depths of society where maybe it hasn't really sunk yet.
Humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways. Then will I hear from heaven.
A lot of people online have already said that I'm being sacrilegious with my art. But the reality is that I'm flipping tables. You know, I grew up in the church myself. So this is, for me, standing up for what I believe in. Because it's been co-opted and it's being perverted. And I am not okay with that. When you hear him speaking in the way that we're used to hearing people like Jesus speak, it really hits home, I believe. It really causes a disturbance.
Well, there you go. A little bit of art appreciation for everybody. One man flipping the tables, as he said himself. Showing the inherent hypocrisy in Donald Trump and the deification of man. You think it's Mike Pence? You think it's Mike Pence? That'd be funny. It would be funny if it was Mike Pence. Why isn't this working? Oh, shit. Idiot. Okay. I just thought that was a good one. Now, earlier this week on, what was this, Monday? This might have been Tuesday. Monday or Tuesday. Trump was in the Oval Office for a little Bible reading. Taped message for a Christian group. I wonder how much he got paid for this one.
Thus Solomon finished the house of the Lord and the king's house, and all that came into Solomon's heart to make in the house of the Lord. and in his own house he prosperously effected. And the Lord appeared to Solomon by night and said to him,
He what? He prosperously? What is prosperous?
Of the Lord.
What?
And in his own house he prosperously effected. And the Lord appeared to Solomon by night and said to him, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place to myself for a house of sacrifice. If I shut up heaven, that there be no rain, or if I command the locust to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Now my eyes shall be open and my ears attent to the prayer that is made in this place.
Good fucking God. You'll notice here, I think I'm kind of in the way of it. Let me just get out of the way. You'll notice it says Great American Pure Flicks down there in the corner. Which is a faith-based streaming service. Just let's take a look at pureflix.com. It's like a one of these sort of like Christian like Netflix. It's like, oh, we can't have Netflix is Satan. There's Satan on Netflix. We need our own Netflix called Pure Flix. Pure heart. Values-driven alternative for families. Uplifting movies and series rooted in faith, purpose, and timeless values. No hidden messages. No unwanted surprises. I wonder what's an unwanted... What do you figure is an unwanted surprise? Trans people? Gay people or something like that? Oh, God. Oh, God, it's a black woman. That's an unwanted surprise. Civil rights unwanted surprise. Whoopsies. $12.49 a month. Most popular premium service. Save $17 a month. Ooh, that's a deal. Oh, my God. Wow. Great American Pure Flix. So, I don't know how much the president was paid to do this Bible reading, but what the fuck? What the fuck? What the hell is going on? Butt stuff? Yeah, butt stuff. Unwanted surprises. Butt stuff. Although, isn't that kind of a gray area, I feel like, for the Christians? That, butt stuff. It's like, oh, well, the Lord didn't say butt stuff. Although I do think that counts as sodomy. I'm just saying, I remember high school. That's all. All I'm saying is I remember high school. Now, Jesus supposedly loved immigrants. He was, of course, an immigrant himself. He was turned away while he was technically still a fetus. Oh, in Bethlehem. Does anybody remember it? I'm trying to remember all of the stories as we go. But, of course, unfortunately, Republicans and Donald Trump, not real Christians. They actually hate immigrants. And, well, unless you got an immigrant wife. Unless that immigrant, revert that, of course, is complicated, right? Because, of course, we've seen some Republicans lose that sort of ambivalence on the wives once they become ex-wives. Suddenly, immigration laws back on. It's weird. but the deranged immigration crackdown, being led by the president and his cronies, has been affecting people all across the country. Remember Alligator Alcatraz down in Florida that was suddenly shut down and thousands of people went missing? Well, one man has finally made his way back to civilian life after being released and is speaking out about his experience with CBS Miami last week.
First at 6, a story you'll see only on CBS News Miami. A South Florida man who had been held at Alligator Alcatraz since last October is speaking out after being released from the detention center. Good evening, I'm Lauren Pastrana. Thank you for joining us. CBS News Miami's Yvonne Taylor is your reporter in Miramar, sharing this story about how this man managed to find his way out of what he called a nightmare.
This 45-year-old Cuban man showed up here for his mandated yearly appointment almost 6 months ago. He was then transferred to Alligator Alcatraz. His wife was instrumental in getting him out of that place that he describes as a nightmare. Michael Rojas enjoys cooking dinner with his wife at home. The couple was separated while he was in ICE custody. But one day in March, that changed.
My husband called me and he said he's going to.
I had to look it up. I could have sworn I was wrong about this when I said it. I was like, you know what? Actually, I don't think Alligator Alcatraz is shut down. They were originally ruled to shut down, but then another judge, I think, ruled it could remain open. I had to look it up, and so it's still open. For fuck's sake. Hey, hold on. Yeah. Yep. April 22nd, 2026. Judge who ordered Alligator Alcatraz shut down over his death. Appeals court ruled. A federal appeals court on Tuesday overturned a Miami judge's order that briefly required the Florida Division of Emergency Management to begin shutting down Alligator Alcatraz last summer and barred new detainees from being held at the site. The split decision by the 3 judges panel of the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals said District Judge Kathleen Williams' August 21st order, paused by the same appeals court just days after it was issued, was improper because the environmental groups and Miccosukee tribe bringing the lawsuit failed to prove that the federal government controlled the site.
For release.
Roxana Torres says she was in front of Alligator Alcatraz when she received the call. Now he wants to share his experience.
En Alligator Alcatraz.
Alligator Alcatraz is a place where loved ones are not allowed to visit. Rojas says detainees have no access to attorneys. He told me the living conditions are terrible and complained about the food.
How bad was the food?
Rojas says sometimes the food tasted rotten because the food truck has been under the sun for many hours. He lost 45 pounds during the period he was in ICE custody. We have no privacy. There are cameras over the toilets. 32 people share 3 toilets, so you can imagine the smell. Rojas, who came to the U.S. from Cuba in 2024, has a criminal record. He was arrested and accused of a felony in 2005. He was charged and convicted for accessory to murder. He served 13 years in prison. He was then released, but he had to report to immigration yearly. He was detained in October 2025.
How did you manage to get him released? Is this because you hired an attorney?
One of the wife of detained tell me, do you want to do the habeas corpus for your husband?
Habeas corpus is a fundamental legal action, a judicial order forcing authorities to bring a detained person before a judge to justify their confinement.
And how much was it?
It's free.
Now that he's been released, this 45-year-old man is required to wear an ankle monitor. They told me he has an upcoming hearing to decide if he can take it off.
I feel happy because he's finally released.
Yeah. Released, but under surveillance, 24/7 surveillance. I guess it's better than being in a place where you have to share a toilet with a dozen other people. 3 toilets for 33 different people. It's insane. All right, let's stay talking about immigration. We'll talk about the people who were not as lucky as that guy, unfortunately. As the number of people dying in ICE detention centers continues to rise. Here is the majority report. Talk a little bit about that.
We are back, and we are joined by Austin Coker, once again, friend of the show, research assistant professor at Syracuse University, who writes about America's immigration enforcement system on Substack. I would highly recommend everybody subscribe to Austin's Substack, and you can get real-time updates on detention centers, on ICE across the country. Austin, welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me back, Emma.
Of course. So ICE has now reported the 16th death of somebody in detention in the year 2026 so far. We're in the middle of April. So we know of at least 16 people who have died just this calendar year in ICE detention. This is a 49-year-old man from Mexico who died a few days ago in the Wynn Correction Center in Louisiana. Tell us about what happened.
Sure. So I first found out about Alejandro Clemente is the individual that passed away in Wynn Detention Center. Wynn in rural Louisiana is what we call the detention center alley. There's a whole lot of detention centers in that region. A lot of them are staging grounds for deporting people out of the Alexandria airport, rural airport right there in central Louisiana. And I found out about Alejandro through a woman I've been talking to, Angela De La Valle, whose husband is in that facility and actually found out about this person first. So just imagine, your husband is inside of a facility, you're trying to get him out, and you're learning about detention deaths around him. He was almost 50 years old. He's been held in the facility for quite some time, and the official account about his death does not include a lot of information, doesn't include a lot of information about the full cause of death. And one of the things that we are learning, and we've known for a long time, but we're learning in greater depth now, is the information that is available in ICE's initial press release is sometimes inaccurate and incomplete. And when you really look at the full scope of medical records, we often find that there are all kinds of issues with, not being responsive to people's medical concerns, calling 911, but calling 911 too late, things like that. So.
Yep. The more that, the longer this all goes on, like the more it just, I feel like I just become just like broken, like inside. I lose more and more faith in like some huge swath of humanity who's fine with watching all of this happen or even supportive of it. And it's just disturbing to me that anybody would be fine with their tax dollars going to putting people in places for no crime at all, aside from just being on the wrong side of a line, in places where they are filthy, they have no access to just basic hygiene like showers and a fucking toilet and a sink and their goddamn medicine and food, just the most basic of things. All just deprived of them because they're the wrong wrong color, they speak the wrong language, wrong nationality. It's insane. It's ridiculous. It's unnecessary. And it's just a massive waste. It's a waste of money that leads to suffering, right? Like we're spending money on and creating suffering, right? It's not reducing suffering. It's increasing it. How is that acceptable with anybody? I just don't understand. You just have to be really like a hateful person, I feel like. And it's the same people who are cheering this on are also simultaneously cheering on Donald Trump pardoning criminals. Right? Not just the Gen 6ers, but all the white collar criminals, all sorts of different criminals. They're fine with that, but they want to get rid of immigrants. This is why it's not about crime. None of these people have any scruples, any morals. Not an ounce of dignity or integrity. Now, talk about the people who've been fighting back against the immigration efforts in the United States. Yes, we're talking about anti-ICE protesters. And of course, the government's been trying to go after anti-ICE protesters with anything and everything they can think of, some of which has been successful, but a great deal of it's falling apart.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman in San Francisco with Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. I'm in San Francisco for the national theatrical release of the documentary about Democracy Now! Called Steal This Story, Please. We're headed to California's state capital, to Sacramento today. The film will be showing at the Tower Theater in Sacramento at 7 p.m. I'll be doing the Q&A afterwards with the film's director, Tia Lesson. And then tomorrow, the film will show at the Roxy in San Francisco. I'll be introducing it at 6. And then in Berkeley at the Rialto Elmwood, and we'll be doing a Q&A afterwards. On Thursday, we'll be in Seattle at SIFF. That's the Seattle International Film Festival on Thursday night and on Friday night. And then we're headed to Portland, Oregon, and beyond. It's continuing to play in New York at the IFC and all over the country in Los Angeles and beyond. You can go to democracynow.org to get the latest details where I will be. As we continue now to look at President Trump's immigration crackdown, we turn to an in-depth investigation into the law enforcement response to protesters. In cities across the country, from Los Angeles to Chicago to Minneapolis, residents took to the streets to oppose the militarized immigration sweeps, enforcement tactics, and violence by ICE and Border Patrol agents. The investigation by A.C. Thompson for ProPublica is headlined, Caught in the Crackdown. As arrests at anti-ICE protests piled up, prosecutions crumbled. The accompanying Frontline documentary is Caught in the Crackdown. This is the trailer.
Immigration officials conducted several raids and arrested dozens of people.
An investigation into the Trump administration's months-long crackdown.
Are you encountering a lot of resistance?
Most I've ever seen.
The pushback.
They are creating the emergency and the crisis that we then need to deal with.
I'm asking, who's detaining me?
And the fallout.
President Trump and I, along with others in the administration, have recognized that certain improvements could and should be made.
That was the trailer for the new ProPublica Frontline film Caught in the Crackdown. In a minute, we'll be joined by the investigative reporter A.C. Thompson to discuss what they found when they looked into the tactics, the arrests, the legal cases, and impact of these protests. But first, another clip. This scene is from Minneapolis, shortly after Renee Good was shot and killed by ICE officer Jonathan Ross.
We were reporting in the neighborhood where Renee Good had been killed. Agents were surrounding and questioning a man.
Take your guns home. We don't want guns in our neighborhoods.
We don't need that hardware. It's ridiculous.
People were coming out of their houses.
Get the out! You don't belong here.
The agents started to leave.
Get out of here. Move out. You heard them.
One protester was pepper sprayed in the face at close range. I spoke with the man they were questioning, Christian Molina. He said the officers had rammed his vehicle.
They hit my car for no reason, man. They hit me. What happened? They followed me for no reason, hit my car. They looked at me and they decided to pull me over for no reason. You believe that? That Ford SUV? Yep. I'm a U.S. citizen.
Suddenly,
oh, here, careful.
Someone threw a snowball in the direction of the agents. One of them tossed a tear gas canister into the crowd.
People live here.
An agent pepper sprayed protesters and a news photographer up close. Another fired pepper balls into the crowd.
I feel like I have like PTSD from all of this. Like my like psyche is just like broken down, and on top of it all, like the sort of back and forth, the emotional back and forth of like the YouTube drama in 6 months, getting demonetized twice, having like $2 grand taken away in that time. All these things, it's just like I feel like I'm constantly just like, maximum stress levels.
I was hit 3 times.
I got shot repeatedly with pepper balls. There's a f***ing neighborhood! I was in the car and they threw the shit underneath the f***ing car. Yes! I can't see! Shame on you!
Like my job was already this. It was like dealing with the most stressful, traumatic things on a daily basis. You just add in all this other stress on top of it. I'm just feel like I'm just hit a rope, hit a wall.
As they left, an agent shot pepper spray from his window. It hit my colleagues in the face.
You need this? Here. Give me the camera. Give me the water! I got water!
Was that spray? Did they just spray from the UV?
In the months I'd been covering this story, I'd seen the same pattern everywhere we went. Federal agents using weapons like tear gas and pepper spray against protesters and bystanders. The courts would try to rein them in, but they'd move on to the next city and do the same things. On local TV, Bovino was unapologetic.
We're here to conduct that Title VIII mission. It won't stop, despite rioters, agitators, and vast amounts of violence against federal officers. We're not going to stop.
There's also a scene from the Frontline documentary where A.C. Thompson shows the same footage from Minneapolis to former law enforcement officials. First, Christy Lopez, who spent years investigating law enforcement misconduct for the Justice Department Civil Rights Division.
I showed footage from the scene to Christy Lopez.
We see just use of excessive force after use of excessive force. In no scenario is it okay to be pepper spraying people as you're leaving the scene. It's just they're mad, they're scared, you know, they're able to get away with it, so they're just using the power they have to use force against people.
Then A.C. Thompson shows the footage to Chris Magnus, a former head of Customs and Border Protection, who once oversaw Bovino. Magnus also served as a police chief in multiple cities.
Pretty awful. You know, I mean, one of the things in policing when it comes to use of force, it's proportionality. Is the force really proportional to what you're receiving or what you're dealing with? People may well get under your skin under a lot of circumstances. You don't like it, but professionals don't react to it.
Those were clips from the new ProPublica Frontline documentary Caught in the Crackdown, now streaming for free on YouTube, pbs.org, and the PBS app. The ProPublica investigation by A.C. Thompson is headlined Caught in the Crackdown as arrests at anti-ICE protests piled up, prosecutions crumbled. A.C. Thompson is the investigative reporter on this. A.C., if you can just summarize, I mean, you very dramatic footage here. You were in Minneapolis right after an ICE officer, Jonathan Ross, killed Renee Good. Talk about the protests from Chicago to Minneapolis to Los Angeles, what people were doing when they were arrested, not to mention brutalized and in some cases killed, and then how their prosecutions crumbled.
You know, it was fascinating for me to watch from June 2025 in Los Angeles to the fall in Chicago to winter in Minneapolis, and following the immigration sweeps led by then Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino and the rest of the immigration agencies, and looking at the protests that were erupting around the country. It was this situation where there was allegations of a massive surge in assaults on federal agents. The Department of Justice was labeling the people who were in the streets as domestic terrorists, as agitators, as extremists. They were rounding them up in large numbers, arresting people from city to city to city. And then what we would see after these arrests would happen is, as these cases moved through the court system, the allegations made against the individuals tended to fall apart under scrutiny. So we looked at 300 arrests in these various cities and found that more than a third of them had collapsed. Prosecutors had decided to dismiss them. They had refused to even file charges in the first place, or juries acquitted the defendants. And so the claims that the government was making about this massive surge in assaults, about all these people being terrorists and domestic extremists and all this sort of stuff, it just didn't match up to the reality that, one, that we were seeing on the ground as we were filming, and two, what the courts were finding as they looked at the evidence and prosecutors looked at the evidence.
Of shocks. All the old ladies with whistles weren't domestic terrorists. All these claims of criminal Antifas and violence against immigration officers was a bunch of bullshit. All right. Now, one big story this week didn't make it on the thumbnail or into the title. We're talking about prosecutions. We should talk about the man in charge of all the investigations in this country. At least the federal ones. Now, of course, talking about Cash App Patel. Speaking of Cash App, great way to donate to the Galactic News Network. We still got to make a little progress on the content goal. We're very close to finishing it. I still don't know exactly by how much, but it's like $10 or something like that, I think. It's close to that. I would usually say 2 super chats, but that's not a thing anymore. That's not a thing anymore. All right, let's talk about Cash App. Cash App Patel, the director of the FBI. And some stuff came out about Cash earlier this week. Hold on, let me pull this up. Well, actually, technically, this came out on the 17th, but it really started people started really picking up on this one, I would say, earlier this week, like Sunday, like over the weekend, I would say. Over the weekend, people started reading this. The FBI director is MIA. Cash Patel has alarmed colleagues with episodes of excessive drinking and unexplained absences. By Sarah Fitzpatrick. On Friday, April 10th, as FBI Director Cash Patel was preparing to leave work for the weekend, he struggled to log on to an internal computer system. He quickly became convinced that he had been locked out, and he panicked. Frantically calling aides and allies to announce that he had been fired by the White House, according to 9 people familiar with his outreach. 9. 2 of these people described his behavior as a quote-unquote freak-out. Oh, no, it's paywalled. Bastard. Hold on. Please hold. I think I have a way of finding this. Please hold. Everybody hold. God. Well, suffice to say, I can't find the article on paywalled, but it goes into detail, a great detail, about Cash's parent drinking and rather frantic behavior as FBI director. Apparently falling asleep at his desk to the point that I believe some sort of device had to be brought in to break down the door to his office because people couldn't get a hold of him. The FBI director, that guy, they couldn't get a hold of him so much that his office was locked. They had to break it down. Allegedly. I better say allegedly, just to cover my bases. Because, of course, Cash was not a fan of this story. No, he was quite upset, actually. And on Monday, he sued The Atlantic for $250 million. You know, I get it. He's really just using his role model. You know, the great, not the wizard. He's the wizard. What was Trump again? The king? The king. The great king. He's sued a lot of different media organizations. Why can't he? Why can't Cash get just unimaginably wealthy over stories that clearly are true? Allegedly.
All right, we've got some breaking news. FBI Director Cash Patel just filed a defamation lawsuit against The Atlantic, the magazine, published a report Friday accusing him of excessive drinking and regular absences. More than 24 sources, including current and former FBI officials, spoke with The Atlantic about Patel's alleged behavior. He denies.
Was it a battering ram? I couldn't remember if it was like a battering ram or like a jaws of life or what kind of situation it was, but I had heard there was some kind of apparatus
Accusations.
involved.
We brought back CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman. I hope you didn't make it too far, because when this news came through, we were like, let's get Katrina back and talk about the details. What do we know about this lawsuit?
So it was just filed. They're asking for $250 million in damages here. And with defamation, there is a higher standard when you're a public figure, but they claim that there is actual malice here, which basically means that they think The Atlantic published this with knowledge that they were publishing false information. They did that knowingly, he said. So he's refuting a lot of what we talked about earlier.
Yes, even though there was so many, like in this article was so clear. So like that they had, I mean, I don't have the article in front of me, but it's not just the 9 witnesses to the him thinking he was fired. There was like I think there was like dozens of other different witnesses to different Cash Patel shenanigans, I guess you might call them. Now, fascinatingly enough, within like a day. Wait, before we get to that, I'm sorry. Before we get to that, I want to go to Cash himself. Because he held a press conference earlier this week. I think it was Tuesday morning. Is this the one? Yeah, C-SPAN, 4 days ago.
Directly to the allegations in the Atlantic article that your unexplained absences created a national security risk. And beyond that, can you say definitively that you have not been intoxicated or absent during your tenure as FBI director?
I can say unequivocally that I never listen to the fake news mafia. And as when they get louder, it just means I'm doing my job. This FBI director has been on the job twice as many days as every director before.
I can't equivocally say that I haven't been drunk on the job, but I can equivocally say I don't listen to the fake news media. Oh. Suck it, journalist. Oh my God. I love that response from him. I can equivocally say I don't listen to the fake news media. I know that much. Look, people say they want me to equivocally say stuff all the time, okay? But
what that means is I've taken half as many days off as those before me. What that means is I've taken a third less vacation than those before me. What that means is that this FBI with this Department of Justice has dropped the murder rate 20 points. What that means is this FBI with this Department of Justice has captured 8 of the top 10 most wanted fugitives in the world, twice as many as the Biden administration did in its entire 4 years. What that means is this FBI has seized enough fentanyl off the streets to kill 178 million Americans, a 31% increase. What that means is this FBI and this DOJ has arrested 43% more spies in 14 months than the entirety of the Biden administration. What that means is this FBI has seen a reduction in opiate overdose deaths up to 20% alone. What that means is that we have found 6,300 child victims, 6,300 families have their kids back. That is a 22% increase from the Biden administration. I'm on the job. I'm the first one in. I'm the last one out. I'm like an everyday American who loves his country, loves the sport of hockey, and champions my friends when they raise a gold medal and invite me in to celebrate.
Well, we know you love
I've never
hockey.
been intoxicated on the job,
we know
and that is why
that
we filed a $250 million defamation lawsuit. And any one of you that wants to participate, bring it on. I'll see you in court.
Bring it on. Bring it on. I'll see you in court, says Cash. Wow. He does love his hockey, though. We do know that much. Sure does love that hockey. And drinking.
What that means is this FBI and this DOJ has arrested 43% more spies in 14 months than the entirety of the Biden administration.
What that means is I'm not going to answer your question about how wasted I've been on the job. Let's go to another flawed man, shall we? In this instance, he's not the president of the United States. He is, in fact, the head of the FBI.
That's why he's always looking in two different directions.
Now,
surveillance.
Exactly. I don't know which one of these should we play. Should we play number 2 first?
That's the newsy one, right? The drink one.
Well, let's start with number 3. Okay. Number 3 is Kash Patel had his lawsuit against MS Now. Pop this up. There was a pundit on MS Now that claimed that he was a nightclub regular. And he was offended by this.
It is.
Because so he sued, not to be confused, incidentally, with the lawsuit he has against The Atlantic now.
Yeah, this one's allegedly was for $5 million.
And incidentally, this is in Texas. The court finds that Director Patel has failed to successfully allege a claim for defamation against Figaluzzi. There it is. So Patel basically just got away with making this guy pay for attorney's fees. This is a form of harassment that Patel is engaging in. And it's a way of indicating to Trump, hey, no, this is true. I'm fighting. And that's what you love, a fighting spirit.
Isn't Texas like the slap suit capital?
Exactly. And here is Patel. Let's do number 2 first. He is being asked questions by the reporters. And look, it is quite clear that people are leaking this information, right? It's quite clear, that there are people around Patel who want him out. And they're not Democrats, they're Republicans in the Trump administration. And so it's emboldened the press around this guy.
Where we are today.
Patel, I do want to give you an opportunity to respond directly to the allegations in the Atlantic article that your unexplained absences created a national security risk. And beyond that, can you say definitively that you have not been intoxicated or absent during your tenure as FBI director?
I can say unequivocally that I never listen to the fake news mafia. And as when they get louder, it just means I'm doing my job. This FBI director has been on the job twice as many days as every director before me. What that means is I've taken half as many days off as those before me. What that means is I've taken a third less vacation than those before me. What that means is that this FBI with this Department of Justice has dropped the murder rate 20 points. What that means is this FBI with this Department of...
I just note, she asked specifically, like, can you say you haven't been drunk on the job? And he said all the other guys took a lot of vacation.
Mafia. I'm not, well, yeah. Incidentally, the man next to him is Todd Blanche. And Todd Blanche, of course, is the acting attorney general, the chief law enforcement officer of the United States. And guess what job he had on January 19th of 2025, the day before Donald Trump was inaugurated? Well, he was Donald Trump's chief defense attorney. Funny that. Shall we continue?
20 points. What that means is...
All right. I think we get it, though, with Kash here. Now, if you didn't quite see it, I'm just going to throw this back up. Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. Now, since we're talking about 2 different lawsuits, I just want to make clear which one we're talking about here. This is not the $250 million lawsuit. This is the $5 million lawsuit. NBC News from 2 days ago. A judge has tossed out Kash Patel's defamation suit against former MSNBC contributor Frank Figluzzi. The judge said that Frank Figluzzi's statement, quote, when taken in context, cannot have been perceived by a person of ordinary intelligence as stating actual facts about Patel, unquote. A person of ordinary intelligence? How many of those you figure are in the Trump administration? Patel had assumed Figluzzi over comments he made on Morning Joe about FBI Director evening activities. Yeah, well, reportedly he's been visible at nightclubs far more than he's been on the 7th floor at the Hoover Building, quote unquote, Figluzzi said on the show last year. Figluzzi's lawyers argued that this comment was a sarcastic, hyperbolic remark that receives protection from defamation liability. Yeah, no shit. Now, that's not the $250 million defamation lawsuit that he's currently waging against The Atlantic. That one, I think, is still technically... I don't think that one's been thrown out. Although, I don't see how it could possibly stand. But that's where we're at. One of two. One of two. You're getting censored on Twitch. I'm very sorry. It happens. Twitch has its own moderation settings, just like YouTube does. All right. Not just a reminder. The goal, content goal. Timer, it's over. We're on super secret probationary galactic stream time right now. You can contribute to it in numerous ways. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, and of course Patreon. All right. We're not going to leave Cash quite yet. Because at the same conference where Cash was talking about the Atlantic article and the lawsuit that he was waging against them for said article, they also made an announcement regarding a investigation that they've launched into a particular civil rights group. You might know them as the Southern Poverty Law Center, or the SPLC.
Today, a few minutes ago, in the Middle District of Alabama, a grand jury returned an 11-count indictment charging the Southern Poverty Law Center with 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. In total, according to the indictment, between 2014 and 2023, SPLC paid at least $3 million to 8 individuals at least. These individuals were affiliated with the Ku Klux Klan, United Klans of America, National Socialist Movement, Aryan Nations Affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, the Nationalist Socialist Party of America, Nazis, and the American Front.
Explain again what the fraud is here exactly. Are you saying it's illegal for the SPLC to pay money to people that are in hate groups, or something about the way this was done?
As the indictment points out, there's different ways that they raise money, and in no fundraising efforts that the investigation found did they say, oh, and by the way, we're going to give $1 million to the Ku Klux Klan. So that's fraud. So that's wire fraud. So, and then the bank fraud part of it is you have KYC. You have an obligation to tell your financial institution what the corporation or the entity that you're opening an account for does.
Okay. Well, there's Todd Blanche, Donald Trump's former lawyer, now acting Attorney General of the United States.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Thank you very much, Todd Blanche. I love you, sir. For that very strange press conference. They're launching an investigation into the Southern Poverty Law Center. which has been up until now known for having waged a great deal of lawsuits against hate groups. And they're now being accused of money laundering in some connection with these hate groups to some ends, some illegal means, fraud, I guess, is essentially the allegation. It's a strange thing. But yeah, that's where it's at. What can I say? That is what is being alleged by the government right now. I want to talk about a topic of investigations. We should talk about the courts. And the Supreme Court is certainly an important, perhaps the most important court in the land. Everybody's saying. However, Supreme Court has a very problematic history. And the modern Supreme Court has also come along with something called the shadow docket. Which really should be renamed to something like the unset agenda. Jamel Bowie.
Hey there, we're taking a walk. Maybe you'll see the dog at the end of this. While we're taking this walk, we're going to talk a little bit about the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court of the United States of America, and in particular, a fascinating story about the court published in the New York Times over this weekend by my colleagues in the newsroom. I call them my colleagues in the newsroom because I don't know them, and they work in a different department, but they did the work. And we work for the same company, so they're my colleagues in the newsroom. They published a story on the origins of the shadow docket. If you've never heard that term, that refers to the Supreme Court's docket where it issues judgments without oral argument or without briefing or without even debate amongst the justices on an emergency basis. It's why some observers call this docket the emergency docket, and it's why others, who tend to be a little more sympathetic to the court, call it the interim docket. Now, I think this is a little misleading because often these judgments are sweeping and not interim at all. They, in some cases, overturn long-standing precedent. It doesn't sound very interim to me. And the justices, or at least the conservative ones, expect lower court judges to heed these emergency decisions as if they were precedent. Again, doesn't sound like interim. In any case, this story is explosive and puts the lie, in particular, to John Roberts' self-mythology, this is the Chief Justice, as a caller of nothing more than balls and strikes, an umpire of sorts. Now, what are the details of this story? Back in 2016, the Obama administration, this is early on in the year, the Obama administration puts out its Clean Power Plan, a far-reaching executive action meant to transform the way the fossil fuel industry in this country operates. In particular, to begin to wind down coal-fired plants to make way for clean energy. This, in a lot of ways, wasn't a fait accompli, but it was something where the fossil fuel companies were already moving in this direction. So it was sort of a big nudge. Now, I have to confess, I am very ambivalent about the use of executive action for these kind of far-reaching policies. I do think Congress ought to weigh in. But the Obama administration argued that the Clean Air Act allows it to do this, and it was going to push forward. Here we should talk a little bit about how cases get to the Supreme Court. For the most part, there are two ways this happens. The first is that the government does something, one thing or another, and you, the plaintiff, who decides that you don't think the government should be able to do this, or that the government can't do this, or that you're adversely affected by it, you file suit. You file suit in a federal district court. This is the lowest level of federal courts, and these are the courts responsible for fact-finding, basically, for coming to a judgment based off of the facts of the matter. These are trial courts. Their job is to apply the law as they understand it. Argue your case, the district judge decides, and you lose. You, the plaintiff, lose. The judge decides, hey, the government, I think, can do this. And so then you can file an appeal. you file an appeal to the Circuit Court of Appeal, which covers a geographic area, which includes your district court. So you file your appeal to the Circuit Court. The appeals court rehears the case, but they're not dealing with the facts now. They're just dealing with the previous judgment in the law. And typically appeals courts are quite large. And so there's a panel of judges that hears your appeal. That panel decides, and let's say that the other judges on the circuit court see the panel decision and think, I think there's more to it. They can hear it again as a full court. Either way, the appeals court hears your case, and unfortunately, they ruled against you again. And so here you can appeal one more time to the Supreme Court. And then they take the case. Or they can decide not to take the case. They can say, we're going to let the circuit court judgment stand, or they can take the case. That's one way. And it kind of works this way with state courts as well. You can appeal to a state Supreme Court, and after that, you can appeal to the Supreme Court. Sorry, we had a brief interruption. My dog was barking at some other dogs. The other way cases get to the court is, let's say you have multiple cases dealing with the same issue, same law, same concerns, going through different district courts in different circuits. And they reach their respective circuit courts of appeals, and the three circuits, come to a different decision. They disagree with each other. This is called a circuit split. In this case, the Supreme Court will take the case in order to resolve the split and say what the law is. And occasionally, rarely, the Supreme Court will see a case making its way through the system and will take it before an appeals court has gotten to it. Either way, in all these cases, the court has oral arguments, briefings, discussion, the whole 9 yards. Now, with this Obama Clean Power Plant program, or executive action, West Virginia, representing the coal industry, sues. The West Virginia Attorney General sues, and this case is now making its way through. They get an adverse judgment from a district court, and rather than appeal to the circuit court, they appeal directly to the Supreme Court. The West Virginia AG says, this is an emergency. We need you to handle this now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The justices are on vacation. John Roberts gets it. And John Roberts is also disturbed by this plan. He sees it as an affront to the power of the court, the Obama administration attempting to wield executive authority. He's worried about the impacts on the fossil fuel industry, about how much it might cost to do this. And he just doesn't like the idea of a major set of regulations done without congressional involvement. And even if they were done with congressional involvement, he doesn't really like it. This all comes out in the memos. And so he urges his colleagues to issue an emergency injunction to halt the policy. The other conservative justices agree. This is Anthony Kennedy, Antonin Scalia, Sam Alito, and Clarence Thomas. And we have our first decision from the shadow docket. How do we know all this? Again, I mentioned memos. Typically, we don't get Supreme Court correspondence until quite late, until they're all dead or off the court for some time. We'll talk more about that later. But in this case, someone leaked all this conversation, all these memos to the Times. And this is how we know this. Now, why is this significant? Like I said, it's explosive. Again, it puts a lie to Roberts' conception of itself, his mythology, as an umpire, because here, his decision isn't based on the law. He hasn't gotten briefing. He doesn't know the Obama administration's case. His decision's based really on the fact that he just doesn't like it. It's more the act of a legislator than it is of a judge.
Exactly. Something the conservative justices, I think, used to complain a lot about activist judges. They're trying. But you know, they absolutely are. These conservatives are activist judges themselves. They are legislating from the bench. They're ideological, right? I think too many people think of them as these sort of like philosophers, these like Aristotelian, unbiased, like overseers who could never bend the law in a way that suits a particular thing that they hold as like an ideological thing and not base it in the law. But of course, that's a silly thing to think, and that's exactly what they're doing. It's exactly what they're doing. A bunch of sick ideologues running the court system in this country. And Republicans are hoping to replace those sick ideologues with a new batch of sick ideologues in the near future. As Trump becomes more and more unpopular, it's looking like the next 6-9 months. It's about as much time as they're going to have to do such a thing, potentially. With the midterms underway, Republicans losing seats even before the generals come up with all the special elections that have happened. The House is now technically majority Democrat. The cards are seemingly on the table. I think in a final ditch effort, they're hoping to replace some of those elderly Scottish judges, your Sam Alitos, perhaps.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. Always a pleasure to welcome back to the program Ellie Mistal, justice correspondent and columnist at The Nation magazine. Ellie, well, here we are. We're still standing, barely. But there's a couple of things I want to talk to you about the Supreme Court. One is maybe we should start with.
I'll be right back. I need more tea. What happened? Exclamation point. No question mark. Another unhinged Democrat supporter? Question mark. Who are you talking about?
Could you drum up?
Start with this piece that you wrote last week, and because I am convinced, as you are, as to your conclusion about this, and I would even extend it to Clarence Thomas, and that is Donald Trump has the sense, and I think more than Donald Trump have the sense, that there's a chance the Democrats could take the Senate in the fall, and in which case the clock is ticking for Donald Trump to replace two of the oldest justices on the court. Tell us about that.
Yes. First, thanks for having me, Sam. Nice to see you, Emma. Yeah. So look, Sam Alito is 76 years old, and he notoriously does not like Washington, D.C. His wife notoriously does not like Washington, D.C., right? He is in that era where it is time for him to retire, and he would most likely want to retire under a Republican president because Alito is exactly that political. He wants to be replaced by somebody who's going to carry on his legacy. He does not want to make the Ruth Bader Ginsburg mistake. All right. So that's where that's the stage, right? As we head towards the midterms, if the Republicans are confident that they will hold on to their lead in the Senate, they have a 53 vote majority in the Senate right now because Mitch McConnell already killed the filibuster when it comes to Supreme Court appointments. You only need 51 votes, or with J.D. Vance, 50 votes to confirm a Supreme Court nominee. So as long as the Republicans hang on to the Senate, Alito doesn't have to worry about 2026. But if there's a chance that they don't, then it becomes somewhat politically imperative for him to really think about retiring. Now, I pieced together that Alito has a new book coming out, and that book is coming out on October 3rd, 2026. That's interesting because you know what happens on October 2nd, 2026? That's when the Supreme Court term starts, right? The book comes out on a Tuesday. The Supreme Court starts on the first Monday in October. It is weird. It is weird for a justice to release a book right at the beginning of the term. If you go back and you look at the last 4 or 5 books released by sitting Supreme Court justices, they happened in September. They happened the month before the Supreme Court starts. They happen when people are talking about the upcoming term, but they're not busy. They're free to fly around the country and come on shows like this and do interviews and do book talks and sell their books. So it seemed to me that with an October release of his book, Alito wasn't planning on having a real job come October, right? Then you have all this other heat from the Senate, right? You have John Thune and Chuck Grassley saying, you know, just by the way, FYI, Sam, we're ready to appoint your successor. We got Donald Trump saying, I'm ready, I'm prepared to nominate a successor. Like, you have all this heat from the Republicans that to me are signaling to Alito, hey, the time to get out is now. Basically, the Republicans are doing everything that the Democrats, you know, didn't do in 2014 with RBG, right? So they are trying to ease Alito into that long good night, into that, you know, that lucrative retirement that he surely has awaiting for him before the midterms. That tells me the Republicans are not 100% confident of their position in the upcoming midterm. So that's where I think the field of play is. Now, since I wrote that, Alito's people have come out and said he's definitely not retiring. He is
really. Oh, well, I'm sorry we invited you on. The case closed. We don't need to.
Right. Well, Republicans never lie, Sam. So, like, why? Like, what's that? Look, he has hired clerks, which is an interesting thing. Basically, the Supreme Court gets 4 helpers, research assistants, law clerks per term. They're, by the way, the most important job to get out of law school. That's the job that sets you up for your future legal or judging career. So he's hired 4 of them already. It's a little bit early to hire clerks. Now, justices have retired after hiring clerks before, but that is a sign pointing to the fact that he might well be, you know, all in it to win it in 2026, 2027. So that is a legit piece of information that cuts against my point. But the politics of it all is really what's driving this issue, and the fact that we know Sam Alito cares about politics.
Oh, god damn it, I'm muted. Oh, that's very frustrating. What the hell was I saying from the beginning there? Oh, right, I was saying that's what I was saying. Is right before this video, is that they are ideological, they are political. Sam Alito, you know, Brett Kavanaugh, all these guys, but I mean the old guys too, right? Clarence Thomas. They have a very fucked up ideology that they want to see not only maintained, you know, like they have I think they see themselves as having some sort of a twisted fucking legacy of taking away everybody's rights, rolling back much of the gains of civil rights and other things like environmental policy of the last 40, 50 years. I feel like they think they've achieved something in that. They don't want to see that get undone. You know, they don't want to be in the nursing home and find out that everything that they did to ruin the country and the planet was somehow undone by some young whippersnapper. So, you know, they're hoping to get, you know, someone of the same ideology and perhaps with the ability to take their concepts of a plan to places they never dreamed before possible. Bopey, what is your deal? You came in here, you're all like, initially an unhinged Democrat supporter, right? Your first comment in here was, quote, "What happened?" Exclamation, not a question. What happened? I don't know how do you miss another unhinged Democrat supporter question mark? That was your first comment, and now you're in here giving us notes on the Democratic Party. Thanks, but no thanks. It's cute, but I think clearly disingenuous, right? All right, going back to the majority report, finish up this SCOTUS discussion.
Problem with a Barack Obama policy. If you look at those memos that Roberts leaked out, that have been leaked out from Roberts's pen, there's no
It's a 2-day-old account too. Nice.
law in there at all. It's all politics. It's all economics. What Roberts is arguing over is that it's going to cost his buddies billions of dollars if they let the Clean Power Plan go into effect even for a day. This is what John Roberts saying, that legally they'll probably get rid of it in a couple of months. We know, in fact, that with Trump coming into office, that the Clean Power Plan would be dead on arrival anyway before it really took effect. But John Roberts was so worried about his rich buddies losing some money in the interim that he changed the entire way the Supreme Court operates. So what I want people to go back and read that story and take away from that is that you see how at the very crucible of all things, it was all political and was all economics. There was no law at all in that decision-making process.
And can I just bounce this off you and you tell me if I'm right or wrong quickly? This to me seems like, when Brandeis had his famous Brandeis briefs and was arguing the outcome implications of law, that has been a 100-year project to say, like, that type of critical legal studies where you actually look at what the result of this law was when there's a question, when it's not sort of like very explicit, has been derided by the right for 100 years. And they just did it. Those memos show that Roberts was doing it, but 10 times worse because there's not even an argument about the validity of his assumption, what the outcome was going to be.
100% they were doing the exact same thing, but you know what the difference between Roberts and Brandeis? Roberts was doing it for money.
And he was doing it in secret. Brandeis, put his argument in writing and gave it to the court. There was no argument here. It's just like, it's going to cost them money. Yep. Why that's bad.
Can't let that happen. Can't risk all this money being taken away from my buddies, was Roberts' fundamental legal argument in that case. And that's what I want people to take away from it. Like, Roberts gets relatively speaking, such a clean ride in the press. Roberts gets almost no heat in the press because everyone wants to pretend that he's this moderate, cares about the court's reputation. No, y'all, he cares about the bank. He cares about the dough, and you see it in the leak memos.
And your guess as to who leaked those memos?
I think it's Kennedy. Usually the people who leak are the people who are not currently on the court. I think there's all this talk about the shadow docket. I think Anthony Kennedy outside looking in is like, I got some information on how the shadow docket really started. I think it's a Kennedy. I think it's unlikely to be Breyer, although some of the back and forth was to Breyer, so that's another possibility. But I think it's one of the guys who is alive but not on the court, much more likely than anybody who's on the court. The only thing I'll add is that we know Sam Alito was a big leaker and could always be Sam. I never want to put anything past Sam. But my guess is it's Kennedy or Breyer, just because they're on the outside.
Well, I want to talk to you about that in the future. But Elie Mystal, thank you so much.
Okay, Elie Mystal on the Majority Report. Sam and Emma. Bopey's got more advice. More of his sage analysis. The alt-left DSA progressives aren't going to win the party civil war among the Democrats. Oh, they're not going to win. Okay. Thank you. And where is this sage analysis coming from, Bopey? Your degree in social sciences? You're a statistician? Some sort of a savant? Some kind of a numbers guy? You got the beat on Kalshi or something? Well, you want to talk about elections? Let's talk about elections, Bopey. Your wish is your wish. This just happens to be the order in which we were going to talk about stuff today. Associated Press, get us started off here. With Trump at the No Tax on Tip Summit, a completely fake policy that will sunset before the billionaire tax cuts by some margin.
But it's great
6
to be
years,
back in a place I love, Las Vegas. This is the birthplace of a little idea known as no tax on tips. This is the birthplace. And thanks to our tax cuts this week, thousands of Nevada waiters, waitresses, casino dealers, bartenders, bellmen, barbers, caddies. So I love those caddies. They're very good if you have the right caddy.
Love the caddies.
And valets receive the biggest tax refunds of their entire lives, and you see it. Last summer, thanks to our Republican majorities in the House and Senate, I signed the great big beautiful bill, the largest tax cuts and many other things for working families. But every single American at every income level has more money in their pockets this week because of the Republican tax policies. And we got to win the midterms. If we don't, these policies are going to be taken away from you.
If we don't win the midterms, these policies, these big, beautiful policies will be taken away. There was Trump talking about his terrible policies and how don't threaten me with a good time. Yeah, if you vote the Republicans out of office, these policies will go away eventually. Might even get some better ones. That would be fascinating. Better ones than we had before. Good, we can do it, especially if we focus in here during the primaries. Something that I have been, unfortunately, continuously dragged away from by this or that thing, including the demonetization of the fucking channel earlier this week. That wasn't helpful. That really sort of threw me. All week, I would have loved to have been talking more about the elections. Didn't do any of that. Instead, you all know what we did. You all know what we did this week. It wasn't that. Although I did work a little bit on the spreadsheet. I also noticed some of you started adding comments. Those of you who have joined the Google Drive. By the way, if you're in the Discord, that's the way to join it. Just click it. Saying words. Oh, right. Let's talk about the elections. Right now, California. Primary elections have been going on. One man's been going up in the polls who's looking to replace former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, California. I got Chakrabarty. Here's a little clip from his channel. It's a collab. Oh, collab.
We're going to tell Rowan that he is going to get to meet Hassan tomorrow. So Rowan is a big fan. We're going to get him that handshake.
What is it for? That meeting? The budget. Love. Okay. Rowan.
Yeah.
So tomorrow we're going to walk over to Beit Rima at like 8ish.
It's not happening anymore. Yeah.
No, you're going to meet Hassan.
Wait, really? Wait, what?
You're going to meet Hassan.
Yo, give me a fucking shot, man. Yo. Hey! Ain't no fucking way. Let's go. Let's go. Wait.
This is
insane, dude. Wait, what? Wait, is it actually?
No, it's not April.
You can't do that to me, man. You can't do that.
No, it's April Reels. It's happening.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, you're
gonna be a lot of trouble. Yo, you're Hassan, right? Yeah.
Hey, what's up? Yo. Kind of nervous. We're gonna meet Hassan Piker. Pretty excited. I got him a little souvenir, so he remembers San Francisco, our home. I'm here with Hassan, my favorite streamer.
What's up, man?
What's up? Can I get a photo with you?
Yeah, sure.
Can I do a photo with you and then a photo with you and Shoykot?
Oh yeah.
Sounds good.
This is a video.
I also, really quick, I actually got you a gift.
Wait,
a
you got me
souvenir.
a gift?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's something small.
I was like, oh, I should have got him. Yeah, you're the rich guy. What the hell?
Got my campaign staff.
Serendipity, unexpected cards and gifts.
Do something small. I got you a coaster for San Francisco, so you remember our city.
Okay.
And also you could put your Diet Dr. Peppers on it. You know,
Okay,
just in
thank you
case
so
it gets
much.
full. Yeah, of
Very-
course.
it's very thoughtful of you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
And
sounds
you got a
good.
little note in here.
Yeah, read that.
Read that later, dude. Oh my god, what did he write? Did he write Hassan a love letter? Don't read that. Don't read that on the stream. Look at the body language coming off of this guy. Don't read that. No, don't read that, Hassan. My guy, what did you write? I need to know what he wrote to Hassan. Hassan, read it.
It's embarrassing.
No, oh, Hassan. No, we all need to know what this kid wrote.
Let's grab some food. We're actually gonna go upstairs to their.
It's like, hi Hassan, you're my favorite streamer. This is my address and phone number.
Spot to eat dinner and then.
Okay, hell yeah. All right, let's do it.
Chef Samir. Beit Rima, we have 2 locations. One is here in the Both Triangle. So yeah, this was the original location. And that's it, we've been open since before COVID, 2019.
It's Palestinian?
Palestinian owned, yeah. Inspired cuisine.
I'm very excited.
Yeah.
All right. Let's start with the Fatu salad. Oh.
We'll get a full review.
God damn. Yeah, this is gonna be an ASMR video.
It's like a mukbang, right?
It's so funny because the number one criticism from my fans is always like, why are you eating on camera? And now I'm not even live and I'm still eating on camera. How are you gonna win some of these people over?
Talking to them for the first part, and then.
Okay, all right, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. I'm trying to make it a little bit fun. I've just been very stressed out this week. I left some Sunday fun day stuff in here that I could have, skip past, but it's just because I feel like I deserve it right now. It's been a very stressful week for me, but I feel like everyone's probably also been dealing with stuff. So, all right, I'm gonna skip to the end of this as well.
That Trump actually wants to expand the military budget to $1.5 trillion. And he is going to go to the midterms with that message that, like, we just need to expand the military budget and we need to do austerity here, which is psychotic. I mean, I genuinely think, like, if I were to invent a secret agent that wants to undermine American imperialism, it would look like Donald Trump's. It would do the things that Donald Trump is doing.
That is one of the conspiracy theories about it, right?
Like, be like super vulgar about it, say the quiet part out loud all the time. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go kill people for oil. Also, none of those revenues are gonna come back to you, actually. It's gonna go to all my best friends because we're all corrupt. We're all super corrupt and we love manipulating the market. And I'm gonna keep manipulating the market. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm gonna sell a shit coin. First thing I'm gonna do before I become president. And it's unbelievable. Like, I mean, he still has a cult, which, to give him credit, like, that's impressive.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
How's everything?
It was incredible.
So good.
Everybody come visit Beit Rima 138 Church in the Both Triangle. Come see us.
This food is delicious. It's so good. It's my favorite spot in the city.
God bless you guys, man, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
And you, great work.
There you go. Hassan, check out, hanging out, eating some food. Palestinian food, apparently. In San Francisco. It's making me a little bit hungry. I don't know about you. Oh, I knew I screwed this up. All right. Do a little editing here. All right, let's go here. That was from last week. This next one's from 4 days ago. Let's talk about Shaikat Chakrabarti a little bit more. But let's talk about who is and who isn't endorsing him right now. And something I find rather strange is the fact that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a woman who Shaikat Chakrabarti worked for in the past, we've talked about it. He was on one of her, I think it was her first, like her initial campaign. And yet, no AOC endorsement as of yet.
So I wanted
Mike,
to take some
Figueredo.
time to talk about AOC, specifically her response to a question from a drop site news reporter about whether or not she would endorse Shaikat Chakrabarti, who is running to replace Nancy Pelosi. Now, this is a race that you would think would be of particular interest to her because this is her former chief of staff, so there's a relationship there, and you would think that she would want to see him succeed since he worked for her. But when she was asked whether or not she would support him, she really didn't give a concrete answer.
Yeah, I think for me overall, it's more about I'm trying to think about the role that I am trying to play more broadly in these things. You know, we've got 435 seats in Congress, right? And there is this kind of moment where it's like, and not just with this race, but with any race, once you go in, then it's like, what about this? What about this? What about this one? And I'm one person with, you know, a pretty amazing crack, but also lean team. And so we're thinking about kind of like how much of myself I'm pouring into this and how much of myself we want to make sure that we're, you know, pouring into the task at hand. Like, you know, what we've got going on here. So, but I think that what I will say is that I think that the primary environment that we're seeing is really great. I think that progressives have already notched some really impressive victories this early into the primary season.
She is saying so many words without saying anything. This is very frustrating. This was a very frustrating clip for me. I'm not gonna lie. The second time is no less frustrating. She is saying so much stuff, but nothing. Like saying literally nothing. It's wild. Why can't you just say, "Look, I'm not supporting him for some reason"? Why can't you just name a reason? She's just talking about a bunch of random things. Has absolutely nothing to do with why she's not supporting this guy.
This is ridiculous. And we've got another, 6 or 7 months of it to go. And I'm looking forward to having a lot of new colleagues here in November that we can, you know, it's been a lonely, really lonely road for the first 8 years. And I'm really hoping that it'll be a little less lonely in November.
My boss has a book about that.
Now, because of that non-answer, people began to speculate about whether or not there was some bad blood between.
Okay, so here's the thing. This is the time to endorse, okay? Just so everybody understands. And this is why I take issue with this and this answer. She says we have 6 months. We do not have 6 months. Who is we? Who is we, I guess, is the question. And, like, we don't have 6 months. Democrats, progressives, leftists don't have 6 months to push their preferred candidates to the top, right? In California, for instance, it's June 2nd. So we have 1 month. We have 1 month and 1 week until then. That's when the primary election happens, right? Once you get done with the primaries, you're left with the candidate, the candidate, the Democrat. You can vote Democrat or Republican in the general, right? That's effectively your choice. And so saying we have 6 months is like, and it feels like me is like you're just completely committing us to just voting blue no matter who. I hate that plan. Now's the time to be endorsing. And if there's like a problem with this candidate, I don't know why if she's got a problem with Shaikat, why doesn't she say something? It's just weirdly wishy-washy. I don't appreciate it, especially now when we need this stuff. And he used to work on her campaign, so it's just a weird thing to do.
And it's really hard to say. For me, that was my instinct as well. But at the same time, there are other candidates that you would think she'd want to endorse but hasn't endorsed, like Kat Abu-Ghazaleh and others. So I don't necessarily know that that's the case. I think that maybe she's just being overly cautious. But she very clearly heard some of the feedback that she got from that. And when she was asked again, she had an even more non-answer. In fact, she decided to just not address it. Here's the video.
After our last interview, there was a bit of a response regarding Shoykot, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity to clear up anything. If they, some people said that you guys might have personal beef, anything like that, or what was the nature of your working relationship?
I'm just not commenting on the race. Yeah.
And nothing on those grounds regarding the personal stuff.
I'm just not commenting on it at all.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
So she very clearly doesn't want to talk about that. And when you take into account that, along with other comments she made about the left more broadly speaking being overly critical of her, I'm paraphrasing, but she made some comments about how she believes she's treated unfairly by the left, you can really sense that there's some tension there between her and the left. And I wanted to speak to that because it is there. It's a little bit awkward between the left and AOC, and I think that it needs to be explored a little bit more, so that way we can reach some sort of agreement or ceasefire, because I don't necessarily think it's intentional. I don't think that it's bad faith when the left criticizes her, and I think that there is potential for an understanding here. There just needs to be a pathway of communication that very clearly doesn't exist. So here's my thoughts. First and foremost, I think that regardless if AOC wants to acknowledge this or not, she is viewed as one of, if not the leaders of the progressive left. And with that comes a lot of expectations. She has a phenomenal voting record, so people expect the politics to match, but it doesn't from time to time. A lot of people are confused by her unwillingness to endorse more progressives. There's a lot of...
Yeah, and this is the thing that for me in this moment is very frustrating. And we've talked about how AOC has the ability to raise funds like no other Democrat in the party. But if she's not using those funds to help people in different races. Now, in the case of Shaikat, it's different. He doesn't actually need them. But, at the very bare minimum, she should be putting her voice behind at least a candidate in practically every race, if she can find one to endorse. Right? I feel like there's not enough of that going on right now. We're not talking about the primaries nearly at all. I can list on a one hand practically the number of serious discussion that I've seen around primary candidates, right? Who do we got? Graham Plattner's getting a lot of talk. My brain just went fucking gray. I can't think of anything now, but I know. Okay, Graham Plattner's gotten a lot of talk. Abdul Al-Sayed's gotten a lot of talk. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh got a lot of talk, right? She unfortunately lost her race. Who else got a large amount of discussion from the whole sort of left media space? Because that's who I'm talking about, right? In this context, there's not enough. It's I should have tons, but right now we're just not doing enough. Something that I was hoping to pick up the slack on a little bit, but I'm not doing enough either. Because I've been either stressed the fuck out by the news cycle or by the, some of the latest developments. But, I mean, the first primaries, well, not the first primaries, but we have now 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks until the first primaries of next month. May 5th, I think. May 5th is Indiana and Ohio. Speaking of that, if you want to get in on working with me and the rest of the Space Fams on the election efforts. We have a Google spreadsheet working from, and you can join it via a link in the Discord. Just click it and I'll give you access. You just have to ask for it. And don't get me wrong, like, I'm not saying like this is it for me with AOC. It's just a genuine criticism. I don't think she's doing enough. I don't know what the reason is. I'm not going to ascribe this as being some sort of sinister decision that she's made. If that is the case, that'd be incredibly disappointing, and that would probably be the end of it. But I don't know why she's making this or that political decision, who to endorse, who to give money to, in what race. I just think we should just be hearing way more about these things, and that if she doesn't have an endorsement for Shaikat Chakrabarti, who is she endorsing in the race? I just want to hear that. That's really, to me, is the thing that I think is like lacking in this moment. Pelosi voters don't want an AOC endorsement. You think it is some sort of calculus like that? Like an attempt to avoid alienating centrist Dems? It could be that. It's a viable theory, I think. All right. One more clip on Shaikat. This was posted on Tuesday.
Over a third of Americans are just a rainy day away from a financial crisis. According to the Federal Reserve, about 37% of adults would struggle to cover a $400 emergency expense. That's a broken system. And in a city like San Francisco, where our rents are about 70% higher than the national average, that means that most families are just a flat tire or a medical emergency away from financial ruin. We need policies that create peace of mind in your pocket. I'm talking about Medicare for all, a $300 monthly stipend for childcare, and creating public power to cut your utility bills in half.
Well, there you go. Quick clip there from Shaikat Chakrabarti talking about the everyday struggles of America. Too many people know that story. What was that? Oh, sorry, Green New Deal. I totally ignored you. I heard barking and completely ignored it. And that was very rude. Here we go. Puppy treat. Like, did she say she spread thin on money and people? I didn't hear that part of it. All right. Let's talk about a different election, not the primaries. We'll go back to the primaries in a second. Well, let's talk about the future. Let's talk about the future. 2028 elections. Now, of course, in theory, J.D. Vance is the sort of heir apparent, the very awkward heir apparent to Trump for Republicans in 2028. Of course, there's a few others out there we'll probably talk about in the near future. And actually, wait a second, did I not organize this properly? Because I feel like we should do this later. You know what? I'm going to skip this one. We're going to come back to this one. We'll come back to JD. I got us all ready for this, and now I'm saying, actually, I think I know why it's in this order now. Yeah, but I don't like it this way right now. It's just pissing me off. I don't want to do it this way. All right. Yeah. Let's go to New York and talk about Soraand Mdani.
Soraand Mdani.
And he just keeps getting better and better, responding to criticism with results. Here's a quick clip from NPR from Sunday.
You are a leading voice in your party. You're the mayor of New York, but you are also a national figure. Are you included in these conversations about the future of the party and what Americans writ large want from this party?
In a group chat, or you think?
I don't know. Do you have a WhatsApp chat?
I don't
Is there
know.
a group chat?
I was going to say I'm not in a group chat. I don't know if they have it. I think what has been really exciting is that the hunger that I speak about for a new kind of politics, it doesn't feel specific to New York City. It feels broader than that. And I think in our politics, we've often spent a lot of time pontificating about the meaning of something. That is time that I believe we could spend doing more of that thing. And I think that in delivering what it is that we've been speaking about over the last more than 100 days, that in itself serves as the power of example for what can be done elsewhere.
Okay. There you go. Soraand Mdani in an interview with NPR, responding to critics and skepticism from the Democratic Party establishment. It's been fascinating to watch him in these interviews, you know? And he's been getting more and more of them. I feel like the day that he won sort of marked it, where everybody started asking him to come on to their shows, like all the mainstream media. It was like, actually, I guess we have to talk to him now because he's the mayor. And so now he just basically, whenever he wants, he's got a platform as the mayor. It's truly incredible. But he just keeps getting win after win after win. Going after landlords. He's working on that government-funded grocery store and taxing the rich. Getting all the potholes filled in. More than 100,000 of them. And let's be real, he crushed it in the snowstorm, something that I think some people were worried about. With the legacy of snowstorms in New York being something of a make or break for mayors. Just continues to crush it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it goes without saying that Soraand, ever since he got in power, he keeps getting better. And understand how rare that is. In American politics, as a general rule, you get a little honeymoon period, but then people turn on you pretty quickly. And the reason they do is because they feel in a real way that like, oh, you're not delivering for me, you're not doing anything that helps me. And this has happened with Democrats, this has happened with Republicans. It's a very common thing. You know, you start out, you might be plus 10 in the polls, and then, you know, at the end of your first year in office, you're like minus 13 already or some shit like that. Happens all the time. But guess what? It doesn't happen with a very particular breed of politician. That breed is
what now?
social democratic and to the left. If you're a social democrat or to the left of that, all of a sudden, the normal rules of politics don't apply, and if anything, you go in there and you get more popular. Why? Because you actually fucking deliver for the people. So to this point, let's remember this. To this point, Soraand has already cracked down on shitty landlords. That's a big thing that people love. He ordered a deep cleaning of the subway, the first in New York City history. Okay? He handled that winter storm phenomenally well, where even Republicans were giving him credit. He got Hochul on board for universal child care. He got the freeze the rent through because one of his guys is going to be on the board, and now they have the numbers they need, so he's going to be able to freeze the rent. He's taxing the rich. He's win after win after win after win he's racked up. But it's not only that. His message is sharper than ever. So here he is on Meet the Press in an exclusive interview. Listen to what he says here.
You're looking to deliver relief to New Yorkers, frankly, even from before this war, because while this war has exacerbated a cost of living crisis, that is a crisis that existed from even before the time I was running for mayor. And it's reflected in the fact that we are the most expensive city in the United States of America. But I think your question also gets back to the fact that this is a war to not just be opposed on political grounds, on moral grounds, but even just on economic grounds. We are speaking about a federal administration that has spent upwards of $28 billion killing thousands of people all the way over in the Middle East at the same time as we're being told that this money cannot be found to invest in working class Americans across this country. And I wish that the words of Tupac from the 90s weren't still prescient, but they continue to be true for too many, which is that we always have money for war and not to feed the poor.
Damn. Now, this is consistent. He's been hitting on this message nonstop now for quite a while. Here's another one. He's talking to NPR. Here we go.
You're a proud democratic socialist. It's clear Republicans plan to use you and that platform as an attack point come the midterms. Do you feel pressure to prove that your brand of democratic socialism works before the midterms?
I feel pressure from New Yorkers to deliver for them on their day-to-day needs. If Republicans want to attack a record of making it easier for families to raise their kids in the city, of workers to get paid what they're owed, of New Yorkers to get around the 5 boroughs, they can feel free to attack that. But what they will find is that the reason so many people across the city and across the country have lost faith in politics is because of that sense that politics has less and less of a relevance to their day-to-day needs. And in fact, one of the most relevant things that we can be doing in our politics today is addressing the material needs of working class people. That's exactly what we focused on.
What I'm asking is, whether you like it or not, you have been made to seem like a boogeyman of some kind from the Republicans, especially when you were running. So do you feel an added sense of pressure nationally because of the face you've become of the Democratic Party and specifically the progressive part of this party?
I'll be honest with you, I don't let myself think too much about what Republicans seek to portray me as. The of an ideology is judged.
All right, I'm skipping ahead. Skipping.
Specifically on the economy of the city?
Yes, the war in Iran has had an impact on the of the
Are so Republicans are so fucking lucky that this guy can't run for president because he wasn't born in the U.S. They are so fucking lucky. Okay, but this one is probably my favorite. Listen to this.
Now that you've met with him, that you've spoken with him multiple times, do you still think he's a fascist?
Yes.
And do you tell him that?
Yes.
Now, how does he react?
I think everyone saw in the conversation we had in the Oval Office after our first meeting.
People don't understand, man. Like, if you're a politician, I know it's like, you know, impossible to get this message through to the kind of person who wants to be a politician, but, man, you have to stop caring about what people think, and you just got to say what you think. And that's what Soraand is showing here. Like, hey, do you regret calling him a fascist? Of course not. Like, why would I fucking regret that? like it's very, there's no, like, you're not thinking about all the other things around your answer. You're just giving.
Yep, he's genuine. Just saying it like it is. That's Soraand Mdani. Did I forget to feed Leica again? I keep doing that, don't I? I'm terrible. I'm a terrible doggy dad. Okay. I just figured we would interject that one in here while we're talking about the elections. Soraand Mdani continuing to go up in the polls after his coming to office, seemingly because he's actually achieving things that he said he was going to do. Unfortunately, we have to talk about the people in Congress who continue to do the things people didn't ask for and probably don't like that much. The majority report up next here from 7 days ago.
We are back, and we are joined once again by Daniel Boguslaw, investigative journalist, publisher of the Deeper States newsletter on Substack, and his latest piece in the American Prospect, co-written with James Barada, is entitled Congressional Black Caucus to Support Spying Powers Used on BLM Activists. Daniel, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me.
So your reporting has found that the Congressional Black Caucus is set to support this reauthorization of Section 702 of FISA, but a clean reauthorization, which is key here because this is about giving kind of unchecked power to the Trump administration to surveil activists.
Yeah, I mean, it's deja vu all over again. I feel like this is the third time I've covered one of these reauthorization fights. It's the same pattern over and over and over again for the past decade and well beyond that, where they push this off to the last minute. They try to squeeze it into a really tight vote deadline. Inevitably, IC components come out and they start doing classified briefings about horrifying threats, which are then inevitably leaked to the public into news media. In this case, it was a threat posed against a Taylor Swift concert, which was allegedly thwarted using 702. Before that, 2 years ago during the Riyadh fight, it was the threat of Russian nuclear weapons that would be used in space against U.S. Surveillance satellites. So it's a familiar pattern where it is a very powerful authority. It's used across the intelligence community, although the FBI's misuses are often the most prevalent. I believe Lauren Boebert raised this week a revelation about a NSA analyst illegally using 702 to conduct research of someone they met on a dating app. But we also know that in 2020, 702 was used to surveil Black Lives Matter activists. And so that makes the fact that the Congressional Black Caucus is coming out in support of this clean reauthorization, which does not have any significant or meaningful reforms attached to it, all the more concerning. I know the Hill reporter from Dropsite was out there yesterday, I believe, speaking with members of the CBC, trying to confirm parts of my reporting, and I think he did. Most of them said we have to balance the threats to our nation and civil liberties, and I'm going to think long and hard. Meanwhile, the report I did showed that Gregory Meeks, one of the most powerful members of the CBC, has been lobbying.
He leads their PAC. He leads the Congressional Black Caucus Political Action Committee. Yeah, that's right. And they were a little shakier on that explicitly. 7 hours after our story ran, Meeks got back to us with comments saying he was not the official Rules Committee whip. I think that's what he was trying to say, and was using a kind of classic Washington logic to try to wriggle out of my reporting. Saying that because he's not on the relevant committee, he couldn't be the official committee whip, which of course is not what I reported. And so it's shocking to see not only that, there's no effort to attach significant reforms to this, but that there just seem to be aligned with voting it through. Now, the head of the CBC, Yvette Clark.
Yeah, I just want to give us an update on this. I can't remember who was this. I think if I just search this. It's NPR? I think it was NPR. Yeah. So this was from last week. This is an update. This is from 2 days ago, April 24th. After 2 failed votes, Mike Johnson unveils new plan to extend key U.S. spy powers. Eric Daniel. Early morning of April 24th. Speaker Mike Johnson of Louisiana is forging ahead with his latest proposal to renew a key American spy power. His bill, revealed Thursday, is largely unchanged from a previous a previous plan, which failed in a series of overnight votes earlier this month. The program at center of the debate, Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, is set to expire on April 30th. FISA 702, we already know what this does. For almost 2 decades, privacy-minded lawmakers from both parties have sought to require specific court approvals before federal law enforcement can conduct a targeted review of an American's information gathered through the program. The lack of any such warrant requirement helped sink an effort last week to extend the program for 18 months, as well as a separate vote on a 5-year renewal. Trump officials, like those in past administrations, have argued that such a warrant requirement would overburden law enforcement and endanger national security. Johnson's latest proposal would reauthorize the program for 3 years, but does not include a warrant requirement. Instead, the bill calls for the FBI to submit monthly explanations for reviews of Americans' information to an oversight official, as well as criminal penalties for willful abuse, among other tweaks. So instead of having to go and get a warrant each time, it would just be like a blanket warrant for the FBI to mass surveil everybody in the country. And then just like on a month-to-month basis, be like, okay, so we surveilled this many Americans. I am willing to risk the giving up of my rights and privileges as a citizen for our great military and country, quote unquote. The president wrote on Truth Social last week, advocating for the program to be extended without changes. Quote, I have spoken with many in our military who say FISA is necessary in order to protect our troops overseas, as well as our people here at home, from the threat of foreign terror attacks. It has already prevented many, all caps, such attacks. And it is very important that it remain in full force and effect, unquote. Glenn Gerstle, who served as a general counsel at the National Security Agency during the Obama and first Trump administration, says Johnson's reforms look like an attempt to find a quote-unquote middle ground. Quote, there's not a lot of really substantive changes to the statute, but some gestures are made to people who are worried about privacy and civil liberties, unquote. Oh, gestures? Oh, lovely, lovely gestures of civil rights. I love when they're gestures. Gestured civil rights. Better than real ones. However, a bipartisan reform deal is still out of reach. No. Connecticut Representative Jim Himes, the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, told NPR on Wednesday before the release of Johnson's new proposal that lawmakers were working on a bipartisan solution. He said House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries of New York was in touch with Johnson on the issue. There's a lot of work being done, quote unquote, Himes said. We're sort of working out a process that will be inclusive rather than exclusive, unquote. Himes said he was negotiating with Jamie Raskin on a reform proposal they hoped could preserve and reform the program, reauthorizing it with bipartisan support. Oh, good old bipartisan shit.
I'm staying in the race.
However, Johnson's new bill appears to fall short of the inclusive approach Himes hoped for. NPR obtained a memo written by Raskin to his colleagues urging them to oppose the bill, which he said, quote, continues the disastrous policy of trusting the FBI to self-police and self-report its abuses of Section 702 and backdoor searches of Americans' data, unquote. FBI agents can still collect, search, and review Americans' communications without any review from a judge, quote-unquote, Raskin wrote. FBI agents must receive annual training on a FISA and are generally barred from searching for information about people in the United States if the goal of the search is to investigate general criminal activity rather than find foreign intelligence information. And those searches need approval from a supervisor or an attorney. Republican hardliners who sunk Johnson's last reauthorization attempt also don't appear to be on board for Johnson's latest revision. Representative Scott Perry of Pennsylvania, past chair of the Freedom Caucus, said, quote, we're not there yet. unquote, in a video that he shared on X. I didn't take an oath to defend FISA. I didn't take an oath to defend the intelligence community, quote unquote, Perry said. We can't have them spying on American citizens, and when they do, there has to be accountability. And I haven't seen any that I'm satisfied with yet, unquote.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Well, FISA reauthorization dead in the water could be good for America, really. Gridlock on this particular issue means that they don't actually have authorization to do the things that they do. And as we know, this government is using law enforcement agencies to go after Americans minding their own fucking business. So thankfully, I don't know about crisis averted, but momentary good thing. Momentary not terrible thing, I guess, really is what I'm going for. Momentary not horrible thing. Almost horrible thing. It was close. The vote failed, I think, by just a couple of votes. So think about that. Hundreds of your representatives voted for you to be surveilled by your government for whatever reason it wants. No big deal. No warrant necessary. Speaking of our government, let's go to the Senate. Talk about what voters in Maine are thinking about during this heated Democratic senatorial primary. Here's MSNBC from 4 days ago.
And we are back. Now, in all likelihood, any chance the Democratic Party has to win control of the Senate in November goes.
Look, I'm just gonna call all of the NBC products MSNBC until they switch MS Now back to MSNBC, because I think MS Now is maybe the worst name that anybody out of all. I mean, I'm including my terrible name. I think it's worse than mine. MS Now? What is the MS? Multiple sclerosis now. Microsoft now.
Through the state of Maine and requires unseating Republican Senator Susan Collins. But first, Democrats have to pick a candidate in a primary that is putting the party's thorniest debates about ideological issues and generational change on full display. Maine's Democratic governor, Janet Mills, is 78 years old, or 78 years young, depending on your point of view, and is seen as the establishment figure as she faces off against 41-year-old progressive political newcomer, Graham Plattner. Now, polls show Plattner is leading by a significant double-digit margin, less than 2 months from primary day. But Mills told my colleague Sahil Kapoor she doesn't put much stock in those polls and dismissed concerns over her age.
I do what I always do, and that is going out and talking to people, one-on-one, small groups, and getting to know what's on people's minds. Got it. Small businesses, because people already know who I am, pretty much. They've already voted for me at least once, or had that choice anyway. And, you know, I've done things. I've gotten stuff done for people in Maine.
One other voter in Maine, Jennifer, she's 61. She's a moderate from Holden. She told us she was leaning toward Mills. She doesn't love Plattner, doesn't trust him completely, but she says we've got to change, and he's younger and he's new. She worries 78 is too old. What do you say to her?
I say this. Plattner is the same age as J.D. Vance. He's 41. Does she like J.D. Vance?
Oh, it's the dumbest argument J.D. Vance is the same age as Graham Plattner. Do you like J.D. Vance? I haven't heard a weaker argument yet on age. Hey, gee, man, it's the same age as Graham Plattner. You like that? That's the best I can come up with. It's the best I can come up with on the spot. Hey, come back to me. Like, what? What are you talking about, dude? Oh, you want me to list a bunch of people I don't like who are the same age as Janet Mills? Because I can do that. This is basically what she's doing right now. Donald Trump, same age as Janet Mills. Joe Biden, actually, I guess he's slightly older than Janet Mills, but nearly the same age as Janet Mills. I mean, what is she, 79, 78 years old? My God. She'd be in the Senate for 6 years if she lived 6 more years.
Just because of age? No, it's not all about age. Age isn't the issue. I have experience, I have know-how. I can go there on day one and get things done.
Meanwhile, Plattner, who campaigned alongside Senator Elizabeth Warren on Saturday, offered his take on why he's leading in these polls and why he believes he could be the best choice to take on Senator Susan Collins, despite controversies over his past statements on sexual assault and a tattoo he covered up, which resembled a symbol associated with Nazis.
I think there's just a exhaustion with this kind of politics now in the electorate. I think that's why the negative ads that the governor's campaign came out against us backfired spectacularly. Our support has gone up. And so I think people are sick and tired of this negative performative politics, a politics that is not remotely built around discussing policy. We are playing an entirely separate game. We are doing a campaign that is entirely different, being far more organizing focused, really focusing on going out into communities and connecting with Mainers directly.
Sahil also spoke to both candidates about a recent NBC News focus group that asked Democratic voters in Maine and also in Michigan their feelings on the party.
I want to mention to you some words that some focus groups of Democrats we talked to in Michigan and Maine used about the Democratic Party. Weak, spineless, floundering, ineffective, distracted. Does that sound about right to you?
I think I might use all of those words to describe the Democratic Party on a daily basis.
I think I use those words to describe the Democratic Party on a daily basis. That's exactly the vibes. Can I hear that list of words again? Just one more time. That's an accurate list. Where did they find these people? Oopsies. How did I do that?
I want to mention to you some words that some focus groups of Democrats we talked to in Michigan and Maine used about the Democratic Party. Weak, spineless, floundering, ineffective, distracted. Does that sound about right to you?
I think I might use all of those words to describe the Democratic Party on a daily basis. So, yeah, that sounds right to me.
Do they have a point?
Awful, distracted, awful, wow. Awful. Weak. They probably do. I mean, I'm not happy with everything going on in Washington, not at all. But we need to.
I love how during a discussion about being distracted, Janet looks in about 30 different I just want to watch that one more time. As she's responding to this concept of being distracted, which she's like, initially she seems surprised by, wow, oh, and then changes her tone.
Do.
It's weird.
I mean, I'm not happy with everything.
Do they have a point?
Distracted, wow. They probably do. I mean, I'm not happy with everything going on in Washington, not at all. But we need to level the playing field. I think the Democrats have to take back the Senate. And that's one good reason I'm running. Because I think
she just keeps looking away over and over again.
And I want to make sure we capture
Jesus Christ. She seems distracted.
Now, fresh off this reporting trip to Maine is NBC senior national political reporter.
She seems
Sahil
weak and
Kapoor.
distracted.
Great work. Great to get both candidates.
She's the embodiment
and
of the Democratic Party. She's weak and she looks literally weak and frail and distracted. Oh, Janet. You should just stay governor. You know? Why are you the one? Oh, right. Because I think somebody came to her with like a boatload of money and said, you need to run for Senate. Otherwise, we might have a communist.
A communist. A communist.
All right. Now to another election. Michigan, which was just mentioned on a number of occasions during this discussion. To another Senate race. A man by the name of Dr. Abdul El Sayed, who spoke with Walter Masterson this week. That's right. Like I said, I left a couple of Sunday fun day type stuff. I mean, this isn't really that. I mean, Walter's a fun guy, but this is a serious conversation, generally speaking.
Did the media ask you anything about your experience as an epidemiologist, or was it just about Israel and Hassan Piker?
Just Israel and Hassan Piker.
Got it.
To treat the symptom, it is time for us to treat the disease, which is why we're getting money out of holidays. Money in your pocket. Medicare for all.
The poll conducted by Emerson College found that Dr. Abdul El Sayed is now tied for first place with Mallory McMorrow in Michigan's Senate race.
And I'd like to live in a world where we stand up against any and all violence, understanding that anti-Semitism is wrong, understanding that wars that we should not be fighting are also wrong, and understanding that there really is a connection between the two of them, however much the rhetorical games that people try to play tell us that there somehow is not.
Oh my God, are you Dr. Abdul El Sayed?
Then I am.
Oh my God, hi, I'm Amanda.
Do you want to get some pizza? I would love to.
This is not planned at all.
Yeah, we didn't plan this at all. Can I tour your apartment?
Pizza just appeared here.
Oh my God, what?
Oh my God. Wherever you all go, pizza just appears, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it works.
That's what I figured, and honestly, I'm here for it.
I feel like you're the perfect embodiment
Oh, it's
of
making
this
me
divide
hungry.
we have in America. You're an epidemiologist. I heard that. I said, great, it'd be amazing to have an epidemiologist in the Senate, right? However, the other side hears that you're an epidemiologist and immediately looks at you as a co-conspirator in the COVID pandemic.
Here's the interesting thing about the other side. I actually agree with their statement of the problem. So like, big pharma is a problem. Big ag is a problem. The fact that, we don't create opportunities for exercise is a real problem. The problem is they got crazy ass solutions to it. Like, I don't have issues with pharma because they make bad medicine. I have issues with pharma because they make good medicine and make it too expensive, right? My issue with big ag isn't that they don't make enough beef tallow, right? It's that the price of a Big Mac is the same as the price of 2 bags of lettuce. So if we're serious about actually solving the problem, we'd be doing a lot of other things that they are not doing. But the thing about it is, for them, they see the problem as an opportunity for a grift. I see the problem as an opportunity for a solution. Right. That's the thing they disagree with me on.
So how do you speak to a Michigan voter that trusts a fitness influencer more than they trust an epidemiologist?
Become a fitness influencer?
Hassan Parker? We need Hassan Parker for. It was making me too hungry just watching them eat pizza. It was actually a good discussion, but I just can't do it. I gotta end it there. It might be too late now. I'm so hungry. I even ate food before this. I was just looking at it, just making me more hungry. Pizza. Can you blame me? Pizza is delicious, okay? All right. Now, while we have people like Abdul El Sayed standing up for regular people, we still have a huge number of Democrats standing up for nothing. Or, well, not nothing. Money. To talk more about that and the struggle going on in the Democratic Party, we turn to the Majority Report from Tuesday.
Here is candidate Mallory McMorrow
making her pitch reminiscent of the Kamala Harris shuffle.
I honestly, it's a blend of that, which, look, Kamala Harris, not a good politician, better dancer than whatever this is, because this is a blend of that, yes, the dancing with the marching band, but with the cringe and the 2012 level kind of whiteness of Pete Buttigieg or something like that that is still existing today. Because, I mean, I don't know. It's very millennial. It's very, and I love fellow millennials, but this is why we get made fun of. Look at the fat head.
I like that picture.
Even the fat head's like from 2012. Oh man.
I'm hoping that this is just like a New Orleans funeral for her campaign.
I hope so too. People got mad at me for making fun of that on Twitter. The Bulwark is upset. They said that can't we have joy anymore? So that's
Emma, how dare you go on to Twitter and to make fun of this? A celebration of joy. Emma hates joy. Why does Emma hate joy so much? I have to tweet about this. Angrily. Dear Emma, you hater of joy, how dare you? Sincerely,
I mean, no, it's not joyful.
Why are you such a like a wet blanket
pooper?
Yeah. You know, I kind of appreciate some more authentic joy that represents the class politics that I believe in, and an end to supporting fun.
I have to say, I like marching bands, so.
You have to earn it, though. You have to earn joy. Like, this idea that you just it's the dumbest politician thing in the entire world.
You have to earn joy,
but you want to present joy. I'm sorry. If you want joy, go to, like, Chuck E. Cheese.
Yes.
You're running for politics.
You know what makes me joyful is, like, the concept of having a complete transformation of the Democratic Party from the kinds of losers that think that this like display is going to do anything for people. Like, people have to feel authentically joyful about your campaign in like that you're promising stuff to them, not that you flank yourself with some members of a marching band and high step it out of there.
Shredded Denims put it well on Twitter. What Kamala Democrats understand is that the excitement around Soraand Mdani Obama was the promise of hope, not just joy for its own sake, which only comes off tone deaf when the central promise of your campaign is nothing is ever getting better for your constituents.
Yeah.
And I would add, like, a lot of these people are the same people, like, why is he doing a scavenger hunt with Mdani? Like, the also the problem with this joy is that it's so narrow. It's just her joy, but not with other people.
Yep.
It's just sort of like, you know.
It's celebrating herself.
It's liberalism versus collectivism. Like, that's what they can't understand. The joy that came from Mdani and the what'd you say?
She threw herself a parade.
I mean, she's literally
That's the thing, is that
holding
she
an
hired
image
a
of her face.
parade.
Yes.
She hired a parade, and she's the only person in it. Like, whose joy is this?
Yeah.
That's what the amazing thing. Like, honestly, like, if she had headphones if she had headphones on and was dancing that way, or alternatively, if the band always followed her throughout the entire campaign, wherever she went.
Honestly, I think you would read the same if they did it in like in an apartment. Right, like if she just had the band come to her apartment and do the exact same thing, it would have read the exact same way, right? She hired a marching band to celebrate herself, and it is just wild. It would be just as obviously aggrandizing as
And she's like, I like the idea of bringing a marching band wherever I go because I'm trying to infect people with the joy that comes from seeing a marching band. But it's so clearly just a way to sort of like get attention. At the thing. It's not joy. It is really just a complete It's a stunt. And, you know, stunts are fine on some level, but.
That is a sound shot that I always meant to get and I still haven't gotten, but I really do need Oprah saying joy. Like, for moments like this. This is just, you know, for manufactured joy moments, right? For those classic please clap moments. That's another one we need. Jeb.
Who are you spreading joy to? People are just walking by just going, God, that is so loud. Why endorse? What are we doing?
Right. And I think that it comes off really poorly when you're running such a hollow campaign too, when the circumstances of people's material conditions and where we're at in the world right now require vision. People are joyful when they feel like they can follow you and there's hope for the future.
Remember, she says that we don't want a single payer health care because you wouldn't want the government in charge of that.
Not gonna do it.
Hooray! Clash the symbols together.
Nothing's gonna change. Boom, boom, boom.
There's another example sort of like this. Mdani recently endorsed Lindsey Boylan, guest to this program. You want to stay on this topic?
Well, I wanted to just contrast it with what took place for Haley Stevens in that same Michigan. I mean, I guess if you have a band, maybe you won't hear the way that people are responding to you.
But blues do sound like a tuba.
Here we go. Here's Haley Stevens.
Did
she accidentally go to the Republican convention?
Standing up here with my friends from Unite Here, who have endorsed my campaign for the United States Senate, the working people of Michigan.
Holy cow.
Look, I'm going to tell you all, I'm a daughter of Michigan. I was the daughter of small business owners. My dad was born right here in the beautiful city of Detroit, and my life's work has been defined by putting up my hand for Michigan in tough moments. That is exactly what I did for Michigan when I served as Chief of Staff on the U.S. Auto Rescue alongside the great men and women of the UAW. We saved.
Now, Brian, isn't that like her UAW there? Isn't that sort of like
Give it up for the troops.
Yeah, well, yeah. How about this town is one of the best towns in the USA? Like,
You know, I know the exact clip. I know the exact thing. Everybody is in their mind. They're trying to think of what it is. It's this. This is what everybody is thinking of. This is what is happening. I'd like to take you back in time to the 90s, I believe. Bill and Ted. An adventure. A great one, so I hear.
Things are more moderner than before. Bigger, and yet smaller. Computers.
What just happened?
Davis High School football room.
That's what she's trying to end it with. A good old San Dimas High School football rules, right? That you know, something that everybody can cheer for, right? She's like, okay, no, we get a lot of booze here. Let me pepper in a quick San Dimas High School football rules at the end. UAW, anybody?
I'm staying in the race.
right. Who here likes hamburgers?
Yeah.
Who's drinking tonight, folks?
Just give me a woo. Just give me a woo. Any reprieve from whatever this is.
I would encourage her to stay in the race, though. I think don't be discouraged by this.
Exactly.
Just stay in the race.
Don't let McMorrow bully you, Haley.
Those are outside agitators from the Hassan Piker Islamist wing that are just there to tell you that
infiltrated the Democratic convention.
Don't let Soros's payroll just keep you from saving Michigan.
Exactly right.
Can you imagine what she is saying to her advisors as she walks off that stage? Like she had just, what the F is go? Where the fuck is Chuck Schumer now? God damn it.
She is Chuck Schumer and Gillibrand's candidate, getting booed like crazy at the Michigan Democratic Convention.
When the Democrats take the Senate, if they do, or they're certainly going to overperform, it is not because Chuck Schumer and Kristen Gillibrand went out and found the best candidates. They found their best candidates that they found were former politicians.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. We can't watch this whole thing. I'm moving so fucking slow tonight. It's insane. First off, we never completed the galactic content goal. We only got 80% of the way there. I just kept moving forward. Somehow we're 6 hours into the stream. I have no, this whole thing has gone off the rails. Why the reason I sound so despondent right now is because we are 35 of 128 videos in on this puppy here. I'm not making great time. I'm not making great time. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm doing terrible. I'm having a hard time.
I'm having a hard time.
But
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
never give up. Never surrender. Let's keep talking about the Democrats. I think it's at the, it's like near the end, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, all right. We're just gonna skip to the end of this puppy. Last few minutes of this thing. Well, no, I won't ruin it for you.
If it is.
Incidentally,
for Michigan, though.
Incidentally, I believe he endorsed Eric Adams.
Yeah.
Columbia Arican underscore 9505 just cheered 1,000 bits. Does this help for the goal?
Jesus Christ. 1,000 bits from Columbia Rican over Twitch. That does help. That helps a great deal. That's good enough for a confetti party, which we will do after this clip.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Did you want to set up 18 there? Or is that what you're trying to do?
Well, I mean, here he is. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that was 18?
I mean, we
wasn't
can do
that it?
17 just for fun. I want Sam to see this. I don't think he's seen this. This is just more Cory Booker from that event, and more try to figure out what he's saying here.
So I'm going to say this like the son of a Michigander.
Oh.
Michigan, we're the hand, right? It's nice to have fingers. They all got jobs. They all got perspectives. But I don't want the Michigan hand after your convention. I don't want the Michigan hand after your August primary. I want the Michigan fist. I want you all to unite. I want you to punch a hole in the wall of resistance.
Oh, no.
I want you to grab a sledgehammer and knock some stuff down. I want you to reach up and grab somebody and get them off the couch and get them on the field. We got points to put on the board. I want that Michigan fist.
Oh, no.
Like also like one of those sketches like from like honestly from like 30 years ago where people are just throwing in completely anodyne like and platitudinous sayings. We gotta get on the field. We gotta give 120%.
Corey wants that Michigan fist. Corey wants that Michigan fist, and please trim your nails beforehand.
Break through the barrier of resistance.
Which are my presidential ambitions.
Shoot through the hole. Get in there.
Yeah.
I'll make sure to clean myself first.
What would you do next after that speech? You run outside, you're all motivated, and you just start smashing things?
No, you fire up Grinder, but make sure it's on mute.
Right.
Sorry. Just kidding.
You fire up
Just,
Grinder.
you know.
I know.
You know.
Oh God. Emma, you know what Emma? She's you know what Emma's acting like right now.
You're a little baby.
You are not funny.
Okay, it is a little funny though. It is actually a little funny.
Toilet.
I just love that Emma gets upset when they talk about toilet humor, but now she's found her opportunity. She's found her opportunity to strike. She's like, I've had to put up with your goddamn toilet talk for too long.
Toilet.
MIDI Doctors just cheered 500 bits.
MIDI Doctors at 500 biddies over on Twitch. Incredible generosity. More
MIDI
bits.
Doctors just cheered
100 more
100
bits.
bits.
MIDI Doctors is just cheering bits like a crazy man. Thank you, MIDI. You're a beautiful man. I appreciate you. But now Emma's like, this is her time to strike. Like, I put up with your toilet humor for too long. It's fisting jokes. Fisting jokes Thursday, says Emma.
I mean, this woman is dangerous.
It's a little bit of a
ladies and
coincidence that some of our most rumored politicians that are closeted like that are also the closest to Israel. It's so weird. It's just so weird. It's so weird.
I want that Michigan fist.
The Michigan fist. Thank you, Cory Booker, for that one. Another sound shot I need to grab. I'm just not on it. I'm just not, you know, I took the whole week off practically. I'm not fast enough on the draw with the sound shot. Grabber. Whose fault is that? That's my fault. That's my fault. I'll take the fault. Hype train incoming. What's that mean? 4 seconds? We need one more donation to get a hype train going. Oh, so close. We were very close to getting a hype train. It was right there. It was within our grasp. It slipped away. All right. Well, moving on from Democrats being either feckless and or weird to Democrats actually doing things productive?
What now?
What you talking about?
No, it's real. It's true. I'm not kidding. I would just make that up. Benihana with the biddies over on Twitch. A gigantic Gary gasping. Let's go to Microsoft Now. I mean, MSNBC. From Tuesday. Talk about the redistricting effort in Virginia.
Thanks very much for joining me. In the midst of these crazy, unprecedented, and dangerous times.
Sorry, Bernie, I love Bernie, but due to time constraints, I am skipping Bernie today. We'll watch it tomorrow. Okay. I gotta do it.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
on the redistricting referendum. We've been watching all night. Allie, what do you got?
We can now call that Virginia voters have voted in favor of a referendum to allow for the redistricting of federal House districts in the state of Virginia, which will allow Democrats now to take 3 to 4 seats, depending on how things go in the midterm elections. We have 82% of the vote in across Virginia. 50.28 has voted in favor of the referendum, 49.72. Now, you might say that feels close with 82% of the vote in. The issue is this, that all of those states, all of those counties and districts that have voted against it, that vote came in pretty early. The 2 big counties where we still don't have as much of the count in yet is 51% in Fairfax County. This is the biggest county, Northern Virginia. It's the biggest county in the entire state. We know how this goes in Virginia. So right now it's trending 71 to 29.
So that was the initial reporting from MSNBC. I mean, Microsoft Now. From Tuesday, this is CNN up next, staying on this story. As the votes came in, it was clear Virginia wanted to redistrict.
We have some breaking news tonight, as CNN can now project that Virginia voters have approved a Democratic plan to dramatically redraw the state's congressional map. 92% of the results are in, with just over 51% voting yes on the ballot measure. Now, if this map is enacted, it means Democrats could win 10 out of the state's 11 congressional districts, which would boost the party at large in the fight for control of Congress.
Thank you, Catlin. Much appreciated. All right. Now, one day later, a Virginia judge blocked the certification of special election. Well, the Attorney General vowed to appeal. 13 News Now, from 3 days ago. I don't know why I'm doing this accent.
Just in tonight, the Tazewell Circuit Court is issuing an injunction on Virginia's redistricting referendum, blocking the certification of the election. In response, Attorney General Jay Jones released a statement saying that his office is going to appeal the decision.
Yeah, more than 3 million people voted in the special election. Political observers are impressed. The Vote Yes supporters are pleased with the victory, but the Vote No advocates say this fight isn't over.
If there's one thing voters on both sides of the redistricting battle can agree on, is turnout shows Virginians are engaged. It's what political scientists like to see.
And so I think the story from yesterday is that people made it to the polls, and that was of import. I think people.
Well, that's part of the story. Now, here's the thing. While this judge may be blocking this for now, if there's an appeal, it'll go up the ladder and eventually to the Supreme Court, who has already ruled in the last 6 months on this very issue. So for them to suddenly reverse would be shocking. I mean, it would truly be a shocking reversal if the Supreme Court were to go back all of a sudden and say, oh, well, now that Virginia's done it and it's going to benefit Democrats, you can't do it? Are you kidding me? If they want to delegitimize the Supreme Court and completely end people's support for it, do that. Like, it's already incredibly unpopular, but this is insane. This would be insane, right? I don't think they'll do it. Which means that these maps will almost definitely be upheld. No matter what this one judge is doing right now. Although it will hold this up for a moment and will cause confusion during the primaries. Unfortunately, and honestly, people who are voting in the primaries may have a when is Virginia's primary election again? I think it's later. I think it's July. Wait, no? Wait. Wait, it already happened? No. Did it? Oh, no. Wait. August? Is it August? Shit, I have it written down in my calendar somewhere, but actually, wait. Wait, no, it's right here. West Virginia. Just regular Virginia. This should be so much easier. Ah, it is August. August 4th. Sweet. But it's possible. I mean, depending on how long it takes to get to the Supreme Court. People voting in the primary might be voting in a different district in the general somehow. Which would make things real weird. But let's talk a little bit more about the elections and the redistricting efforts and the way people are handling it.
Let's get the files and figure it out. You're doing what Virginia did, to put it simply. Again, guys, Virginia is deeply evil. Deeply, deeply evil. I have no words. I mean,
you want a great breakdown on what happened in Virginia. Virginians voted to do some redistricting, largely, and I mean, I don't think there was any sort of like pretense about this. It was in response to Republicans redistricting across the country. You got Texas, you got other states where they have redistricted specifically with the hopes, it may have backfired, of gerrymandering so they could win more seats. And so Virginia decided, we're going to do that. We're going to do it temporarily. We're going to have the General Assembly in charge of redistricting, take it away from the Independent Commission until the census in 2030, which is when it's traditionally done. And people are anticipating Democrats will pick up 4 seats in Virginia because of this. And who best to break it down? The savvy and well-read Tim Pool.
Manipulated the map to eliminate Republicans. Now, many Democrats are saying, yeah, well, Texas did it first. No, actually, Texas didn't. Take a look at this map here, for instance. This is the 6th Congressional District. You can see that's Corsicana and stretching up into southern Dallas. The new map, actually much, much larger. Now, what does that mean? Well, districts typically have to have about 775,000 people in it because that's how we...
Yeah. This is fascinating. He's trying to claim that they didn't do it first by telling everybody that they did it first, but it was different. Different but same, don't you see? They redistricted, but it was for a different reason. It wasn't political gerrymandering, even though that's literally what they argued in the Supreme Court.
Based on a congressional seat, this means that this area saw a population decline, so they made it bigger. It's population decline. To be fair, you can make the argument.
Pause it for a second.
They should not have.
No, keep it up and scroll up because I go back just a little bit. They made it bigger. But first off, how do they know there's a population decline? This is not, the census isn't out for another 5 years. So he's making this up. What they did is they went to, they used computer profiling to find out where there were more Republicans. And they basically diluted the strength of, they see that little blue tail there. They diluted the strength of that little blue tail by adding more rural area and turning that district red. Go ahead.
Now, what does that mean? Well, districts typically have to have about 775,000 people in it because that's how we apportion it based on congressional seat. This means that this area saw a population decline, so they made it bigger. It's population decline. To be fair, you can make the argument they should not have redrawn their maps or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, this looks more like a shift. Actually, you know, the easiest way to put it is Texas is making it easier, has made it easier for, to be fair, this is an older article, so I should probably pull up, let's try and...
What the hell? He doesn't know. He's gotten so lost.
He's in the deep end.
The general
of the
argument
pool.
has been that Texas, oh, come on. Texas has made it easier for Republicans to hold their seats as opposed to outright just drafting up, doing what Virginia did, to put it simply. Again, guys.
What Virginia did in response.
Yeah, what Virginia did in response. They just made it easier for what is he saying? He's just saying he made it.
Speaking of making things easy, there's a little site called Wikipedia. Wikipedia.org. They make it real easy for us to figure out whether or not Tim is full of bullshit. What's this? Oh, you can just organize all the districts by population size, and you'll see that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know, like many districts with populations smaller than the one, like dozens and dozens of districts with populations smaller than the one that little Timmy Pool just quoted. Some larger, sure, but it's not a given. It doesn't have to be the exact number because, of course, populations shift all the time. If you had to redistrict, he's such a fucking moron. You had to do it because of population, even though there's many districts across the country that don't have a population size of the one that Tim just quoted, which was, I think, 775,000.
He just made it easier for Republicans to. Now, this is. I don't know if I can say confidently that Tim Pool is knowingly lying, because I think you can never, ever discount the fact that he just has no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah.
And really just has the ability to read on the fly and only reads into the first paragraph. But if you're asking the question, if you're one of those people who want to ask, like, oh, is this the case? Did Texas do this first or not? All you'd need to do is to Google, did Texas redistrict? And Google will fill in as soon as like you start to write it would be district. Put up a couple of, we got a couple of headlines. Yeah! Trump to Texas on redistricting. We're entitled to 5 more seats. Put up the next one. Recenter it. Trump tells Texas Republicans to redraw the state congressional map to help keep House majority. Here's a clip here's a clip from Donald Trump on that sort of thing. And incidentally, this is a clip from local Texas television. Got it.
Well, a lot happening. Thanks for the updates, Brianda. So we are following a developing story in Austin this morning. President Donald Trump just told Texas lawmakers how many congressional seats he wants to flip from Democrat to Republican.
I think we get 5, and there could be some other states. We're going to get another 3 or 4 or 5 in addition. Texas would be the biggest one.
All right, so there it is. Like, if there's any doubt in your mind what the intention was. Now,
we're going to.
God, Tim Pool is such an incurious fucking moron. He's very frustrating to me. He's one of those people who's just failed into just enormous sums of money. Completely. How much did he get from Tenet again? It was like $1 million, wasn't it? It's wild. All right. Jesus. Okay. Yeah. Just editing the name of the goal right now. All right. YouTube took the money. Hey, we're taking the money. I lost my place. I found it. Well, yeah, this seems like the logical next place to go. The very best, the great Harry Emden with the numbers. Is Trump's Texas redistricting push perhaps one of the worst all-time self-owns? Blunderous backfires.
You've seen the trend, Virginia jumping into redistricting, maybe Florida as well very soon. The trend really all began with Texas 10 months ago, redrawing state lines to favor Republicans, a very vocal demand of President Trump. Roughly 1 year later, there are some serious concerns among Republicans that those new lines in Texas might not work out like the president intended. CNN chief data analyst Harry Emden is here now with me to run the numbers for us. So just how much of the chance do the GOP have to hold on to those House seats since this redistricting happened in Texas?
Yeah, talk about one of your all-time backfires potentially, because just take a look here. The chance that the GOP holds on to the House, you go back to the day that Texas redistricted, according to the Caucus prediction market, it was a 33% chance. You come over to this side of the screen, well, that is way down. Hello, down we go. We're talking about just a 14% chance now that the GOP, in fact, holds on to the House of Representatives. So despite starting the fire back in Texas all those months ago, it feels so long ago because the Republican chances of holding on to the House have absolutely declined. Down we go into the water.
Look, it's not unusual when the Republicans are in power and then the midterm comes. We've seen this with Democrats, Republicans throughout the history. But how much has the national environment moved toward them?
Yeah, okay. So, you know, at the end of the day, a rising tide lifts all boats if you're the case of a Democratic Party, right? And what we've seen is a massive shift on the national level. You can see in the generic congressional ballot. Just take a look here. I mean, this just tells the story, right? Back when the day that Texas redistricted, Democrats held a lead on the generic ballot, but it was just 3 points. Since that time, that lead has doubled. It has doubled to 6 points. I don't care how much you redistrict. If you have a 6-point national environment in your favor, if you're the Democrats, Republicans can only redistrict so many seats. And at this point, they're actually behind when it comes to redistricting. Democrats have actually gained more seats. So not only are you seeing that the redistricting has moved against the Republican Party, the national environment has moved against them as well. You got a 6-point lead if you're the Democrat.
Well, there you go. First shots fired. Republicans redistricting in Texas, leading to California and now Virginia. Redistricting in favor of Democrats, picking up seats. And a blue wave potentially, you know, as Republicans continue to lose favorability. You're going to see massive upsets, perhaps, which is why we need to get some good candidates in there, people. Make more happen. If we have just lackluster, milquetoast candidates, people are not going to be energized to go out to vote for them. The hate vote has been sapped dry over and over and over again. And it'll only get us so far. That's why we need people with the right message and the will to actually implement the policies. Not just empty platitudes. Triangles aren't even orbs. What is this? What is this triangle orb situation? Oh my god. I don't even know what to do now. I haven't taken a single break all night. You hear the space police out there. Haven't taken a single break. What do I take? What now? With an hour and a half left to go in the well, honestly, it's not even an hour and a half left to go in the show. Maybe we'll take one at 7. We'll take one at 7 hours and 3, and then we'll just do more stuff. We'll see where we go. I still got a bunch of stuff left to talk about here. We got the Infowars situation. Oh, watching that unfold has been glorious. Got that. Number of other developments and some other things. I guess we don't need to hit up all of these. We could do tomorrow. I'm just feeling so far behind. I didn't do a fucking show yesterday. I didn't do a fucking show the day before that. When was the last time I did a show? Wednesday? Tuesday? But the last show we did got interrupted because of whatever. I don't even feel like saying it. It's been a shitty week, Space Vamps. It's good that you're all still here, though. At least we're still able to stream to all of you. That much I am thankful for. Praise Gary. Gary, why hast thou smited me? Do I not
That's on YouTube.
All right, while we're talking numbers, let's talk about Donald Trump's popularity, which continues to plummet to all-time lows every time they take a poll. Just gets worse and worse for the president. Unless you're counting the MAGA folk, which 100%, all of his supporters still support him, shockingly. And as we've been saying for a long time, what I have come to the conclusion of is that MAGA is a fluid concept. To some degree, Donald Trump started. I'll give him that much. But that his supporters don't necessarily constantly attribute themselves to being, right? If Trump is doing really bad, as we've known in the past, Trump supporters are often shy about their Trump support because they don't want to be ostracized in public for it. And so, they won't tell people that they support Donald Trump. And I think the same thing goes for the term of MAGA, right? And that's why when we see numbers of the MAGA base, it's always 100%. They always support him because it's always the supporters of Donald Trump who claim to be MAGA. If you think Trump's doing a terrible job, you're like, MAGA? What? I've never been MAGA in my life. But the numbers aren't good with the rest of America. And what are the rest of what the next 3 years going to look like with Donald Trump at historically low presidential popularity numbers? Good question to ask Jamel Bowie, maybe, with some answers.
One of my surprisingly controversial takes, i.e., a lot of you disagree with it, and that's fine. That's okay. What else is the point of all of this to kind of argue and discuss and even disagree? But a lot of you disagree with it. One of those takes is that it actually does matter quite a bit that President Trump is very unpopular. It matters quite a bit. What it doesn't mean, and I've never claimed this, what it doesn't mean is that everything is going to slow to a halt, that Republicans are going to completely abandon him, that the MAGA base is going to disintegrate. None of that is the case. But what it does mean is that other political actors, including, I'll say, some Republicans, begin to calibrate their reactions, begin to calibrate how they respond to him differently if they think he's unpopular versus when he's popular. And we can see this, we can perceive this. Remember how it was in December of 2024 and the first few months of the administration, when people across the political spectrum were absolutely convinced that Trump hadn't just won, but he had won a commanding majority. This isn't true, but people behaved like this. And that he somehow represented the country at large, that the country was MAGA and everyone just had to adjust. Democrats were very clearly beginning to kind of fall in line, to push against any type of resistance and to try to be accommodating to Trump. And then all kinds of private actors, institutions, organizations were also preparing to accommodate themselves to whatever Trump demanded, whether that was getting rid of DEI, whether that was trying to purge any liberal or leftist elements in the organizations, whatever it was, they were going to get on board because Trump had won the popular vote. It seemed like he was in command. But as Trump's standing has deteriorated and deteriorated quite rapidly, what you've seen is those institutions which didn't bend continue to hold out, and those that did bend are sort of looking for ways to back off, to kind of recover a little bit of what they gave up. And among Republicans, this is interesting, and this doesn't get so much play, but it's important. Among Republicans, you're seeing a record number of retirements from Congress, people deciding they're not going to run for re-election. Now, I know that there's a fear that there's going to be some kind of shenanigans that would lead to the midterm elections not really happening or the results not really mattering. I've argued against this. I think that the administration will probably try something. They might try to post up some ICE agents at a few polling places, that kind of thing. But I've argued multiple times, and you can check out the video. I think I'll put it at the end of this one. I've argued multiple times that this kind of misunderstands the actual political landscape, that this vastly overstates the difficulty of even trying to accomplish something like this. You need a lot of people. Midterm elections, congressional elections are not presidential elections. They don't hinge on swing states. They hinge on swing districts, and there's probably going to be several dozen swing districts.
This is a service announcement. Please respect our all-powerful deity. Gary demands our respect. By the way, Gary has asked GSL to take a break. In Gary we pray, Amen.
Oh, wow. It's a message from Gary, from the heavens. From the all-knowing. The omniscient one. Praise be to Gary. It's very sad we have no Gary emotes in YouTube chat. In this moment, I would expect a bunch of Gary emotes to come flying around. Now they're only on Twitch. It's the only place you can find them. Until we get remonetized on YouTube. Oh, it's very, very sad. Making me sad just thinking about it. I'm missing Gary's beautiful face right now. I can see it, though. I can see it on Twitch, still. Thank you for the bits. Can all be Regan. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things now. I was trying to move... I knew that I had another video that I wanted for this. That I totally forgot to move here. I watched it. There we go. Perfect.
And so in order to make this actually work, you'd have to have enough people to cover every single possible swing district. And given that last I checked, for example, in Mississippi, the...
Oh, that's a good point. Thank you, everybody, for your Garys in the chat. I almost forgot you, Gary. You can find Gary, just standard Gary. Not Gary as a spaceman or Gary on an island. sipping Mai Tais, or Gary with a juice box, or Gary does a Gary champagne glass. I'm trying to think of what other one. Sherlock Gary, Potta Gary, all the Garys.
Senator is only 3 points ahead. In Mississippi, it's a state that went 61% for Trump. That's a 17-point swing, right? Away.
I just realized I missed a real opportunity. It should be called Investigary. That should be the name for it. God damn it.
From the Republican, given that that's what the national environment looks like, it's probably going to be a fool's errand to try anything more than kind of a token attempt to suppress votes. People can disagree with me about this. We'll see, you know? Eventually reality will let us know, so we'll see. Anyway, the retirements, though, are a sign that Republicans at least aren't so confident and either think they might lose in the general election or simply don't want to be in the minority in either the House or the Senate. So you have all these indications, these indicators that suggest that Republicans know the president is very unpopular. They're trying to shift the conversation away from Iran to talk about their big tax cut bill. This is why you've seen all these no tax on tips events that the president has held. But even those, he can't get out of his way, and they become kind of fiascos for the president and Republicans. Now, I bring all of this up because we have some new polling out, and a new NBC News poll shows Trump at 37% approval, which is bad. That's approaching George W. Bush in 2008 levels. And then I think I'm going to say 63% disapproval. And if you break down the disapproval into strongly disapprove and kind of just regular disapprove, it's 50% strongly disapprove. And
okay, I gotta pee really bad. I'll be right back.
Regular disapprove. So the vast majority of those who disapprove strongly disapprove, which means they're not budging. They're not moving back into the approval column anytime soon. And that really is striking. I mentioned George W. Bush. Around the last year of his term, he had similar numbers with disapproval. Something like 51% of Americans strongly disapproved of Bush, and they weren't going to budge. That strong disapproval coupled with that low approval is something you can see across multiple polling averages, where Trump is trending into the 30s and his disapprovals remain very high. And if we look at special election results and polling results and generic ballot, what you see is an overall national environment that is trending quite strongly towards the Democrats, anywhere from D plus 8 plus 9 plus 10, which would put you in the 2018 range in terms of a swing, to something that we've never really seen in a long time, you know, possibly in the D plus 14, plus 15. Massive swings that would put all kinds of races in play. It's why the Senate is very much in play. Prior to this year, prior to when Trump took office, the assumption was that whatever happens, Democrats were not going to take the Senate. The bar was too high. But Trump is so unpopular, so catastrophically unpopular, that a Senate upset is very much in the mix. Like I said, this is actually going to shape how other political and non-political actors respond to the president. Beyond the fact that administrations, even the best ones, tend to flail in the face of low popularity, and it takes a lot of skill, right, in a White House to be able to bounce back from a bout of low popularity. It happened. Reagan bounced back in 1983 from a bout of low popularity in 82. Obama bounced back from his bout of low popularity in 2011. It's possible to do. Clinton bounced back from his in 95. This can happen, right? Like a skilled White House with a skilled president can bounce back, but it's difficult to do. And this White House is many things, the Trump White House, but it's not skilled. We're looking at really kind of bottom of the barrel players here, not even the B team or the C team or even the D team, but the F team, or I grew up in a place where the lowest grade you could get was an E, so my mind jumps to the E team. But the F team, several of whom are so monomaniacally focused on their own ideological interests that they will do catastrophically unpopular things because they just want to do them. That's Stephen Miller and his assaults on various cities. So it's not clear, right, that the administration can meaningfully recover. I mean, they can, maybe. I'm not ruling it out. It's certainly possible. But I wouldn't hold my breath here. Not going to hold my breath. And that raises something that I think is intellectually interesting. It probably won't be great to experience, but it's interesting. We haven't really seen a president get brutally unpopular this early in his administration with this many years left to go?
Yes, indeed. So what will be the question? Will Trump lash out, or will he cower and hide in the basement of the White House, in the ballroom? Oh my God, he'll build the ballroom and then he'll just never leave. He'll just like, they're gonna build like some sort of like state-of-the-art bunker in there. He's just never gonna leave the ballroom. Just hide out. Or he'll turn into a complete fascist dictator. Should be interesting. I mean, he already is one. But I guess it could technically get worse. Hate to think of it. Poggers. Poggers to you, Carl. All right, up next, CNN. Back to Harry Emden. Back to Harry. The top 10 voter groups turning on Donald Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Hey there, I'm Harry Anton, and today we're counting down the top 10 key groups that voted for Donald Trump back in 2024, but have shifted against him as he goes underwater. And we're going to start with the smallest movement and build our way up to the biggest movement. And we're going to do so looking at the pure data, the raw numbers, baby. So let's start off with Generation X, which I often feel like gets ignored, right? We talk about millennials, we talk about Gen Z, we talk about the baby boomers. But Generation X was the most Trumpy generation. He won him by 7 points back in 2024. But down he goes now to minus 12 points on the net approval rating. That is a 19-point shift away from Donald John Trump. I dare say he has a bit of a St. Elmo's fire on his hand. I'm sorry, I just love all those movies back from the 1980s. Of course, another key group that voted for Donald Trump back in 2024, in which we saw a similar shift, is men, male voters. We talk about a gender divide in politics. Women vote for Democrats, men vote for Republicans, but now even men have turned against the President of the United States. Look at this. Going from plus 12 points,
daddies are more stronger than mommies.
2024 over Kamala Harris, and now his net approval rating minus 7 points. Again, we're talking about a 19-point shift away from the President of the United States. Male voters are saying, That's Mike Dikembe Mutombo. When it comes to Donald John Trump. Now, an even bigger shift that we're seeing is amongst suburban voters. You win in the suburbs, you'll win elections. That's how it works in the United States of America. You look at Fox News polling. Back in October of 2024, look at this. Donald Trump had a small lead, very much matching what he won by nationally, pretty much so. Look at that, a 2-point advantage. But look at this. In the suburbs, minus 20 points now in the net approval rating for Donald Trump, at least as recently as late March. We saw that in the special election last week, right? New Jersey's 11th district, a lot of suburbs there, went heavily for the Democratic candidate by about 20 points. So we're seeing this movement actually show itself down ballot. Now, a slightly bigger shift, but one is very much in the news right now, given the war of words between Pope Leo XIV and Donald Trump. Catholics. This was such a big component of Donald Trump's coalition back in 2024. Look at this. He won Catholics by 20 points. But now, even before Trump and Pope Leo butted heads, Trump was underwater, down into the Dead Sea. Look at this. Minus 4 points. That's a 24-point shift away from the President of the United States. Now, if we're looking at a group that had a very similar shift, remember, back in 2024, it was all about young men, right? Young men moving away from the Democrats, moving towards the Republicans and Donald Trump. Well, they're shifting back again, because take a look here. Men under 45 on Trump. In 2024, Donald Trump won them by 5 points. Look now, though, the net approval rating, minus 19 points. Again, that is a absolutely huge shift away from the President of the United States. We're talking about, again, an over 20-point shift away from Donald John Trump. Now, an even bigger movement, again, talking about groups that traditionally had been Democratic, but in 2024 saw massive shifts towards the Republican Party and Donald Trump. If we look at men of color, back in October of 2024, according to Fox News polling, Trump led, although it was within the margin of error, but still led by 1 point. Look at him now. Look at him now, according to Fox News polling. We're talking about Donald Trump, 26 points underwater with men of color. This is a 27-point shift away from the President of the United States. Now, an even bigger shift. How about voters in households making under $50,000? This was a historic win for Donald John Trump. You never really saw this in past elections, but he actually won voters with under $50,000 in income back in 2024. He won them by 2 points. But now you can wave that movement. Adios, amigos. Goodbye. See you later, as I channel my inner Jack Buck. He was an announcer back in the 80s and 90s and early 2070s as well. He broadcast for the St. Louis Cardinals, for those of you who don't know. Also did a lot of great national games. Either way, look at this. A plus 2 point Trump win, historic win for him, with voters making under $50,000 back in 2024. But down he goes. Look at that. We're now talking about his net approval rating negative 27 points. That is a nearly 30-point shift amongst this key group that had shifted into the Trump column. An even bigger shift, though, is this one. Look at this. We're talking about white men with a college degree. This was a group that was a key pivotal group that, again, we saw a big movement from back in 2020 to 2024, and we saw it in the Fox News polling. Look at this. In October of 2024, Donald Trump had a 15-point advantage over Kamala Harris amongst this group. But look now. Oh, boy, this is no bueno. He is now 16 points underwater as of late March. That is an over 30-point movement away from Donald Trump. So now we've gotten into the 30s in terms of the shifts away from Donald Trump, how far he's gone underwater. Now, you think this is a big one. How about married folks? Married folks, right? Those who are not married traditionally Democratic, those who are married traditionally Republican, but they're not on Donald Trump's side anymore. Take a look here. Okay, it turns out that the marriage of Donald Trump and married people, it turns out that that marriage is not blissful at all. Because take a look here. Married voters on Trump. In the 2024 election, take a look here. Donald Trump won this group over Kamala Harris by 14 points, according to the exit polls. Look at the net approval rating now. Minus 18 points. That's a 32-point shift away from the President of the United States, according to UMass Amherst polling. And I will, of course, note that those who are unmarried are even worse off when it comes to their feelings towards Donald John Trump. So.
Wow. But I'm doing my math. I hope I'm not sure I'm doing it right, but
oh my gosh.
I think that's only 9. Is there a 10th? What's the 10th one, Harry? Harry's always got the best numbers. Everybody's saying it. The great
Winning married folks or unmarried folks, and I got news for you. It's one of those two options. One of those two options. You either want to be in one group or the other, or wish you were not in either one of those groups. Sometimes I know how it is in relationship. No, I'm not saying anything here. But either way, we're talking about a 32-point shift away from Donald John Trump when it comes to married folks. Lastly, the biggest shift of all, and this one is the true shocker, folks. So if you stay tuned through this part of the video, thumbs up to you. Everyone should have, but the payoff is really big, because just take a look here. Okay, we talk about the Donald Trump coalition, the group that he gained so much ground amongst back in 2016, the big shift away from 2012, white voters without a college degree, white voters with no college degree. And back in 2024, you jump ahead from 2016 to 2024, look at this. Donald Trump won this group by 34 points. Woof. Look at an average of the recent polling. Even this core group of Donald John Trump's coalition, he is now underwater with, look at this, he's now negative 2 points on the net approval rating. That is a 36-point shift away from Donald John Trump. And
it's a negative approval rating with Gen X, men, suburban voters, Catholic voters, men under 45, men of color, voters making less than $50,000 in household income, white men with a college degree, and white people in general with no college degree. Oh wait, this isn't even the, I just realized that's not the, what am I talking about? That's not the overall, is it? That's not the average. The way he said it made it sound that the number we were looking at was the average. This is just with that one group. I wonder what the actual average is with everybody. It's got to actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it's going to be way lower. Oh my God, he is getting hammered. Hammered! With all those groups they claimed that they had in their buckets. All those redistricting efforts may very well have been done a bit hastily, seeing as they're sort of bleeding all of their bread and butter demographics, as well as the newly made inroads, supposedly newly made inroads. They're claiming, they're part of the claim of the great, what was it now? It's been so long since I heard the phrase. Oh God, what was it? It's like a decree, but like from the people, right? What's it called? The ultimatum? No, that's not quite it. Remember? It's like, oh, we won the popular vote for the first time in like decades. That means we have a, why can't I think of the word? They were saying it so much, and then they stopped saying it completely, and we all forgot it. It's not just me, clearly. We all forgot the word. What is the word? Come on. Mandate. The mandate. Thank you, everybody. Yes, the mandate. The mandate. Remember the mandate? I remember the mandate. I don't remember the word mandate, but I remember them talking about it. Oh, God. We've got the mandate from the masses. They have given us their votes, their vote of confidence, the power to do what they want. It seems like they don't want you guys anymore.
President Donald Trump won re-election in 2024 by expanding the traditional Republican coalition. But we can see in our latest AP North polling that he's in a bit of a tough spot with many of the key groups that got him sent back to the White House for the second time. We can see how many of these dynamics are unfolding by focusing on Hispanics, which are a traditionally Democratic-leaning group that moved toward Trump in 2024. Broadly, they've soured on the president. 41% of Hispanic adults approved of Trump's overall performance as president in March 2025, shortly after he re-entered the White House. That's since fallen to 25% in our latest poll. One potential issue here for Hispanic adults is immigration, and that may be particularly true among younger Hispanic adults. Our latest poll found that only 18% of Hispanic adults under 45 approve of the way Trump is handling immigration, compared.
Oof. Damn. Less than 1/5 of Hispanic adults think Donald Trump is doing a good job on immigration. Yeah, seems like he's really lost his support from Hispanic voters. That was one of the big things that Texas redistricted around. They said Hispanics will never leave the Republican Party. There's nothing the Republicans could possibly do to lose the support of Hispanic people. And here we are. It's still too many. Yeah, that's fair. It's still better than some things we've heard. There's still numbers that baffle me a lot more than 18%. Not gonna get into it right now. Let's move on to some other things. Another election related situation. And that is the 2028 election. It's the video I was going to play earlier, but decided this is a better spot. Let's talk about J.D. Vance and his presidential chances in 2028. Ham date.
They have taken their eye off the ball. They are looking abroad when Americans want them looking at home. And of course, J.D. Vance going and campaigning for the prime minister of another country that is pretty far away from here is just part of a larger picture that the American people dislike.
So J.D. Vance is sent to Pakistan to try and negotiate some type of way out of this.
Yeah, because Witkoff and Kushner have lost all credibility as negotiators. Because what we've seen since Trump has launched this war with Iran is him using the...
You know, I love Emma, and I'm sure that she did this unintentionally, but I don't think they ever had any credibility as negotiators to begin with. I can't think of one thing that they did that would have given me the faintest suggestion that they were credible. But, you know, we all say things, a lot of things. I'm sure she just misspoke. Because, of course, they have no... We all agree those guys have zero credibility.
Negotiation process is a way to lull the Iranians into a false sense of security before he bombs them. And so Witkoff and Kushner have no credibility for the Iranians as negotiators. It's achieved nothing except trying to get them on their heels.
Let me make a prediction. We are going to see within the next 24 hours, maybe 36, some leak from somewhere that suggests that Vance had almost closed the deal and Witkoff or Kushner ended up screwing it up. I mean, Vance wants to go. First of all, why is the Secretary of State not going? Why is the Vice President going? Well, I suspect...
Seriously, thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. When I heard Sam say that, I was like, yes. Redemption. I've been saying this. How long have I been saying this? For weeks now. Where the fuck is little Marco?
Gentlemen.
They're like telling little Marco, just don't worry about it, little Marco.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Like, it's just over and over again. It's gotten out of control. Okay, I didn't mean for that to be too polite.
Wait. Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
There we go, I fixed it. Saying it just seems like over and over again he's just not in places where I expect him to be, like this moment with the peace talks where like why is JD Vance here and not the top diplomat for the country,
because
the guy who was literally approved by the Senate for this very job.
Vance sees his political future completely tied to the end of this conflict.
Well, it's interesting you say that because we remarked on this last week with that very extensively reported Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman New York Times piece. And there are two people who are consistently framed as being more skeptical of this war, and you want to guess who they are? And there's direct quotes. It's very well sourced.
J.D. Vance.
And then the other one is Marco Rubio. Both of them who want... Rubio is distancing himself from it. He wants to be more in the Western Hemisphere area. And it appears that that's actually true, that Hegseth was the one most enthusiastic about this war with Iran. But they want to set themselves up for a presidential run in 2028. So... But in the spirit of Joe Biden, as you know, we have another president in a row who's getting dog walked by Benjamin Netanyahu, offloading the least popular parts of your presidency onto the vice president, like sending Kamala Harris down to the border, and now J.D. Vance is doing Trump's scut work for him. So what is old is new again.
And here is J.D. Vance announcing his failure at the end of the talks.
We've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement. And I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms.
Which is funny because apparently the terms you were negotiating on, all 10 of them were Iran's, based on what Trump initially said.
You think this is going to be good for him not being able to secure a deal? It's unfortunate. Yeah, unfortunate. Although, for JD specifically. But, you know, it doesn't feel like this sort of lack of success, if you will. What do you call that? Incompetence, I guess? Meritlessness? I don't think that's what voters are looking for. I could be wrong.
Empton, which number is this? Oh, I'm sorry, it's number 2. Trump administration and JD Vance not looking so good in the polling right now.
Take a look here. Look at this. Trump administration focusing too much on 4 matters. 58% of Americans believe that the Trump administration is too focused on things abroad. What they believe also is there's been too little focus on domestic matters. Look at this. 60% of Americans believe there's been too little focus on domestic matters. Now, of course, the Iran war is part of this, right? But this is just part of a larger picture, the belief that the presidency and the administration of Donald Trump in his second term, they have taken their eye off the ball. They are looking abroad when Americans want them looking at home. And of course, J.D. Vance going and campaigning for the prime minister of another country that is pretty far away from here is just part of a larger picture that the American people dislike.
So Vice President Vance, how's he doing? How popular?
Yeah, J.D. Vance is not doing too hot to trot at this point. Look at this. Okay, J.D. Vance's net popularity. This should actually be a plus. There we go. Plus 3 points. Then we go to minus 18 points at this point. Started off his vice presidency in plus territory, and now he is in negative territory.
First plus, then negative. Yep. Yeah, I don't think JD's got any chances of being president right now. Now while he's tied to the Trump administration, he would have to make some sort of a bold move. Soon. Very soon. In fact, I don't even know what he would have to do. It would have to be incredibly bold. But some people are plotting to take the king's crown. Will it be JD or will it be others seeking power? It's a question we'll get into here. First, though, I just want to get to this. This is fascinating. Just want to stay. Well, they're not actually staying with CNN, although we were just watching a CNN clip on Majority Report. But I just want to go to this fascinating story from earlier this week. Tucker Carlson came out and apologized for having endorsed Donald Trump.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Here's CNN from 3 days. This is, fascinating. I was not expecting this one.
Can we talk about Tucker Carlson? Because the breakup between he and the president has now reached another level. Let's watch what Tucker said on his show yesterday.
It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like, in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now. We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be. And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. That's all I'll say.
He's talking about his support for President Trump, which...
That was just a fascinating experience for me earlier this week. Just hearing this from Tucker, just apologizing for Trump, saying he's going to lose sleep over having supported this man. It's just quite a moment, I gotta say. It's a breaking of the dam, if you will. You know, Tucker, even though he's had criticism for the president, he hasn't really truly broken from him until this. You know, like, he's still continuing to support much of what he's been doing. But then being like, oh, I have a criticism on Israel. For suspicious reasons. Let's just say suspicious reasons. But this is quite a departure from the president. I was quite shocked, to say the least. I mean, he's got a huge audience, right? And that audience is basically the Venn diagram of the two Trump supporters, Tucker Carlson watchers. Basically a circle, right? A near circle, right? It's a near circle. Because Tucker is not just some random, right? He's not some rando. He's not like just some guy on the internet. Tucker has been in people's grandparents and parents' basements and or living rooms, or in the coffee shop, or in the laundromat, or wherever, right? Like, this guy was on Fox News for a super long time. And for that reason, like, people, like, those people just love him, right? They just love him because he's been doing the same shtick for like decades now. Basically, hasn't changed much. Maybe a couple of tweaks here and there, but nothing drastic. It's been the same shtick forever. It was pumped directly into people's brains through the ether, like vicariously, like, you know what I mean? Like, just via Fox News being on in places all over America, right? Whether or not people wanted it or not. And I mean, so like, I don't think that the 7 million followers on YouTube is representative of his whole audience and how many people actually support him, right? He's got who knows how many Rumble followers, Twitter followers. I don't think he's on Twitch. Maybe he is. It's possible, actually. I don't know. But he's got a huge fucking audience, and it's all Trump's base. And him coming out and being like, I'm sorry for Trump. And I feel basically being like, I feel great shame for having voted for this man. It's something else. But maybe Tucker has a reason for this. Some people think he's thinking about running for president. And this is a bold move. The sort of bold move that J.D. Vance would have to take, like, right now to distance himself from the Trump administration. But it'd be real awkward at the White House for the next 3 years if he were to do this. But this is quite a move from Tucker. I still think he's a douchebag. I still think he's a terrible guy with terrible opinions. Well, this is meaningful in the grand scheme of things, especially election-wise. We keep seeing the dam breaking. You got Nick Fuentes telling his voters to vote for Democrats. Even if it's, like, out of just, like, angry sarcasm. Like, it's that kind of shit that's going to continue to be a rather depressed voter base for Trump and for the Republicans. You don't think Tucker wants to be president? I mean, maybe not. Who's to say? I'm just speculating here. could be ideological. He might very well just genuinely disagree with the president. What do I know? What do I know? It's a media war, you know. Trump's got his own social media platform. Tucker's got his. I've got mine. Well, not platform, but you get what I'm saying. Speaking of media platforms, the Paramount Warner Brothers takeover bid was brought before shareholders for a vote this week. And vote on it they did on, I believe, Thursday. Here's France.
Now, the day's top business news. Brian Quinn, he's a prodigy as well. He's starting with what is shaping up to be a big day for the entertainment industry. A Hollywood mega merger is gathering speed.
Stuart, shareholders in Warner Brothers are due to vote Thursday to approve or reject a takeover, a bid by rival Paramount Skydance. That bid widely expected to be approved. The struggling Warner Brothers put itself up for sale last year, kicking off a bidding war between Paramount and Netflix. And Netflix had for a time appeared to have come out on top with an $83 billion offer. That is until Paramount upped its bid to $110 billion at $31 a share. The deal has drawn significant pushback in Hollywood, with hundreds of big-name professionals signing an open letter opposing the deal, which will reduce the number of major U.S. film studios to just 4. One major concern is that Paramount could cut back on theatrical releases. Following its acquisition by Disney in 2019, 21st Century Fox Studios went from around 25 releases a year to 15 or less. Paramount owner David Ellison has vowed that Warner will continue to release at least 30 feature films per year. The company, though, is borrowing heavily to finance the deal, and some cinema owners are skeptical. Take a listen here.
With the amount of debt that this combined company is going to have, it's going to be an awful big challenge to service that amount and still be able to maintain the capital requirements, because it's necessary to have such an aggressive 30-film slate out there. We hope that they can do it.
Now, next, Washington says it's considering special help for its Middle Eastern allies who are suffering.
Okay. So, yeah. Now, unfortunately for us all, Warner Brothers shareholders approved the buyout from Paramount for $81 billion, making Warner Brothers shareholders a great deal richer, and all of us less free, with the continued consolidation of our media apparatus. Oh my God, these are long ass messages. What are you guys talking about?
$1 billion Warner Paramount mega merger has received the stamp of approval from shareholders, bringing a deal that could vastly reshape Hollywood and the wider media landscape closer to the finish line. Paramount, which was bought by Skydance just last year, wants all of Warner. That means HBO Max, cult favorite titles like Harry Potter, and even CNN could soon find themselves under the same roof as CBS, movies like Top Gun, and the Paramount Plus streaming service. A green light from company shareholders increases the likelihood of that becoming a reality, but it's not a done deal quite yet. The buyout still faces ongoing regulatory reviews. Many entertainment workers and some lawmakers have already sounded the alarm over the deal and are calling for.
Right, like the FCC is gonna block this? The one that's here to greenlight everything that Donald Trump wants? They're gonna block the merger of the billionaire Trump donor. Who's turned CBS into a regime they're gonna block that. I mean, what are we talking about? Of course it's gonna be allowed through. If it's blocked, it would be incredible. Believe me, I would be celebrating. I'd love to see that. Shareholders didn't block it though, and that, in my opinion, That was one of the only things pretty, like, really in the way of this right now. Because I don't see the FCC doing anything about it. And I'm not sure what it would take outside of out of like FCC action, because it's the regulatory body intended to actually give a fuck about all this. But there it is. Now there was another merger this week of a very different variety as a result of a lawsuit. And that was, of course, as you've probably been waiting for, the buyout of Infowars by The Onion. That's right. The Onion is relaunching Infowars, the plan to take over the entire platform, announcing it on their website. Wait, I had this. Did this get taken down? Where is this? Hold on. Oh, this was the. Hold on. Please hold. This is the thing. The first thing that I saw, I woke up this week. I think I was really pretty upset. I saw this and I was just, for just a moment, just so, just so pleased. Where is it? I must find it. Where? It's in shorts. I posted this thing. Come on. Yes. It was this. It was this one clip.
On a new plan to acquire Alex Jones's media company Infowars. The Onion submitted a proposal to a Texas judge yesterday asking for a temporary license to put its content on the Infowars website and social media pages.
Now, Infowars is facing liquidation to help Jones pay off more than $1 billion in damages for defamation after he claimed the Sandy Hook school shooting was a hoax. NBC News correspondent Marquise Francis joins us now. So, Marquise, what is The Onion proposing, and when could a judge perhaps make a decision?
Right, Morgan. Thus far, The Onion says it has reached an agreement to take over the far-right site Infowars, and as part of this deal, they're saying they're going to pay $80,000 to license Infowars from the court receivership. And this is just until the judicial stay is over, which will take about 6 months, at which time they can potentially take over Infowars and all of its assets outright by purchasing it all. Now, the CEO of The Onion has said that this new website will be kind of a digital platform and comedy takeover, really, where a new creative director will parody Alex Jones. And we're expected to really understand more about this next week, April 30th, in Travis County courtroom. There will be a decision. And for the most part, for the last few years, Alex Jones has really said, I'm going to keep my site, nothing's going to happen. But he's recently kind of changed his tune. I want to pull up a full screen and read a statement where Alex Jones said something in part where he said, quote, I'm going to continue the exact same show. It's to be called The Alex Jones Show. It's a different news site and news studio, so I'm not going anywhere. So he's a bit changing his tune, and as you noted, this is all a part.
A different studio. Damn, a lot of space police out there tonight. Can you all hear it when they go by? I always wonder what you can hear. The sounds from outside the space station. All right, well, let's get into this. Let's get into this, everybody. It's time to get into it. Oh boy. Everybody knows it. Everybody gets it. This is a serious situation. Freedom is on the line. Freedom. Where do we start? All right, I'm going to let Kyle start this while I open up X. But I have a bunch of X bookmarked. X posts bookmarked, which we got to get into in a second. Oops. Ah, there we go. Oh, okay, here we go.
So as you all know, Alex Jones lost a defamation case to the Sandy Hook families because he was out there in the wake of the Sandy Hook school massacre. And he was saying it's a fake event. They have crisis actors. It's just an attempt to do a gun grab. It's fully manufactured. And, you know, you have families that lost loved ones. And now not only do they have the pain of losing their little kids, but also they're being harassed by Infowars psychopaths, right? And so this went through a court process. Alex was found guilty by default, which is just a fancy way of saying he wouldn't even entertain the court process properly. Like, he wouldn't provide the court with the documents that he was legally required to provide them with. So he didn't take the process seriously enough. He lost by default. So he ended up having to pay like over $1 billion to these people. He doesn't have $1 billion, but it was a huge, massive settlement. I think the biggest in history for a case like this. And so, you know, I've been watching him since then, and it's weird because he's still doing his show. He still has Infowars and all this stuff, and you're going, I don't know, man. It looks like these people haven't gotten a fucking penny from him. And that might be true, that they haven't gotten paid from him at all, even though he's legally required to pay them. So what happens in this scenario is they would foreclose on his shit, they would liquidate it, and they would, like, pay the families based off his shit. He, of course, filed for bankruptcy and tried to hide his assets. Just every scummy trick under the sun is what he tried to do. Well, now we're in a place where they are seizing Infowars and they're putting it up for people to bid on it. Well, the Onion decided, oh, wouldn't it be amazing if we buy Infowars and then we turn Infowars into a parody of itself? And all the reporting that's out there now seems to indicate that's exactly what happened. They won. They won their bid for Infowars, and so...
Okay, all right. I finally pulled up my bookmarks. I've gotten to the place I want us to get to. So, thank you, Kyle, for getting us going on this, but let me just switch us over. I don't want to ruin any of the future posts. We're gonna do one at a time here. Might go back and forth between a couple of things. Fuck, it's on Chrome, so I gotta pull this over here. All right, this is from April 20th, posted by Infowars. Or what should be titled something else. But at Infowars on X. So this was Tuesday? Do I have that math right? Is that Tuesday or Monday? Brain just broke. I think it's Monday, isn't it? It is Monday. Okay. Monday. Posted to the Infowars account. God dang, I'm not glad I'm wearing this tinfoil right now. I'd be in serious trouble if I didn't have this beautiful, shiny hat to protect me in this terrible time. Oh, God. Prepare yourselves, everybody. Prepare yourselves to enter the Twilight Zone. Oh boy, it's about to get crazy. It's about to get crazy, Space Fams. Alright, Infowars. Or the outfit formerly known as Infowars. I should have given you a warning. I'm sorry.
You could do a parody of somebody, but none of you took something from them.
Right.
We've already checked with lawyers, so they're in deep shit. I'm already suing the Democrat Party law firms. Already got civil rights lawsuits. So you think, look, just because you're wearing my shirt, don't mean you're me.
This is ridiculous.
Folks, the Onion has stolen the shirt off of Alex Jones's back at this point.
Can you imagine being this poor guy? Like, you just at work. I mean, sure, you work at Infowars, you gotta assume a certain level of insanity, but your boss, Alex Jones, just comes waltzing in shirtless.
And it's a sad thing to see.
Oh my God.
Are you an employee of The Onion now, Alex?
No, we laugh about this, but a year and a half ago, they announced that they now owned us.
Yep.
And it was all a fraud. This time they've had a court hearing and they're announcing they own us, which shows with this judge that's been super corrupt, the state judge, it's already a done deal. But don't worry, we got a bunch of legal avenues. It'd be one thing if they just shut us down, but they are telling the New York Times and obviously more videos that they're going to misrepresent. Have you played the trailer?
Yeah.
They're going to misrepresent that they're us to confuse people and, quote, rip people off like Alex Jones did. They're going to make money. The whole thing's about defaming me. You can't take something over and then act like you're somebody, even if you say it's a parody. You can do a parody of somebody, but none of you took something from them.
Right.
We've already checked with lawyers, so they're in deep shit. I'm already suing the Democrat Party law firms. Already got civil rights lawsuits. So you think, look, just because you're wearing my shirt, don't mean you're me. So let's be 100% clear about that. And so you guys just keep laughing. Just like he did a year and a half ago, or it was November 2024. Was that about a year and a half?
Yeah, this is a story from December 10th. Sale of Alex Jones Infowars to The Onion rejected. And I'll get into this. And
So but yeah, they need to be us to confuse people. By the way, it's a total failure. It goes, we're the 5th biggest newspapers. That's a lie. Newspapers are all dead.
Failure.
Okay.
I looked it up. The Onion gets less than half of the traffic that Infowars gets.
And remember, they said they were going to be Charlie Kirk. Remember when he died, they said, we're going to misrepresent fake quotes of him. This is what the left do. They try to silence you, then they misrepresent who you are. They're body snatchers. They're skinwalkers. They literally take your skin. This is going to backfire big time, folks. Anyways, but hey, you may have...
It's going to backfire big time.
May try to take our skin.
Oh, it's going to backfire huge. Skinwalkers, they're coming. You wear my shirt, but you can't be me. You can't be Alex Jones. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows it.
You may try to take our clothes, but we're still...
All the lawyers are telling us, we're going to sue him. We're going to sue him.
We're still the real info war. And everybody's going to understand that the Infowars is a generic term. A website doesn't matter. Everybody's an info warrior. Don't let them convince you of this. It's going to blow up big time in their face.
Did you see the Ben Collins video where he says we're in an information war?
No.
Yeah, it's an old video where he was doing it at the National Press Club. And he says, we're in an information war right now, and the truth is hard to find. So they've lost the information war, and so they've resorted to lawfare.
And then taking on our skin.
Yeah.
Just because you got a man's coat, don't mean you're them.
No, it's ridiculous. And again, yeah, they just do it.
Forget.
They get away with it.
The Paul Weiss law firm ran all this. Trump settled with them. They settled, and now Trump's on their side.
Yep.
So, hey, feel good, guys. You're on Trump's side. You said it was so bad.
Yeah, exactly.
His body is shaped so fucking weird. Like when he waddles around, his legs are much smaller than the rest of his body. It's just hilarious looking. Oh my God.
No, that's exactly it. They are literally on the bad guy's side. So yeah, it's going to fail.
Wait, you don't own the AlexJonesStore.com. That's how they back us. That's how they keep us on air. You can't get that.
Yeah, so as you guys know, again, the AlexJonesStore.com, that is the only way that we get funding. If you go there, we stay on air. If you don't, we go away. That's how it works. The Onion cannot make us go away. Okay? The lawyers cannot make us go away. The only way we go away is if you don't support us.
And people get confused. It'll be the Alex Jones Network. New news sites. You'll hear about it all soon. All ready to launch. Same people. Harrison. We're going to expand all of it.
Yep, absolutely. And we've been waiting for this, y'all. We have been under a wet blanket of bankruptcy for a long time. It has severely restricted what we've been able to do. We're about to explode. We're about to launch, folks. We are on the launch pad.
Yes. Okay, this is where I wanted to end it. When I saw this, I couldn't. I was like, something like a fuse melted in my brain when I saw the T3 iodine. You gotta get yourself some everybody. You can't get yourself some lame regular iodine. Okay, what you need is the T3. Everybody's saying it. If you get regular iodine, that's enough maybe to save you for like a day in the nuclear apocalypse. T3 iodine, that's gonna repel. It's gonna repel all the nuclear blast. Okay, It's a different guy. Radioactivity, be damned. Okay, T3 iodine is the toughest kind of iodine possible. What the fuck is T3 iodine? And why are we taking it? T3 iodine. Like, I gotta look up, like, what it actually is. Like, why are they selling this? Like, this is clearly some, like, hydroxychloroquine type shit. It's just more of, like, his supplement game. He's like, you gotta, look, alright, you got the elk meat. You got elk meat. You got elk jerky. You got elk protein. You got elk slippers. But do you have iodine? Do you need you don't? Well, here we are. T3 iodine. Perfect. It's a perfect addition to your supplement regime. Keep you safe during the apocalypse. Much more than that regular wussy T2 iodine. Or the even less superior T1 iodine. Oh, God. Okay.
The countdown has begun.
Hold on.
May 1st is the date.
Oh.
I believe I heard Alex say that.
The countdown. The T3 iodine sale countdown's begun. Oh, God. Well, that's serious stuff right there. It's very serious. All right. This is also from Monday. He's got his shirt back on. At this point, he did get his shirt back on. Can you imagine?
Strangled, drowned, sandworm right now. Baron Harkin.
Where your boss just like just randomly just shows up like shirtless, just yelling. Just like yelling, just like storming through the studio. Leaves and then comes back, still shirtless, yelling. That's Infowars. Everybody's an Info warrior, okay? Never forget that. Never forget that. All right, we got more. Later that day, Alex Jones did find a shirt.
I just want to say that our president has done a complete 180. And the first few months he was great, but now I'm wondering if America's paying for his blackmail because it makes zero sense. And he's buddying up to the, I'd say the enemies, but it's like we're paying for his blackmail, and he could care less about it.
Well, that's what Tucker's saying, and that's what all the evidence shows. It's proven in the latest dump of Epstein stuff, so imagine what they held back. They admit they held back a lot, even more than what they released, that Epstein was MI6, Mossad, CIA, that he was blackmailing people, and I don't think Trump was ever really guilty of anything with Epstein, or they would have used it, and notice he was never worried about it. And then whatever they found, he told MTG and others would be too embarrassing to his friends and could bring down the stock market. So he's protecting people, not himself, but by extension, he's involved in the cover-up. And I think it's prima facie, meaning on its face, that yes, Trump has been compromised.
I love this copium. I love this copium. This is after. This is after Alex has gotten the news. And he's still coping. He's still coping so hard. It's like, I don't think he's not trying to protect himself. All right. No, he wouldn't do that. There's nothing for him to protect. All right, he's a great man who just completely and totally ruined my business. Oh God, it's terrible. Oh, everything's fine. Actually, he's a great patriot. Yeah, he's protecting somebody, which is unpatriotic, but not himself. Because, of course, he's a
and we know to who, Israel. So that's exactly. Doge was in there, massive cuts. Everything was awesome. It was moving so quick. I was beside myself the first 4 or 5 months. And then it just jumped the tracks, didn't it?
Yes, sir. It sure did. And, you know, the fact that Lutnick is even sitting in that office, it screams a lot, you know. It's just screaming at us, and we're supposed to, just like you say, nod and agree, and I can't agree with it. It's wrong. It's anti-American. It's anti-Christ, and I'm against.
I thought this was America.
Well, remember, for people who don't know,
Is this America?
Howard Lutnick lived next door to Epstein for decades. Went to his island not once, we now know, but more times. Brought his children there. and was heavily involved with him in business. So he lied to the American people. He's Trump's chief financial advisor, and he was the major insider trader on American United in the week before 9/11. You cannot make it up.
Okay. All right. All right. We're going to come back to my bookmarks on Twitter in a second. But, by the way, I love this AI photo of Alex Jones. He looks like a completely different person. But, before we go back to, at least, hold on, let me double check this. Make sure I've got that right. Is that good enough right now, or do we have one more? Oh, no. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so, yeah, we'll be back to my Trump, my Alex Jones bookmarks. But first, let's go to the majority report and try and figure out who's going to be taking over for Alex at Infowars.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland. We have somebody who called in. I don't totally recognize him, but it's...
you son of a bitch, you left me high and dry. I got the email, Sam. I told you that I would call in, be an exclusive get for you, and you blew it. You blew me off like I'm some kind of dirt.
We had a little communication. Now it's Tim, did you shave your head for this new character you're playing?
No. I'm going through some treatments.
Some treatments.
So, can I drop the bit, or should I keep going?
Sure, I'll do my. We could do dueling Alex Joneses if you want. So we should say there's some news. You have some news that you've now taken over some type of like travel site.
Yeah,
I watched part of like a video that you put out, and you said you were starting a travel site.
I might be starting a travel site. We're looking at all the options. We basically inherited Infowars, which was a political news site.
His audio is fucking insane for this interview. I think at some point they fix it, but for the beginning of it, it is wild. I don't know what he did to achieve this audio effect, but it's crazy.
I'm not familiar with it. They cover the news.
So wait a second. So you inherited. So just back up for a minute. Like I knew that the Onion had gotten had gone in and did some type of like auction or application. Was all this all an application process? Did you apply for this job?
No, they reached out to me for my 2 cents about if they caught the car, that what should they do with it? And we just kept talking about it. And I thought that the joke of if the Onion took over Infowars, it would be funny for about 3 months, and then it would just be over, So we said, well, then what happens after?
Did Infowars like they actually did? Yeah.
Yeah, it did like a Colbert Report style spoof of it. There's just only so much runway you got with that kind of humor. And so I said, well, let's just turn it into
I've
like.
I've seen that with your own show. I mean, I feel like that you've learned that from doing your.
Yeah, I don't want to make that same mistake twice or three times or 4 times.
Very smart.
Yeah.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
So, yeah, I know we're just going to like turn into one of these comedy streaming sites that keep failing, but we keep trying to provide a space for funny people to make stuff and give them money, which feels like a really funny overall joke at the end of the day. If like, Infowars is the premier source for trans comedy. Trans people making comedy, not making fun of trans people. That's the Dave Chappelle network.
Yeah. Let's. I mean, this is all well and good, but I feel like on some level we should have some balance in this. I mean, you're coming on here all happy and bald. You've shaved your head in support. I mean, was that part of this message, or is that just like you're going for a new look?
If you're familiar with a program I do called On Cinema, which your audience is, but you're too old to spend time watching comedy anymore.
I mean, I've heard people mention it. It's a relatively new program, isn't it?
Not quite. But my character on the show lost all his hair and has been wearing a wig for about a year. And so for our Oscar special, the wig was ripped off, and I wanted my bald head to be on TV instead of a bald cap. So I shaved my head, but it timed out perfectly because now I look like that guy.
Well, let's let that guy have his say in this too. Matt, can you cue this up for us? Because it's only fair. He has already responded to this utter.
Oh, he's all over it.
And here he is. I mean, so what is the state of Infowars right now? Does he still have access to it all?
I don't really know. I am not the law about. I'm not the guy to ask. I think there's a judge that's going to weigh in on this in the next couple of days, and they seem to be on our side of the issue. So there's one final little hurdle, but yeah, you can let's listen to the gentleman from Texas set it up here. If you want.
Tubular body.
We're fair and balanced. Let's hear from him and let Tim respond.
In a tubular body. I can't unsee this.
Okay, let's get this because we just watched this clip. It is a disturbing display. It's one of these, actually.
Who it is he's talking to? Why is he like sort of like embodying all of the people who have oppressed him in this guy who's sitting there next to him? Isn't that like an employee?
This is how I would be if I was that guy. I'd be like, I'd be like, these.
Yeah. Hazard pay.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. Let's have him say. I mean, I just like when we come back, Tim better have disrobed, or it's not really a fair fight.
Can I just say something? I taped an interview with the CNN, which I know you guys are always on CNN, but I did a little taping here with Oscar Jimenez. Is that who it is? The dark bearded man, and I did it shirtless.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
and
so
full Alex Jones rage mode with him the whole time, and I hope they put it up. It seemed like it was pretty funny. So, I just love wearing his skin. I love wearing the man's skin. What can I say? I'm like Leatherface.
I just love wearing his skin. Well, there you go. Tim Heidecker will apparently be at least one of the people involved in figuring out what happens with Infowars. Will he be doing an Alex Jones impression? Unclear. To be seen. TBD. I need hydration right now. But we got a serious problem. We're 8 hours into the stream. Also, I in the middle of doing a show. And getting more hydration right now, store, would be in fact somewhat prohibitive to me doing the show. Nobody wants that. Sort of a catch-22, really. When you think of it. Now, we're not done with Alex. You might be thinking, oh, that must be it. No, wrong. I'm sorry, wrong. Let me take us down a rabbit hole. Take us all down a rabbit hole that I took earlier this week. That is the world of Twitter replies, where Alex Jones took it upon himself to respond to people who posting things in the wake of all of this. The man was quite upset.
And in the last few hours,
when he would see posts like this from guys like Cat Turd, TM, trademarked Cat Turd at Cat Turd 2, blames Trump for all of his self-inflicted problems. The View would be proud of what the Info Onion has turned into. Oh God! Oh, that's wow. Oh boy. Now this is a repost from somebody by the name of Ali, who said Alex Jones is crashing out after today's headlines that the Onion has taken over.
I saw
Infowars.
headlines everywhere, trending top of X, that, well, the Onion is to take over Infowars again and make it a satirical website. They've won it. They own it. A year and a half ago, they announced they owned it. Remember, it was a fraud. There had been no bankruptcy auction. It was all a lie. This time, there's not even been a court hearing. But backed by Bloomberg and the Democrats, Ben Collins, the former MSNBC censorship czar, has just announced that they're moving in May 1st. And you see the headline on X or everywhere else that, yep, it's theirs. So if there's any justice, they're going to get in big trouble for this. We're going to file a whole bunch of actions against it. But I do now blame Trump for coming out and openly endorsing their lawsuits and saying I deserve.
So Alex saw this post, which had 1.7 thousand likes, 327 retweets. And he said, no, Donald Trump's DOJ killed the criminal investigation that Had Martin was conducting. But this is not all. I've got more Twitter replies from Alex here. Let me go back one. Yes. Wait, no, I need to go to the, what's the top? No, wait, where's the original tweet? Yeah, here it is. Wait, is this the right one? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, all right. There's this one. This is also from April 20th. A response to a post posted by Alex Jones. A response to a post posted by Alex Jones saying the Democratic Party funded satirical newspaper The Onion is now claiming for the second time that they owned Infowars after being caught in a fraudulent bankruptcy auction in November of 2024. It was overturned by a federal judge. The Onion is now pledging to misrepresent itself as Alex Jones by literally stealing his identity so they could confuse Infowars readers. Listening with the I love his claim that it's not going to be like it's going to be so simple. It's going to actually trick like the Infowars watchers and I guess readers. Do they have a physical newspaper that they publish? I love how he thinks that Infowars viewers are so fucking stupid that they wouldn't be able to figure out that it's no longer Alex Jones in charge. By saying this, he's like, oh, Alex Jones watchers are going to be very confused. Too confused to understand the difference between me and a completely different guy.
We've come to an agreement with the receiver that we get to take over this asset pretty much immediately, just in a couple of days.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, so just to be clear then, the actual...
They're so upset. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm going to skip past it. All right. Now, this is a response to this post by a guy by the name of Michael Vincent. Alex put his ideology above loyalty. Infowars used to be great before it went full R-word over its uncompromising non-interventionism stand, which paved the way all types of outrageous claims against Trump. Not surprised Trump bit Alex. Ideology always fails us. F the Onion, by the way. Alex Jones' response to this guy. who had up until that point, and the point that I found right now has 7 likes. It only had 7 likes, but he decided to respond to it. He decided to respond to it. You mean I put morals and integrity above loyalty? Just read what you wrote. Just read what you wrote, says Alex. Oh, it's getting so awkward over here. Ooh, it's getting so cringe. I'm not saying that this is unusual for Alex, but just the level of the level of cringe is like hitting a peak. It's hitting a fever pitch. What else has he got here? Hold on. Oh my god, this one's hilarious. All right, this is not a Twitter reply guy. This is not this next one is not Alex responding to a Twitter reply guy. This is Alex putting out maybe one of the funniest things. I'll let him go. This is hold on. What day was this? I had to start following Alex after this. Okay, this is the 23rd. So this is Thursday.
If I get killed and they say I overdosed, I don't take drugs, that's not true, or I committed suicide, I would never commit suicide, the prime suspects are the ADL, the Southern Poverty Law Center. I will never commit suicide. I'll never murder, suicide my family, any of that. And you have the head of the ADL a month ago saying we need to use the same energy of exploding pagers against Hamas, against Americans that say Israel got us in this war. That's a quote. That is
Okay, here this. I mean, that's enough of this one for us. But that was Alex Jones on his show, posting a clip of himself on his show, saying that he will never do a number of different things. In what I can't tell whether or not he's taking it seriously or not, or if this is more of the Alex Jones sort of persona. It's not even clear whether or not Alex Jones knows for sure, but this is one of those things that I felt was just perhaps just perfect for just like truly perfect in this moment where he's claiming that the government's against him, and he comes out, he posts the clip saying, if I wind up dead, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. The government came after me. Never forget. never forget. Then this happened. Then the next day, Friday, Alex posted this. Wait, can I look at this without seeing the... Yes, perfect. All right, just want to look at the post first. Okay, now this is a post that he posted Friday. This is of Tim Heidecker, looking terrified and disheveled, saying, the Onion newspaper has been rocked by the discovery that their new creative director produced pro-pedo child kidnapping, torture, and murder programs. Billionaire Michael Bloomberg is the main financier of the Onion's hostile takeover, spelled hostile, H-O-S-T-E-L. The Onion's hostile takeover Infowars and is funding productions designed, therefore, is to wear Alex Jones' skin. Below is an actual mugshot of the creep. All right. I'm just going to go one back because, yeah. What's weird about this post is that readers added context that they thought people might want to know. This is not an actual mugshot of Tim Heidecker. It is a fake mugshot produced for one of his comedy sketches on Adult Swim. Oh, boy. Alex is having a real hard time over here.
I am having trouble doing the show.
I'm having a hard time.
Now, let me go to this next one. Where's the original post? Where's the original post? Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, now Alex Jones started getting in a fight with Laura Loomer on Twitter, replying to Laura's post saying, "Scoop, Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes are both in Italy and fled to Italy at the same time without alerting the viewers. What are the odds that they would both be in Italy at the same time? Sources tell me Candace Owens flew American Airlines from Charlotte. It was apparent Fuentes was in Italy after photos of him in Italy surfaced online. Those two like to pretend that they hate each other, but now they are both in Italy at the same time. Their Sutherland travel to Italy comes one day after the DOJ indicted the Southern Poverty Law Center for fraud over their secret funding of extremist groups." Alex Jones, total bull crap alert. Total bull crap. Well, Laura Loomer, she's full of bull crap. Bull crap alert. I was trying to get Nick on my show 2 weeks ago, and he said he could not come on until after the 26th of April because he was going on a family vacation. No evidence has been given or shown that Nick has ever gotten money from the SPLC. Same goes for Candace Owens. Loomer is just making stuff up, as usual. He was all over the place, getting very upset. But not forgetting to debut his brand new information warfare platform. Not forgetting to debut his information warfare platform, of course, which will be called, I don't know, something. AlexJonesLive.com, which will provide breaking news, analysis, text, and video reports, including the groundbreaking long-form TV, radio podcast that has been breaking the condition of the public for decades, The Alex Jones Show.
Today we celebrate the first glorious anniversary.
Oh, and it's a full-on ripoff of the, what is, God. Oh, I can't think of the director of this ad. He's ripping off a very famous ad right here. With, I'm pretty sure, AI.
Order is the only path to stability.
Definitely AI.
Compliance is the only path forward. Alex Jones is a fringe voice and a crackpot.
Help!
He's
I'm being
martyr.
repressed! Our unification of thought is more powerful a weapon than any fleet or army on Earth. We have created for the...
Was this a scene from the movie 1984? That makes sense. Anyways, Alex Jones, he's going to save us all from the horrible information warfare out there. He's going to be our general, leading us. All right, let's go to this one. I got a couple, I'm sorry, but I got a couple more of these. Some of these are kind of funny. This one has only 2 responses. Alex Jones and the guy that he's responding to. Boo Dragon. You said some horrible, unprovable, unforgivable things about POTUS and FLOTUS, Mr. Jones. The bridge is burned. And I've been giving you a lot of shit over it as a 15-year follow of yours. I've unfollowed and stopped watching. Okay, maybe a few peeks here and there. Hard to go cold turkey. This is a serious Alex Jones watcher. He's like, oh God, I can't stop watching cold turkey. I gotta watch a little bit of Alex Jones. I can't, my freedom dial's too low. I'm angry at you, but I gotta listen just to get a little taste. Currently your label as the legend of conspiracy theories, greatest of all time. You will never be duplicated. But went batshit crazy. Fess up, you're wrong, and your followers deserve an apology. It wouldn't hurt to apologize to the POTUS and FLOTUS either. You know what you said. Admit you were wrong and move on. Alex. When Trump was talking about destroying an entire civilization never to return, I had to speak out. You know, as a power move from a position of strength, Trump always leaves all cards on the table. I never thought once an entire civilization was gonna be wiped out. Remember, Trump kind of threatened Russia and China the same way a few years back. Oh my god, it's hilarious. He's like coming at his long time fans of decades. It's just like the fallout is insane. It just keeps going and going and going. I picked the best ones. I really tried to like narrow it down. I tried to find the very best ones I could. Okay. And that's it on the Alex Jones situation. Whew. That was a fun situation this week. More fun than some of the other things going on. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, exactly. I can't quit you, Alex Jones. That's basically what he said. Look, I can't quit you. I love you, Alex. Look, I gotta admit, I'm very mad, but you're still one of my favorite people in the world. And I have to hear your beautiful, melodious voice, otherwise I cannot continue living. My world is devoid of joy and freedom. I don't have a sweet freedom!
I thought this was America! Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America!
Speaking of right-wing punditry, move on from Twitter to Fox News. For an update to a different situation we talked about last week. And that is the challenge, which one Fox host had basically thrown out into the ether. I believe it wasn't Greg Gutfeld. It wasn't Brett Baer. It was actually, I think it was one of the ladies, wasn't it? Was it Ainsley? I can't remember which one it was. But one Fox 5, I think the backup Fox 5, I can't remember her name. But she basically suggested that Sean Hannity do a on-the-air debate with one
Hassan Parker.
And that particular storyline has had itself something of a development. Here's the Haas Memes channel from yesterday.
When I study every day, his audience is so worried about him debating me that they're literally like, don't do it. And he's like, no, it's fine. It's good. It's good that we're doing it.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith, someone broke into your house.
Sought his platform. Bernie Sanders praised him. Revolution in Media thanked him. AOC hosted a live stream, conversations with him. Congresswoman Tlaib, Ro Khanna has been on many times. Open to further engagement. Call in? No, I'm not going to call in because I'm actually going to debate him. I don't want to fucking call him on his radio show. I'm actually going to debate him in person. Soraand, Marxist, Kami, Mdani, Congresswoman Summer Lee, joining Piker. And then the others expressed openness, including Gavin Newsom and Tom Steyer and others. So why is it important? I think people need to understand. What do I talk often about on this program? I talk about radicalism, radical leftism. There's nothing to debate with this guy. I mean, if you want to rationalize, the thought pattern of people in this country that have no problem with assassinating the United Healthcare CEO. What the? Okay. It's a parody, man. It's a parody account. Align yourself with prominent elected Democrats. Does that not prove how radicalized
I'm
that
going to
party has
retweet
become?
this.
But Sean,
Let's
with all
see
due
if it-
respect, and I mean this seriously, you're giving a platform to someone, and it doesn't matter who aligns with him, because if you look at accountability, there's
Like how they think they're giving a platform to Hassan. He has millions of followers and subscribers across all of the platforms. Like he's probably got numbers almost similar to Fox News. Like outside of like the TV audience, which is baked in for Fox still. All the old people who still have functioning TV sets and cable access or whatever. But I mean, Hassan's doing insane numbers. Like to even think that you're giving him a platform is hilarious. No, you wouldn't want people to be exposed to Hassan. Although I guess technically Fox's audience, not necessarily the audience that's getting a bunch of natural exposure to Hassan. At the very most, they probably hear their like grandchildren going, Hassan. They hear something about Hassan. I don't know what that means, but the kids are always saying it. I don't know. It's very weird. I don't know what language that. What language is that? So I guess in that way it would be exposure for Hassan, but like to a demo that I feel like he doesn't even really want to suck up that much.
of it. Nobody goes to jail. There is no accountability. We have a Republican House and Senate who can't get one damn thing passed that our president wants. No accountability. They all go on vacation.
Stay focused.
No, but I'm just saying, this is my point. There is no accountability, right?
Is this
or
lady
left,
saying
right?
I should
So
go to
whether you
jail
put
for
Hassan
thought
Pike on
crimes?
Or you're not drawing attention to anything, because at the end of the day, we're coming up on the 25th anniversary of 9/11. How many people have died on 9/11? How many people have died post 9/11? How many families were lost, broken, shattered? And now you're going to bring on the guy who said America deserved it. I'm sorry, that guy doesn't get a voice.
How dare
In fact,
you.
I would like him to have no vocal
So
cords at all.
insensitive. What? Oh my God. She's the... What? Did she just advocate de-bleeding Hassan? De-barking Hassan, dude? That's wild. Yo. Look at Hassan's face.
I'm sorry, that guy doesn't get a voice.
You went
In
from
fact,
that?
I would like him to have no vocal cords at all. I don't think he should be talking, period.
Rip out his vocal cords?
Yeah, why don't I? He likes to say hyperbole and sarcasm is what he means when he says, that this United States deserved it. That's hyperbole and sarcasm.
Use his style.
That's what I'm saying.
Insane,
In
dude.
comparison.
I think you're missing the bigger point.
What is the bigger point?
Look, when I took on the issue of the Pope and his remarks that God never approves of conflict, that just is not biblically accurate to me. It was just a disagreement. Everyone ignored all the good things
Who
I
is
said
the
about the Catholic
guest?
Church and its impact on me and my life, and that's fine. But I knew going in that what the predictable result would be. I know going in what the predictable result will be. How dare you platform him, etc. That's not the point. How rude. My argument has been for the longest time is that this Democratic Party has been so radicalized, it represents nothing of the past
let's go,
Democratic
Shawnee
Party.
boy, defending me.
Democratic is a process.
The Democrat Party, whatever. Stop. You're nitpicking. And my point is that people like Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries are leaders in name only, and they bow at the altar of these radicals because they're the ones that are really in control. And that's why Schumer wouldn't even stand up to Mdani. That's why Hakeem
What do you mean?
Jeffries
He
wouldn't
cowered
stand up
away.
to
He never
Mdani.
endorsed
That's
him.
not why. That's not why.
No, it is so because
it's
they know
not.
they would alienate their base, and
Negative.
they wouldn't even be leaders in name only at that
Nope.
point. They would be done.
Nope.
They'd be gone.
Negative.
Gone.
Nope, I
Done.
disagree. You want to
Finished.
know why?
You're wrong.
You
You're
don't
wrong.
even know what I'm going to say. How could the defense be wrong? I haven't even started yet.
Defense is wrong.
Let me tell you
Wrong.
why.
The
The
defense
reason
be
why they don't
wrong.
stand.
It's ridiculous. Sean, you're saying a lot of things over here, but it's... Oh my God, she is unbearable. Jesus Christ. All right. Suffice to say, things getting pretty interesting over on the whatever podcast that was. I don't think that was the official Fox News. I think that was some sort of weird Hannity podcast, like late night Hannity or something. I have no I don't know what the fuck they're getting into over there. Some weird shit, no doubt. But that guest making a lot of strange claims. Oh, a lot of strange claims, but I think, in a way, Sean seemed to be somewhat open to the idea of sort of waffling back and forth between being open and not open about debating Hassan, which I think we all would love to see. Don't we deserve that? Nothing has gone right in 2026. I'd love to see Hassan debate Sean Hannity. Someone tried to shoot Trump at the White House press dinner. Yeah, I know. We did talk about that. You weren't here for it, but we did talk about it. Well, they didn't technically. We don't know that they tried to shoot him. We just know that somebody had a weapon at the White House press correspondents dinner and was running towards the ballroom and the Hilton Washington Hotel. But we don't know their motive or who was the target of this attack, intended attack. Although Trump did come out and say, what did he say again? The unhinged genius. He said this. A lot of these crazies are actually geniuses, but they're just a little disturbed. Genius, radical geniuses. Which was a little weird. Now, earlier this week, the Trump administration moved forward with reclassifying a number of drugs.
Up to him. The reason.
People like Joe Rogan appeared at the White House. What is this face Joe is making, by the way? Is he jumping? Is Joe jumping? What is that face he's making? He's trying to get his head above the back of the seat there or something?
The lollipop killed. The lollipop killed. The lollipop killed.
Today I'm pleased to announce historic reforms to dramatically accelerate access to new medical research and treatments based on psychedelic drugs. In many cases, these experimental treatments have shown life-changing potential for those suffering from severe mental illness and depression, including our cherished veterans. If these turn out to be as good as people are saying, it's going to have a tremendous impact on this country and other countries too. Today's order will ensure that people suffering from debilitating symptoms might finally have a chance to reclaim their lives and lead a happier life. Just lead a happier life.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us in.
Lead a happier, better life.
Save a lot of lives with it. I'd like to say how grateful I am to have had the opportunity to go through the program and receive the Ibogaine. It absolutely changed my life for the better.
There's Donald Trump declassifying a number of different drugs, psychedelics, marijuana, psilocybin mushrooms, I guess. I don't know exactly the list, but it's a bunch of them. Signing an executive order. I don't know if that is technically law, but they certainly are moving forward with it like it is. could have serious implications for a lot of people. People sitting in prison right now, people who currently are running
President Trump
businesses.
signed an executive order over the weekend aimed at easing research restrictions on psychedelics. Now, this move reflects the Trump administration's interest in recasting the federal government's relationship with various substances being pushed by drug reform advocates. Further illustrating this, back in December, President Trump signed an EO to expedite and complete the process of reclassifying marijuana as a less dangerous drug. This means that today could likely be the last 420 in which the federal government does not officially recognize this drug's medicinal value.
Yeah, one thing that I can say maybe was a good thing from Trump. We'll see. We'll see if it even sticks. In theory, it could be good for society, I think. Too many people are sitting in jail for, you know, low-level drug offenses, preventing people from, you know, seeking non-pharmaceutical relief in some cases, whatever else, right? Or just living their lives in a freer way. More freedom. Freedom! Damn. I never took that break. Now we're 8.5 hours in. I keep saying, oh, I'm going to take a break at this time. And then it just moves past it. And then I'm like, oh, I'll just do one more. And then I totally forget about taking a break. There's like something wrong with me. I feel like normal human beings would just remember to take a break. I mean, I do have, you know, severe ADD, but is that the cause of this? Who's to say? Who's to say? I'm not a doctor. All right, let's keep this moving. I'm just screw it today on the break. I gotta get back in the swing of things. Okay, folks, we'll get back to taking breaks again tomorrow. I gotta like get caught up on so much stuff. We have 8.5 hours. We're not even done with the U.S. news. Think about that for a second, folks. Should we contemplate what that means? Did we do a stream yesterday? Or when did we do a stream last? Let me tell me. I can't remember. I feel like it's been days. Oh, man. What is that? Green New Deal. Why are you buying sunglasses right now? I'm already wearing sunglasses. That much is obvious. And yet here you are spending 3,333 space credits. Galactic cash. Hard earned by watching the stream. How much time is that? This must be hours of time just sitting here watching the stream you've just used for sunglasses for the future. Future glasses. You're banking for future sunglasses right now. You don't even know how many in the future it is because of all of the nonsense and the shenanigans you've all been up to. Eight hours. 8.5 hours. What even should I try to accomplish tonight? I need to figure that out. I need to like draw a line here. All right. Oh God, this part is super disorganized. Oh, no. Sorry, I am trying to reorganize this right now. I don't like the way this is. This is not good. It's a bad job. How did this happen? This looked fine. I am hungry again. You're troubled by this deficit? What deficit? The YouTube took it a money deficit? It's quite large and troubling. People can contribute to it by way of Cash App, PayPal, and or Patreon memberships. Both new and upgraded. Or in some cases, restarted. Because I know some people have lapsed on their memberships. You're trying to impress BCAT with your raptor? I don't know. I don't know. I don't see BCAT. All right, to solve this, I'm just going to start on a different spot. I don't like this at all. Let's talk a little bit about the tariffs. It feels like so long since we've talked about the tariffs. Liberation Day and Re-Liberation Day come and gone. And of course, the Supreme Court knocking down Trump's ability to do most of the tariffs that he's enacted since then. It's been quite a roller coaster, really. And as a result of that Supreme Court ruling, $166 billion in tariff refunds are on their way. Let's talk about who's going to get those refunds. When and why. CNN, 5 days ago.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, you get the idea. $166 billion in refunds and interest on top of that as well. Even for the US government, it's no small amount, and it's a logistical nightmare because it'll happen over 60 to 90 days. And here's the way it works. Only importers of record can file for the refund. So that's the big companies like Walmart and Costco. You and me, I live in the US, so I paid the tariff at some point. Not so. Just how much of a mess is this? Because I'm actually quite surprised, Oliver, that they have at least put in place a bureaucracy to handle it. Now, whether it turns out to be efficient and practical is another matter.
Yeah, that's right. The court has been holding the government's feet to the fire. It's been asking for updates regularly, and the government has been filing declarations explaining how the process is going to work. Obviously, we can expect some bumps in the road, but as you said, at least the machinery is in place to get this going.
Right, but then we end this with a very tricky problem. I paid the tariff, ultimately. I'm the consumer. I mean, yes, the importer might have done, and then Walmart paid it, but I paid the higher price that Walmart charged. Do I get anything back?
Not from the government. As you said, only the importers of record can request and receive a refund from the government. There have been a few lawsuits against Costco, for example, by consumers who paid a higher price at the checkout, but directly from the government, consumers cannot get a refund.
So if all these importers and their various subsidiaries and large companies are getting refunds, does this become de facto a windfall for them? Because I hardly see them turning around to me and say, those oranges you bought, Mr. Quest, I need to owe you 15 cents back on them.
I don't know how much it would be a windfall for individual companies.
I do. It's a windfall 100% for all of the companies. You know how I know that? Because the tariffs were enacted in 2025. It is now 2026, April 26th of 2026. So we're assuming, we should assume, that all those businesses have already filed their taxes. Filed those taxes. They've already paid those, written off those taxes, right? Essentially. They've already accounted for those taxes. And these will now be profits for the year of 2026. They still exist, right? And unless these businesses that are receiving all of this money are somehow like out of business, and which effectively none of them are, then it's a massive fucking windfall. But it's also not just for the businesses themselves, because let's not forget that Uday and Kusei, the Lutnick boys, made a big tariff bet. Uday and Kusei, Lutnick, the Lutnick boys, aka Brandon and shit, what's the other one's name? Fuck it. The Lutnick brothers. Meet the quiet winners of the Supreme Court tariff ruling. Hedge funds creating a $100 billion market, snapping up rights to importers' tariff refunds. So these guys basically snapped up like 2/3 of the $166 billion. And for pennies on the dollar, right? They went in and they bought up all of these rights for pennies on the dollar because nobody knew whether or not the tariffs would ever be canceled or like be like reversed or not. And so to get a little bit of money back, these people sold their rights to the tariff refunds for, 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents on the dollar. So who knows exactly how much they invested into it, but they're looking to make like $100 billion, only $166 billion tariffs outstanding. Oh, and yet people were complaining about Hunter Biden. Remember that? But I'm afraid you won't be seeing any of that, right? It's not like they're going to see the $166 billion back or the 66, however much money actual businesses and not Cantor Fitzgerald are going to be receiving from these tariff refunds are going to definitely not change prices as a result, right? They're not going to receive like $500 million and say, you know what, we need to make pasta 10 cents cheaper for everybody. They're not going to do that. They're not going to make meat and cheese 50 cents cheaper per pound or something just because they got some extra money. They're just going to pocket it. I hope you don't notice. Because most people probably aren't going to realize that this has happened. All right. Now, while we're talking about Donald Trump's economic policy, we should talk about the Federal Reserve. which he is hoping to fill with another lackey loyalist who will do his bidding. Kevin Warsh is the man for the job, apparently, according to Donald Trump. And Senator John Kennedy of, was it Louisiana?
The Department of
No, I
Justice
forget where
is
he's from.
dropping its investigation into
No.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome
Wrong.
Powell.
Shut it, Dana. Shut your mouth. Let's see what John Kennedy had in his line of questioning with Kevin earlier this week. By the way, this is testimony. What do you call it? Oh my God, I can't think of it. Confirmation here. These are confirmation hearings for Kevin as to be the next Federal
Professor,
Reserve
what's
Chair.
a sock puppet?
I heard the reference from Senator Warren.
Yeah, what
earlier.
is it?
I'm not sure I know. I think
Okay.
it's that thing you stick your hand in.
Yeah, kind of like this.
Yes.
What's a human sock puppet?
I'm sorry. There's no way. There is no way this is going the way that John it was hoping for it to go. You would think that's a slam dunk question. You know what the answer is going to be, right? And the dude stumbles. He's like, I don't think I know what a sock puppet is.
What now?
You don't know what a sock puppet is. You're a grown man. You're nominated for the to be the next Federal Reserve Chair, and you don't know what a sock puppet is. That one worried. This one worried me a lot. I was like, wait, we have a guy who doesn't know what a sock puppet is. He's too dumb to know what a sock puppet is, or he's such a liar that he's gonna pretend to not know what a sock puppet is. Come on.
Human sock puppet. Somebody who'll do what somebody else tells them to do.
I think that's what the senator was trying to suggest. I
Are you
think that
going
was
to
the
be
innuendo.
Are you going to be the president's human sock puppet?
Senator, absolutely not.
Are you going to be anybody's human sock puppet?
No, I'm honored the president nominated me for the position, and I'll be an independent actor if confirmed as chairman of the Federal Reserve.
My friend Senator Warren.
That was convincing. That was very. Everybody feeling convinced? How's that? Wow. Yes. Those are the words of a man who's definitely not going to be a sock puppet. No. He's going to be a regular puppet with the strings. It's much fancier. Okay, well, while we're talking about the Federal Reserve, we should talk about the fact that the Department of Justice has dropped another criminal probe against one of Trump's espoused enemies, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. Here's CNN from yesterday.
The Department of Justice is dropping its investigation into Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. The DOJ launched the probe in January after President Trump accused the man he appointed of mishandling $2.5 billion in a building renovation. Evan Perez is joining us now with the reporting. So what was the reasoning that Jeanine Pirro, the U.S. attorney, gave for dropping this case?
Well, the off-ramp that she's using is that she's asking the Federal Reserve Inspector General to produce a report which she says she'll review, and at the end of that will determine whether there is reason for her to restart an investigation. But for now, this is ending. And Dana, this has not been a normal investigation.
Yeah, well, there you have it. I'm going to just end it there. It's pretty clear what's happened here. Another frivolous investigation coming from the Trump DOJ that has now been dropped. Shock of shocks. I know. But J-Pow, avoiding persecution for now. Alright, how am I doing on time and my list? Alright, we're 8 hours, 45 minutes in. I have gotten 20. Oh my god. Woof. I'm like halfway through the vids right now. And 128 videos. Nearly 9 hours in. At that rate, this is like an 18-hour stream. There's no way we can watch all of this tonight. I'm sorry, everybody. We have to call it somewhere here. Fuck. In the wrong order too. I hate this. This is terrible. Sorry, everybody. I haven't gotten back seamlessly into the streaming saddle here, unfortunately. Can you blame me? My entire streaming existence has been called into question. I've been called inauthentic and low effort by my favorite streaming platform, formerly favorite streaming platform. I can't say words now. Probably because it's such a horrifying sentence. Loved YouTube for so very long. They keep treating me like shit. It's the second time now they've taken my earnings for an entire month. They prevented me from continuing to make money on the platform. I mean, it's nice, the improvement that we're at least streaming still. I'll give them that. But really, they feel like a really terrible boss right now. If they can be called that. But I know they don't want to think of themselves as a boss. They might just want to think of themselves as a cool friend giving me a space to use for my hobby. But that's not what this is. Let's be real. It's one of the world's largest companies being a dick. And I have really no recourse. All I hope is that, we can create enough of a fuss on social media to get them to reverse the decision. Or perhaps win in another appeal. But I have to wait 90 days to do a second appeal, according to them. It's very frustrating. Wow, Mo and Ope is doing some serious poetry here. Well, I'm a peanut butter bar, and I'm here to say your checks will arrive on another day. Another day, another dime, another rhyme, another dollar. What does dollar rhyme with? Another stuffed shirt with another white collar. Criminals, I see now. Wall Street taking the pie, and all the black man gets is a plate of white lies. Prisons recruiting them, police be shooting them, rap artists looting them, labels all diluting them. Barack Obama is scared of me because I don't swallow knowledge and I spit it for free. Let me clear my throat. Ha ha. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Beautiful space poetry, Mona. Thank you for that. That made you mad, you're back to Twitch. That made you mad, you're back to Twitch. Hear that, YouTube? Just a reminder, everybody, if you're mad and you want to help keep the Galactic News Network alive, do consider contributing on Twitch. Bits, power up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Got Cash App and PayPal too. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream. You got Throne, and of course Patreon. $3 a month, where you can get access to myriad of space benefits, unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right. What next? All right, let's go here. We're going to do a little talking about AI. But first, let's investigate into an investigation into the deaths and disappearances of a number of different secret government staff. CBS News.
The FBI is investigating the cases of at least 10 scientists working at secret government labs who have either died or disappeared. Now, the deaths have spanned over 3 years, and government officials have acknowledged the pattern is, quote, eyebrow-raising. Let's go live now to CBS News senior coordinating producer Anna Schechter. Anna, this is bizarre. Where did these scientists and staff work, and what can you tell us about the investigation so far?
Liz, it is bizarre at first blush, but I think it's important to note, as you just said, it's scientists and staff. You have a range of people from a retired general working on highly sensitive Air Force material to administrative staff members who were just doing support work for example, the Los Alamos National Laboratory. Now, of course, the laboratory there in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab in California, where some of the other scientists worked, those are places where highly sensitive material is worked on. However, I and my colleagues drilled down in all of these cases, and we didn't find a connection between any of them, but the FBI is saying they are spearheading an effort, coordinating with the Department of War and the Department of Energy that actually oversees these laboratories to dig in.
Yeah, I'm not shocked that the CBS didn't find anything on this one. I'm not sure this is at all. Like, the way I've listened to, I've gone through some of this. And to me, it's mostly just sort of conjecture. It's mostly conjecture and sort of conspiratorial line drawing, in my opinion. People die. Especially old guys like that. Right? Like, nothing against old guys like that. But statistically, more likely to potentially die for whatever reason. But also, people just die. And I feel like people are just looking for something on this one. I didn't see any conclusive evidence that actually drew them either. Because I've listened to a couple of theories on this. I'm just not seeing it yet. The government employees dying isn't really a story in and of itself. Government employees die, McDonald's employees die, people die. But at some point, if lines are drawn that are actually conclusive, that I find, I'll certainly let you know. I think there's more evidence of these, of the Boeing one. I think that one's a lot more suspicious. I think those disappearance, the suspicious deaths of the Boeing inspectors, considering everything with that one, that one felt a little bit fishy to me. Considering the very specific things going on with Boeing inspectors, right? Like, you got like a specific thing going on with Boeing inspectors, and then Boeing inspectors are just like, you know, like having suspicious deaths all over the place. That one to me was weird. It's still weird. Like, while there's like simultaneously, like, you know, like government, like interest in Boeing's like safety practices, these guys just start disappearing and or like dying. Come on, that one. There's a thread I think should be pulled on. If there's any threads, this conspiratorial type threads to pull on, there's one for sure. We're all going to die. Joni Ernst and GSL. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. At least I think we should all have health care, okay? And if we all, you know,
public agencies, as we saw there, are using AI in images like...
It's actually probably not true. Also, is everybody going to hate me if I just don't want to do this right now? If I, like, call it before we go to AI? I'm just so beat. Also, I want to say thank you to somebody on Cash App. Well, I assume somebody listening to the stream who donated on Cash App $5. Initials MP. Didn't say your name in the message, so I'm not gonna out you for your generosity. But thank you for the $5. Appreciate you. Sorry about the YouTube stuff. Nah, thanks. Yeah. I'll add that to the... YouTube took it a money goal. People are going to be upset if I decide to call it here 9 hours in. And we talked like AI and some of the other stuff I had planned for tonight later. I just don't have it in me tonight. It's been a really rough week, and I'm just sort of spent. And this took way longer than expected because of that insane situation that happened at the White House Correspondents Dinner. And that kind of took I don't know if it took the wind out of my sails is the right terminology here, but it certainly slowed me down. I guess that is what that means. Yeah, I'm just too tired. And yeah, end this. Get ready for tonight's stream. Got a Sunday fun day tonight. You work really hard and need a rest. I'm also out of tea and snacks. Speaking of tea and snacks, you can technically buy me tea and snacks. They would arrive at my doorstep down on planet Earth. Where? How? How do you do this? You're asking yourself. Throne. One of the new additions to our galactic options of contributing to the production of the stream. Not just tea and snacks, though. Other things, too. Go check it out. Link in my bio. Description on YouTube and Twitch. Alright, yeah, I think I'm going to call this... We'll do a late night after stream, I guess. But... I'm just too tired to keep going through this. I have so many videos. There's no way I'm getting through all of it anyway, so I just gotta know when to call it. Anyway, I appreciate you all coming to the stream tonight, of course. And like I said, we'll be doing a Sunday Funday stream so long as nothing horrifying happens between now and then. Fingers crossed. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite difficult and also long, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gothdox, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatists, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BEC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, and Young Chris. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce a show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Oh, fuck, that's what I gotta do. That's a bummer. I guess it's an opportunity. Deal with that tomorrow. Well, I see a sizable number of ones in the YouTube chat. So, we're gonna get the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream started.